Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone present. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the third edition of BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards. BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards, as the name suggests, celebrate a culture of fostering leadership and future growth. Very aptly, the theme of the summit this year is levers of change in the legal ecosystem. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all, and my name is Sahib Jeet Kaur, and for this fine day, I will be a host. As you are already aware, the significant changes witnessed around the globe, especially in the last 2 years, has affected every industry, the legal industry inclusive. While we see revamped economic policies in the day and day out to facilitate economic acceleration, the conversations around evolving a more robust and dynamic legal ecosystem needs a serious push. If 2022 was about transitioning into the new normal, economic and technological shifts in the last few months, indicators that 2023 might prove to be another year of disruption for the business as well as for the legal community. And where are we headed as one big legal community? Well, as many as 50 dynamic lawyers will be joining us today to be here with us for an eventful day as we unravel what lies ahead. While panel discussions and keynote sessions from distinguished legal luminaries and a bunch of enterprising young trailblazers will enthrall the audience during the day, the third edition of BW Legal 40 Under 40 Summit and Awards will make the evening special. The day-long summit will feature top legal luminaries, law firms, general counsels, and industry stakeholders. And if I may request everyone's kind attention towards this big, beautiful screen, I would like to share the event AV with you all. Launched in the year 2019, BW Legal World is an offshoot of BW Business World, a four-decade-old publication that has since consistently ranked amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. Can we quickly take a look at the BW Legal World community? BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning across 17 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals with the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. And I must remind everyone the power of social media here. So let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you can also watch us live on www.bwlegalworld.com and all Business World social media platforms. And in case you are planning on posting any comments or pictures related to this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag BWLegal40 under 40. Hashtag BWLegal 40 under 40. Before starting the day, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our partners, to our knowledge partners, JSA, Argus Partners, Associate Partner, Upgrad, Beverage Partners, Grants and Hendricks, Associate Partners, joytravels.co.in, Pandram and Bainley. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the day. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well as BW. In its portfolio has 27 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. And now, with a huge round of applause, I would like to request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group.
Mayor, primarily because Dr. Lalit Wasim, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, our jury member, Mr. Srivals Kumar, and all of you are here. I'm still not very well, only on some issues with my throat. But it's about just being here because it's basic courtesy. It's the third edition of the BW Legal World 40 under 40. Jury chair, the jury members are here. Karima, who's really put this together, is here. My editorial colleagues are here. Our group editor, Ms. Noor Fatima was here. Young editorial colleagues, Arjun, Krishnendra, Suhail. Business side, they work on a Sunday. So this is Garima's idea of the Sunday, not mine. Or it's not me. But she believes that lawyers and legal professionals can make more time on Sunday. That's why she does it on Sunday. I just want to say that this is the third edition, and I think because the involvement of people like Mr. Lalitas, Shival Kumar, Steve Mishra, all the jury members, Mr. Sudhir Mishra does this show called the Sudhir Mishra Show on BW Legal World. I'm sure some of you watch it. Jury is done in an honest manner. First 2 years I sat as an observer. This year I didn't even show up. I had nothing to contribute. I was resting. But we do it honestly. I don't even know in the list. I have got calls from people saying, can we be in the list? Can this happen? Jury members have got called. And Mr. Shival Kumar was calling me. I told him that I can't pick up the call because I speak on the phone. I speak straight up. So I'm on the text. And he said, that's the only bit I want to read out. There are many awards that happen. And I will not slander anyone. But doing some work is welcome. That recognizing professionals. So Mr. Shival Kumar was on the text from me. And he said, I just want to basically said one of the most independent in management. No management interference. An honest awards rating system. And then he went on to say some other things. And he gave me the analysis of how, yes, maybe no, they've been done. And so I just want to say that whoever wins tonight has gone through an honest process. There is no quid pro quo, even if there's a jury member and somebody from their law chamber they've participated, that jury member hasn't voted. There are jury members on the jury. Cancels out. You cannot push. So I just want to say we're very proud of ourselves. I also want to say that we completed 3 years of PW legal work. We started it on 12th December 2019. So today is exactly 3 years of PW legal world. My colleague Shirupa, who turned an entrepreneur, she works in Bangalore. She still does some work with us. Started it, but Garima, Krishnendra, Ashima is no longer with us, but she contributed to NPR. A lot of my colleagues in BW business world have contributed, who may not be dedicatedly part of BW legal world. We have a very ambitious agenda for BW legal world. We've been able to do some bit of it. We want to make sure going forward we do even more deeper analysis of what happens, give you insights. We're not just for breaking news, a small part. But we are very clear where's the homepage of the GC. If we have the homepage of GC, I don't have to tell you what a GC is for this audience. We will be the homepage of legal luminaries like Mr. like Mr. Vishwa, like Mr. Shival Kumar, all three jury members of the jury chair. But we want to bring out our magazine every month. In COVID, of course, the print publication was not regular. Newsletter comes out every day. And we want to become an ecosystem that serves you. Every need of a student or a professional. So make BWLegalWorld.com your homepage. Throughout the day, meet people like Mr. Muslim who's been acting for more than 5 decades, more like 6 decades, and still continue to contribute and be relevant. And its passion of contributing to everything they put their name on or become part of what creates their legacy and what creates icons for all of you to follow. So I wish you luck. Today we'll discuss what's happening in the legal landscape. It has changed. Of course, blockchain is changing the way every business is happening. NFTs are real. Of course, crypto is a different issue. But I do believe at some stage, the government will bring the CBDC. I'm told it's the CBDC is being tested. There is gaming, so there are new areas where there is a lot of gray area. That's where the expert's point of view comes in. Your young people who are students, I want to say that the only thing that matters is hard work and its trade-offs between either partying in the night or sleeping well so that you can do what you want to do in the morning. And once in a while you can party, there's nothing wrong. You can be happy, you can have fun. If you're happy and have fun, you create businesses, you make impact, you'll be settled. Learn from everyone today, ask questions, build relationships. When I was a student in India in 1994, I built relationships there, my friends, even today. I passed out of India in 96. Mr. Daksh Bhardwaj was 84. He's a little older than my dad. My dad will be 83 in 4 days and start his 84th year. Mr. Daksh Bhardwaj is my friend since 1996. He's my neighbor also. He's among my closest friends. Doesn't matter, he's much older than me, but he's my closest friend. You know, I don't think of him of my dad's age. I crack all the jokes. I won't crack with my dad. Okay. So I met people, Mr. Dravid, in B school, like a concept like this. He became such a close friend, and there are at least 20, 30 I met in 94, 95, 96. Was still very deeply associated with what we do. Mr. Harshvardhan finally joined us as the CEO of our BW Police World and our BW Security World. So what I'm saying is the relationships you build in this hall, they help you in your life. I'm not talking of career. Relationships are not only for career advancement, they are for enjoying the relationship. I have a Mr. Mishra is my lawyer also of business world. He's my friend. I enjoy the relationship. So enjoy today, meet people, collaborate, talk to them. You have the opportunity to meet this. Really, I would say definitely Mr. Prasim is a legend. And legal luminaries like Rival's Kumarji has come from Pune or Bombay. So meet them. I leave you there and so that you can hear Mr. Ravi Prasim and we are on time. Please give all our jury members a big round of applause. In the evening, you see the jury AV. And again, I have not seen the list. Karima sent it to me 2 days after she read it past me, so I looked at it. She said, this is very good quality. It's even better than the first year. So I trust her and I have no point of view. I did get 2 calls offering money and I politely told them, if you like money, there's no question about it. I do like money when you run along. But we do the right thing the right way. Eventually you make money. You build excellence. Money follows. So build excellence. I wanted to end by saying it's my favorite thing. I say it to myself also. Let's stay away from 3 C's. Comparing, criticizing, and complaining. We are alive. There's so much going for us. You can only be grateful. Second is the 3 H's that you should embrace. One is hunger. I'm not talking of food. I'm talking the drive to be able to make a mark. And it only happens with work hard or application of whatever you do. Second H is hope. I always believe that tomorrow will be better than today. I live it. And third is hustle. And hustle is not a negative word. It means every moment you're trying to be better. You're trying to build relationships. You're trying to make an impact. You're trying to observe. Trying to be mindful. Stay away from your phone 2-3 hours in a day. I keep my phone in the study. Don't take it to the bedroom every night. That's how I sleep peacefully. So I know young phone has become like a third arm. But stay focused, stay hungry. Don't compare, decide, complain. Try it for one day. See how happy you'll be. Because you're unique. Your journey is unique. Don't compare yourself. Enjoy what you got. Be grateful to God. More will come. God bless you. Thank you.
So, with the same, ladies and gentlemen, I believe as I say this on everybody's behalf when I say that Dr. Patra has provided us with the newest mantra for our future endeavors, that is to stay away from the three C's: complaining, criticizing, and comparing. Thank you, Dr. Batra. That was inspirational. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to our first keynote of the day. We have with us a veteran lawyer with over 6 decades of experience in the legal profession. His journey has been nothing short of exceptional. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the managing partner of Vaseem & Co. and the president of the Society of Law Firms and the Bar Association of India, conferred with a plaque of honor for outstanding contributions to the rule of law in 2002 by the Prime Minister of India, and the National Law Day Award in 2007 by the President of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lalit Bhasin.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Very gracious introduction. Dr. Anurag Batra, he is a legend in his own right. Despite the fact that he's got a very bad throat, sore throat, he made it a point to come here and address not just the students, but also the lawyers 40 under 40, and also people like us who always keep on learning, learning and learning. Because law is a profession where you don't say that you have already become an expert. You can never become an expert because it is a continuing process of learning, learning and learning. Only 7 days ago exactly, I was invited by the Bar Council of India to Goa for the inauguration of one unique university which has been set up by the Bar Council itself. That is the International Legal Learning University. And it is meant for lawyers, it is meant for judges, and it is also meant for students. Therefore, law is a continuing learning process that was inaugurated by the Chief Justice of India on 3rd or 4th of this month. And why I'm sharing this with you is for the reason that if you become a good lawyer, don't think that you have achieved, you see, the goal for which you are studying now. That goal will never be achieved because always, you see, when I have about 30, 40 juniors working, always some interns also, they come to me in the evening after, they say, sir, I have finished my work. Can I leave now? I say, don't say that I have finished my work, but you can leave because a lawyer's work never gets finished. There is always, you see, you have to study the law reports, the latest judgments, the latest laws, everything that comes in. So I say, yes, you can go, but don't say that you have completed your work. Your work is ongoing. Even when you will go home, you may be thinking of what if tomorrow matters are there, what you will do about it. So Dr. Batra has done a pioneering work in this field. I am only concerned with law, although his arena, his approach, you see, spreads across the various sectors covering businesses and services. My very dear friend, Mr. Sudhir Mishra is here and some other colleagues from the profession. I had expected a large number of 40 under 40 to be present today. Possibly they'll come for the award functions or later sessions which will follow. But I do see, you see, a lot of young students from very eminent universities here. Therefore, what I had planned was to speak about the lawyers 40 under 40. But I would like to share some thoughts with you, with the young students, you see, because they, some of them said they would be keen to know something about the law practice and what the future holds for them. Well, my young friends, you are in first year or second year, a long way to go before you complete your studies, and still a longer way to go before you aspire to be lawyers. Second year or third year is the right time for you to decide what options you want to take so far as law practice is concerned. Law practice is not no longer a general practice. Like in the medical field, we had a family doctor. At least during my time, anything you see, whether it is headache, stomach ache, or leg ache, or any fever, there is one family doctor we used to go. But now, if you have something relating to head, you see consult a different specialist. If it is something concerning gastro, you consult some gastro specialist, neuro specialist, a specialist in all fields. And that is where the legal profession also comes in. We are no longer, as I said, general practitioner. I started as a general practitioner because at that time there was no specialization. I did my cases in the lowest courts, rubbing shoulders, you see, with my other colleagues and with the citizens litigants who were there. But that is the right way to start. Don't aspire after you complete your law studies that, okay, now you will get a good job in the multinational, some as an in-house lawyer or with a law firm. No, first attempt should be to know about the law, to know about the practice of law, to know about the procedures of law. Without knowing the procedures, you can never be a good lawyer. The options available to you, for which you have to make a selection in the next 1 year or 2 years. You want to be a litigation lawyer, you want to go to the courts, you want to fight out criminal cases, or you want to fight out civil cases in the courts. That is one part of the law practice, litigation law. Other part of the law practice is corporate and transactional law. That is what the law firms do. Various joint venture agreements, M&As, transfer of technology, even advising the government to finalize the bilateral agreements, conventions, protocols. That is all part of the corporate law practice. Other area would be, yes, after doing your law, you don't want to practice. You don't want to go to the courts. But still you want to do a practice in a different way. That would be joining some big business houses or small business houses as in-house lawyer. This will be the third option available to you. Fourth option, of course, will be, which is very important for you to carry on with your studies and become law teachers yourselves. There is a great demand for good law teachers in this country. And they are not underpaid as they used to be, say about 15 years ago. It is quite a remunerative assignment which you get as law teachers also. So, and I always tell the students, you may do your research. You have the tools of research which we never had. We could never dream of anything. We did not have mobile phones. Even to get the other phones, that black big phones, where you dial the numbers, was very difficult to get a connection for that also. But now you have the tools. tools of research. You do your own research. And when you do your own research, you think that you have attained, you see, the goal. No, there can be no substitute for a good law teacher. Please remember that. You are all studying in very good institutions, but don't ever try to be under an impression that you can do without the guidance, without the mentorship of a teacher. Give the teacher the due respect that the teacher deserves. These are the areas open to you, so you have to select. But remember one thing, law is a very jealous profession. You have to be a very, very committed lawyer. Sometimes even the family life, you see, recedes into the background because it depends upon the requirements of your clients. You have to provide timely advice, guidance, even appearances in the courts. If you see your client requires all those, it is like medical profession. Medical profession, a doctors can get a call at 12 midnight that I'm suffering from this, I need to see you. Same thing happens in the legal profession also. Someone is arrested illegally, he wants to get a bail. He'll immediately approach a lawyer. The lawyer will have to get out of his bed, you see, and uh, try to do something about his client who has approached him. Because clients approach lawyers with a sense to see that yes, they would get good results which they expect from a good lawyer. Therefore, jealous profession, and particularly for the ladies who want to join the profession, I think you have to exercise a very delicate balance between your family life and the profession. You are good daughters, you will become good wives, you are good sisters, you will become mothers, grandmothers, you have your in-laws. At the same time, you are keen to go ahead with the profession also. So it is a very delicate balance, and I pay tribute to the ladies you see who are in the profession, how they manage to do that without compromising, without compromising on either the family part you see of their life or the professional part of their life. Both are equally important. Same does not apply to our men, the male people who are in the profession. We get up in the morning, prepare for the cases, look into the files, and then go either to the courts if we are doing litigation or advise the clients and all that, and end up in the office till about 8 or 9 without even knowing what is happening on the home front. That is where the ladies, they come into the picture. So I'm paying a tribute to the ladies who are here and also to ladies in general. They have already started making their mark in the profession. We see a large number, as I see today also. I think nearly 50% or more are young ladies who are here, who are law students. But even as lawyers in the courts, we see almost equal number of ladies practicing. Yes, they do not have the opportunities as the male counterparts get of getting promoted as elevated as judges or becoming law officers like the additional solicitor general or solicitor general. But now the openings are there. We see in the Supreme Court itself, for the first time, about 4 lady judges you see adorning the highest court. And of course, in high courts also, we have lady judges there, district courts also. Law officers, we have ladies. So That is what my advice to the young student is, that keep that in mind. Law is a continuing process, learning process. But in order to be a complete lawyer, it is not enough that you read the Contract Act, you see, or you read the CPR, Indian Penal Code, or Evidence Act. That is not enough. That you have to read in any case. But more importantly, you have to widen your horizons, your vision, because law has become now virtually like a global exercise. You must know what is happening contemporaneously in the world. What may be happening in United States may also be relevant so far as law is concerned in India. What is happening in Singapore may be also relevant. And what is happening in India may also be relevant for those jurisdictions. Therefore, my advice to you is enrich yourself. Enrich yourself with knowledge. Study literature. Study history. Study our culture. Study other disciplines. And most importantly, study, at least go through 2 newspapers. One is the National Daily, you can pick up anything. Hindustan Times, Times of India, Indian Express, anything. You must go through that. And one financial paper, because it is the financial paper which gives you a complete idea of what is happening contemporaneously, you see, in the world and in the other parts of the country where which part you are studying. So enrich yourself, keep on learning. We have some law schools. I visited in Dehradun, that is the petroleum university and all. They just don't teach law. They teach you the other disciplines, other areas where a law may be required, some specialization. So on your own, since you have the availability of the research tools, keep on enriching yourself, and then you will become a very good, successful lawyer. Once you become successful lawyer, you must make sure that when I say successful lawyer, success does not come immediately. You have to work hard. As I said, it's a jealous profession, but keep on working. Start from the lower strata, start from the lower courts, rub your shoulders with the people who are practicing there, learn about the procedures. Because even if you are doing corporate law, transactional law, knowledge about the procedures are very important. And try to inculcate, you see, feelings of uh, settlement of dispute, not just litigation. Litigation is important. We lawyers, you see, we say, okay, I've got 5 cases to handle. I've got 10 cases to handle. I've got 10 matters in Supreme Court, 20 matters in the High Court. No, you must change. You must give it back to the society. How do you give it back to the society? By trying to encourage and promote samjhauta, settlement of disputes, mediation. That is the answer. We have 5 crore cases pending in India, in Supreme Court, in High Courts, and most of them in the district courts. Are our citizens getting justice? No, they are not getting justice. Our justice delivery system has virtually broken down. And it is up to you people. Our generation has failed to deliver the goods so far as the delivery system of justice is concerned. You people have the opportunity, you people have the initiative, the drive in you to bring up how to save the judicial system. And that can be done only if you try to inculcate, you see, the value of negotiations and settlement of disputes rather than taking matters to the courts or even to arbitration, because even arbitration has not taken off in India as yet. So my advice to you and to those 40 under 40 who may be present here today is they are already successful lawyers. The very fact that they have been selected by the jury, it means that they have attained success already in the profession. They have a good grounding now. They have laid the foundations. So what they should be doing is, besides strengthening their law practice, they should be doing is how they give it back to the society. That is most important. I was attending one dinner last night, Mr. Kapil Sibal, who completed 50 years in the legal profession. He said, don't make law a business. Let us keep it as a profession. And if you have to keep it as a profession, it means that you have to give it back to the society. So you have to give back to the society in so many ways by doing some pro bono work. Try to help the poor and the needy who need, you see, your legal advice, your legal expertise. Do that. Try to settle the disputes, as I said, instead of taking them to litigation. And what our president said yesterday was the Human Rights Day. Lawyers have a duty, you see. Human rights and legal profession, they go together because we are like the guardians of human rights. Whenever there is a violation of human rights, people come to lawyers, and then lawyers have to respond to that. And what our president said was very significant. I'll just read out to you. Cautioning about the consequences of climate change, President Draupadi Murmu on Saturday said, it is time to expand the concept of justice to include its environmental dimension too. So much importance has been given to climate change, and rightly so, by our Rashtrapati, the President of India. And that implies, when she talks about justice, it implies the role of the legal profession in ensuring, you see, this climate change. That is also one area where some work can be done by the legal profession, advising the claims to take steps so that climate does not deteriorate any further. It is already deteriorated, possibly beyond repair. I don't know, but still steps have to be taken. And that is a duty we owe to our next generations, even your next generation, because our generation has failed, but you people still have the right. So I wish the young students all the best. Hope to see them as flourishing lawyers, successful lawyers, but with a sense of giving it back to the society. I also congratulate 40 under 40, not just the winners, but all those who participated in the exercise and who were shortlisted. So an excellent job has been done by the jury, and I convey my heartiest congratulations for this brilliant initiative of Dr. Anurag Batra and his team, and Garima, and of course, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, the very dear friend also. So friends, all the best to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Reflective, anecdotal, and enriching. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you all can see the metaphorical daisies blossoming around us as Dr. Bhasin has managed to bring in a fresher perspective. A huge round of applause for this enriching keynote address. Well, after the enthralling keynote by Mr. Bhasin, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as it is time for the first panel discussion of the day. And I can tell you that there is an interesting mix of speakers to share some point ideas on a very topic that has made quite some noise throughout the year. The topic at hand for the first panel discussion of the day is how environment, SDG, ESG are new changes for the legal fraternity. Well, this is quite an interesting panel discussion as we have panelists physically present here and one of our panelists virtually joining us. Well, please give it up for our virtual speaker, virtual panelist for the day, Mr. Bose K. Verghese, Senior Director, ESG Practice, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Thank you for joining in. Thank you. Moving on, please welcome our panelist, Mr. Navneet Vibhav, partner, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas & Co. Let's give a huge round of applause. Let's give it up for Mr. Tanir Ejaz, Associate Professor, Ram Jas College. A louder round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Mr. Snigdhanil Satapathy, partner, Seraph and Partners. And completing the panel, let's welcome the session chair, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, Managing Partner, Trust Legal. Check, check.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a very exciting opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Batra, for putting climate first as the first session of the day. We have a very young crowd here, young law students. So I want to start with that how Dr. Bhasin, when he was talking about climate at the end of his keynote address, how much alive he is to this new challenge of climate resilience or climate emergency, that I reached out to him that you create a separate committee for environment and climate change. And he created it within us, within Society of Indian Law Firms. And that is just few months back. So that's the kind of challenge we are facing. We have a very, very exciting panel. We have a virtual guest, Mr. Verghese, welcome. And I hope you can hear me. Great. We have Navneet, my very old friend, not much younger to me, but we have been working together. And I'm also very happy to have Tanveer, who gives us a very new dimension because he teaches in one of the most premium colleges of the country, and Mr. Satpathy from Seraph and Partners. What is mainstreaming here? So, because young lawyers are here who will be lawyers in few months' time, I'm going to say something very different. You hear it very carefully what all we say. And even when the panel ends, ask us questions. If you ask good relevant questions, at least in Trust Legal, I'll give you internship. I can only take advantage of my position, so I'm saying it very clearly. Internship, because we specialize on this issue and we understand this. ESG is let me just try and do a little bit of demystification. Environment was always something the courts were dealing with in last 20, 30 years. We had a forest bench, we had National Green Tribunal. There was a different way how environment was being handled. There was a pole position where infrastructure or the companies will come in blows before the courts. There'll be a particular public interest litigation group which will be raising voices that how infrastructure should be allowed. And there'll be people like Mr. Bahuguna, Mr. MC Mehta, or many so-called very careful people who took charge, who tried to save the forest, who tried to save the rivers, who tried to save the wildlife. And that was the climate in 1990s. We had a very face-off kind of position. Face-off ka matlab kya hota hai? Divided position. Then came the time in last 5 to 8 years where only one planet exists concept was there. There was a climate emergency. So what is the meaning of climate emergency? And then we'll come to ESG and SDG. So environment was always into a face of position. Social was something which we completely missed. So if you are putting a transmission line and you don't know why people are taking illegal wires and taking out electricity without paying the bills for the electricity, that's the example I'm giving you how social is important. Or not be alive to gender equity, or not be sensitive to the boardrooms where how gender should be appreciated, and governance where government would be thinking development is important or environment is important, how to balance it. So that was the typical scenario. What has happened in last 5 to 8 years is something very dramatic. India voluntarily says that we'll reduce carbon emissions. We are the 10th fastest growing electric mobility market in the world. We have put non-conventional energy into our grid up to 35 to 40% in last 10 years. And just day before yesterday, a wildlife legislation has been passed in one of the houses of the parliament, Navneet, where we have enhanced the penalty for wildlife crimes substantially. We have proposed without anybody asking. And one more example, how friction has gone and how conscientious is the new word, that plastic slowly has moved out of your life, excessive packaging after the plastic rules of 1st of July 2022, but no major litigations happened. So my panelist's job would be today to actually talk about different aspects. I'll give them all floor one by one. I'll start with Navneet. And I'll say, you have seen that period. You are a proud alumni of Nalsar. You were teaching environmental law in OP Jindal and also in National Law School in Patna. You have also practiced in NGT. How it has changed, and these young minds who are sitting here, how do you demystify this new shift?
Thank you, Mr. And so just to clarify, I was teaching environmental law at NLU Delhi and OP Jindal, and I was teaching for a semester in Patna, because that's the part of the world where I come from. And so, like Mr. Mishra very rightly kind of gave you a background in terms of how the the whole environment jurisprudence involved and everything. So I think we are living in times which are extremely critical, and we are living in times which will pretty much decide not the future of this country, but also humanity, the world, and all of that. And I think, because Mr. Bhasin also very rightly said that, climate change as such is more like an existential crisis. And so, which is why, I mean, we've arrived at the party quite late, because it's only now that we're talking about ESG, we're talking about PRSR and reporting and all of those things. But this is something which has already happened in Europe, been there in the US for quite some time. And I think, and it's not something, one thing what we need to realize is, this is not something which is which it's like a new animal. It's a something that's never existed. The idea is we've always had these compliance requirements under various statutory requirements, and it's just that you now have a new nomenclature which kind of requires companies to kind of report in a certain format before a certain regulator. So a lot of people, a lot of companies actually tend to think that this is more like a a reporting burden of sorts, but that's not the reality. I mean, the idea simply is that there's a better way to be. It's more like a state of mind where you kind of, you become more responsible in terms of not just towards the environment, everything that's around you, your people, how you conduct yourself, in terms of your governance and everything. So that's of course there. Now, coming on to, so because I understand that in the audience, we have more of students, I think. See, all of us, we are all extremely ambitious people. We want to do what we want to do in our lives. But one thing which, irrespective of what you do, which profession you are a part of, one of the things you clearly cannot compromise on is the quality of your life. And I think this is one area of, I think one discipline, not just an area of law or practice, but one discipline which pretty much kind of decides that. So I think it's extremely important that irrespective of what we do, we are conscious about the way we conduct ourselves, the kind of choices we make in our lifestyles, the kind of, in our business practices. And I think that it's not very complicated. I think just being mindful of what you do and the kind of impact you create, whether as a business, in the legal profession, what we do, and Mr. Mishra, of course, has been kind of, one of the stalwarts of environmental practice in this country. And so see, The idea simply is, as students also, you have to ensure that if you're talking about climate change, we all know what is happening at COP27. And I don't want to be sounding very pessimistic, but like Mr. Mishra said that, when I was a student studying for my 5-year law at Nalsar, I would always hear about the whole developing debate, NX1, NX2 countries. And, even after I've been practicing for 15 years now, practicing environment and stuff, I'm still hearing the same debate, where you talk about funding, you talk about technology transfer. So we've not really moved much. I mean, of course, every conference of parties, you say that, this is the outcome. But unfortunately, that's not really translated in terms of the impact it's creating. So I think that is something which we need to change. And one good example which Mr. Mishra gave, that, this whole, the kind of penalty, kind of punishment, everything that is kind of, because see, environment for quite some time in this country was taken for granted. If you actually, say 10 years ago, if you actually happen to tell someone that, this is what it is, and don't simply say that, baking it, like, the kind is, let's, because there was more reason for them to, I mean, they had more incentive to actually pollute, because you clearly had fines, you clearly had punishments, but the teeth was clearly missing. So all I'm trying to convey is that, see, that the collective consciousness which Mr. Mishra was talking about, now that is clearly increased, that has improved. So now it's not something that you can kind of ignore. I mean, it's something which, irrespective of what you do, I mean, I was just hearing someone the other day talking about, that in their organization, in their whatever parking lot, they give preference to hybrid cars instead of diesel cars. So, I mean, that's one example of, what kind of behavioral changes you can actually bring about. But anyways, I'll stop at that, because I think there are other speakers also, and
We'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'll come to Seraphin Partners, Mr. Sarpati. What do you think? The topic which we had was that new challenges for the legal fraternity or the new opportunity for the legal fraternity?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mishra. Good afternoon, everyone. Snigdhan Satpathy from Seraphin Partners. Very relevant question, whether it's an opportunity or challenge. I think it's a mix of both. And let me give you my perspective on this. I primarily undertake M&As, and I'm a hardcore corporate commercial lawyers. But even in my practice area, we are increasingly seeing how ESG is playing a very important role. And I'll give you a few examples. Whenever these days you have a large private equity fund or a foreign fund which wants to invest into India, and typically these funds often invest in tech, but they also do a lot of investments in various other sectors, pharma, manufacturing. In these sectors, it is extremely critical that you comply with whatever environmental norms that are there. Because if you don't, then polluter pays principle can really hurt you. And one of the most interesting things that we are seeing is that you might be a company which is generating profits and revenue which is 10x, 20x of your operating costs, but you will never get a good valuation if your compliances, your environmental issues, your social issues, your governance are not in order. Because no private equity fund or no foreign investor would really want to put their money in a place where they know that tomorrow there could be an issue. If you really think about it, I don't know how many of you remember in 2015, there was the whole Volkswagen scandal where, there were allegations that they were, manipulating their results of how much actually their engines were polluting, which led to hundreds of millions of dollars of fines for them. Another example I can think of is, in 2014 or 15, we had done the merger of Ranbaxy and Sun Pharma. That's remains one of the largest pharmaceutical mergers in India. Now, at that point of time, Ranbaxy had a fine from the FDA in US for certain governance issues which were there in one of the products that they had manufactured and which they were selling in the US. So Daiichi, when they bought it, they were not aware of this issue. And even today, there are cases pending in the Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court on this entire matter where they are trying to take the Singh brothers on. So my limited point is that, when you look at environment, when you look at social, when you look at governance, Navneet very rightly mentioned, you really can't look at these issues in isolation anymore. They sort of permeate through your entire culture. And one thing that we must remember, and which is something which we are increasingly seeing happen even in India, is that we are moving from a jurisdiction where it was primarily prosecution-led to more of an activism-led jurisdiction, where you will have, investor shareholders, minority shareholders raising issues about the company, where you'll have third parties intervening in how the companies are being run. And it's not just environment, governance issues play a massive, massive role. Bharat Pay is one example, which we have all seen how, such a promising company is now sort of going through its entire issues. As far as law firms are also concerned, and so therefore that really presents a unique opportunity to us, where we can get involved and we can advise. But that also faces a challenge because, I do a lot of, interviews, when new students are joining PPO interviews, I go to various colleges. And increasingly, one of the questions that I get to hear is that, what is the gender ratio in a firm? What is the gender ratio in a management? And that's something I think we need to be careful of and we need to really place emphasis on. So that's definitely a challenge for us. Foreign law firms ask us before giving work, but then what is the gender ratio? So yes, it's a challenge, but it's a huge opportunity as well if it can be mastered.
Very well said. I'll come to Mr. Varghese now, and then we'll come to the academic interpretation of our debates. Mr. Varghese, Cyril Amachan has put a lot of premium on ESG practice, and Cyril himself has even gone for the scholarships on climate, if I understand it correctly, in the University of Oxford. You have picked it up. Now tell me, in International Bar Association conference this year, and this is for all of you, the young students, when 5 years back we used to go, I remember that there'll be 2 or 3 sessions on sustainability, ESG, or even environment or whatever. Today, there were 43 sessions out of total of 100 which had an environmental component. So it's going to be a big practice. Must be very clear for the young students. Mr. Varghese, where do you see the golden opportunity? Save the planet and also make lots of money for the law firm. You unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Thank you for that question, and thanks everyone. I want to just give you a heads up. I am joining from Kochi, and it's pouring here. So I hope you are not picking up the din around me. It's pretty noisy, but yeah. Let me get back to the question. ESG. I mean, you would already be feeling it. ESG is touching everything that we do. For the corporates, for the community, and therefore the law firms. And that's why I think we see so much of ESG in the political discourse, corporate discourse, the civil society discourse, and all professional discourses. And, as the speaker before said to me, this is of bigger opportunity than a challenge. And if you look at the entire financial transactions across the world, pretty much every large investor, companies like BlackRock has committed that every penny they're going to put into a company, there's going to be an ESG criteria around it. And by 2026, we are expecting that ESG-based, assets to grow to $33 trillion. So we are already seeing that, financial transactions having an ESG component in it. Now, if you look at India, look at a country like India, we have this 2070 net zero goal, and the estimated investment implications are upwards of $10 trillion, or like $200 billion have to be pumped into this economy to make that transition. And I think the lawyers will, lead that journey up front, in helping the nation get there. Of course, a lot of that money is going to come from outside. And that's where I think a lot of us are seeing the traction already. But ESG is not just that, right? ESG is a much larger, comprehensive, multifaceted concept. It's not even equivalent to a typical compliance. Compliance, you see this particular regulatory regime. What is today driving the market is more voluntary market-based corporate commitment. Like if BlackRock is taking a commitment that I will do investment only based on certain ESG criteria, everything that they do, it'll percolate down. Now, there are governments taking action across the world. USSEC is, they have draft regulations requiring listed companies to mandatorily um, assess climate risk and disclose. Not only just a qualitative disclosure, they are requiring quantitative disclosure. That is already prevalent in the UK, and the RBI in India. Just a month ago, they have they put out a discussion paper, essentially suggesting the same, that that's obviously for the banking system to look at their climate risk and report. And so the regulatory regime is catching up across the world, and we are going to see, at least in India, we see the same things moving in the same directions. So what today is probably actions based on voluntary commitments and general corporate advisory is going to become more and more compliance oriented going forward, because these regulatory regimes are going to kick in. There is a discussion about establishing a carbon market. I think, when I joined Cyril Amartya Mangaldas, among the young crowd, there's been so much of interest. People have walked into my cabin, people drop me emails, they want to part of this journey. And I think a lot of them just realize that. And they are very, very excited about this. They are very positive about this sector. They want to be part of this transitional journey. And I think it's a big opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Vagesh, wonderfully put. Many, many thanks for this. We'll come back to you briefly again. Before I go to the Ramjas College, and it's a full circle we are going to. So you are from law school, so you'll appreciate. So one of the first ESG report, which I think a university has done, is OP Jindal University last year, and which I produced. We prepared that in partnership with Terry and Arthur the Little. So we checked up how much water the hostels are using, what is your community linkage where the university is, how many people are employed in your own university, how do you use water while the wash basin is on, in the wash basin, how you use your water if you're using your brush. Everything we computed in that: energy, flora, fauna, number of trees, plants. So we realized that you start, like Gandhi said, that whatever you expect others to do, you do that action on your own. And this report became such a sensation. 14 chief ministers and governors released that report. I traveled with Professor Rajkumar, the founder of the university, to these places. What excitement. Now we are doing 5 reports parallelly. So I was just talking about the commercial part of the law practice before I go to the last speaker. It's going to be a huge, huge practice. How do you talk about the regulatory compliances? What is the gender issue? How the student, it's like a student, it can be done for a factory, for a premise. So for you teaching this entire aspect, what do you think of ESG in India?
Thank you so much, Sudhir, Sure, and thank you for Business World for inviting me. Just take discussion. Yeah, I mean, as we see that environment is taking up the society, and we are seeing that we are seeing that there's a huge crisis on the anvil, and how to cope up with that crisis. That's very important. Now, universities, organizations, and private organizations, all of them, they're trying to comply by the environmental laws which are coming up, which are being more stricter and stricter. And of course, you see that there's penalty also is increasing. So, what do we do about it? What are the organizations? How do they cope up with this? For me, ESG, of course, is
is the S part, the social part perhaps is, as somebody said, that's missing.
Yeah, which we neglected till now also. So
Yes.
we can speak
So
on.
I think social involves both the ethics, the politics, the power aspect, right? So I think it's very important because the moment you think about governance, the moment you think about making policies about how to cope up with the challenges which the environment throws, and of course how you build up your own organization, then you need to tackle issues. So what are the key challenges? For me, the key challenges and concerns at the moment right now is that how do you manage diversity? Diversity. How do you manage inclusion? How do you manage access to the organization? How do you manage equity? This is also very important concern. So these concerns are very, very important as far as the governance part in ESG is concerned. Now, we are seeing that, how to have the externalities which are affecting organizations. Somebody right now said that the pollution, the polluters must pay. So who is the polluter? That is the real question. That who is the polluter? For instance, 90% of the greenhouse gases, which are buried in the supply chain process, right? So now, how do you manage that? I mean, in the process of supply chain, you have 90% of the, which is called, I think, scope 3 emissions. So how do you bring about the tax compliances on that, right? What are the, I mean, I'm seeing that the Tobin tax perhaps is not working well, and there are challenges with the Tobin tax also. So the fair compliance of the laws, perhaps I think would bring out more litigations. So as a teacher, my concern is that how do you, as a human being, how do you relate with the environment? How do you relate with the environment? Do you want to do mastery over the environment, or do you want to live in sync with the environment, which is sort of in harmony with the environment, or do you want to accept that as it is? So my concern is that, if you really want to have ESG, a proper ESG where you can sort of think about the solutions. I know it's very difficult to think about the solutions. We always have fetishization of solutions. We always think that we are great enough to give solutions. But if you think about the solutions, my perception is that we need to build a very harmonious relationship with the environment, and the organizations, law firms or private organizations, even academic environment also, academic institutions in that you talked about, must bring up the policies, or govern in the way in which there is harmony with the environment and not mastery over the environment.
Wonderfully said. Very well put. We are absolutely time is up, and I haven't already signaled that. So I'll just say in conclusion, especially to the young law students, that law is a huge career, as Dr. Bhasin said, and you will hear it throughout the day with many speakers coming here. Silvals is here. He will give you the perspective. How do you become a super general counsel? And there are many people who will speak. I would say just one thing. I'm a first generation lawyer, and I think most of us are here first generation lawyers, no need including. My one suggestion to you is keep your options open. Find one path and just take one thing and go all after like Arjun went for the eye. That's the only option you have. This is what I did. And I'll tell you a very interesting thing. We were doing environmental law. For 15 years, I was only doing it. Later, we do everything from merger acquisition to private equity. It comes to you. So one specialization which Dr. Lalit Bhasin said, very rightly he said, and you have heard from us that how environment, social, governance, SDG, these have become your elephant in the room, which is like you cannot avoid them any longer. So if that issue has become so important, a legal career can be made out of it. And that is what the focus should be for you. Do hard work in that area. Thank you. Thank you all the panelists for this wonderful time and wonderful session.
Check. Can I please request all the panelists to kindly come up front for a group picture? Thank you so very much for such a lively and informative discussion. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, that's that for the day. This is all that we are going to do and much more for the following day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. And with the same, we are now quickly moving on to the next panel discussion for the day. The topic at hand for this panel discussion is M&A trends. Is India poised to hit the $200 billion mark? And let's welcome our panelists for this particular panel. Please give it up for Mr. C. V. Raghu, Group General Counsel, Motherson Group. Well, the parade manner of panelists here can be seen by the round of applause that I see here. Welcome, gentlemen. Please be seated. Now, that's the kind of applause I'm expecting. Joining us virtually, please welcome Mr. Nitin Poddar, partner JSA. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Up next, please welcome our panelist, Mr. Dhruv Singhal, partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Please give it up for our next speaker, Miss Rupal Kulshrestha, partner Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas & Co. Up next, please welcome speaker, Mr. Avinash Agarwal, partner, Chandyok and Mahajan Advocates and Solicitors. Welcome. And completing the panel, let's welcome the session chair, Mr. Mohit Saraf, Managing Partner, Saraf and Partners.
Try to do is actually we have so little time, but I wanted to introduce the panelists. But I'll take a little bit with my dear friend C.V. Raghu. I actually, like you students, we both were students living in hostel, and I used to borrow his balti to take shower. So that's our relationship. And he was one of the prize catch from our university days. He started his career with Hindustan League. That time getting to Hindustan League was very, very difficult. Then to Amex, then to Max, finally to Lovers. And then we have a professor, Nitin. This is actually a very, very dear friend. And I must tell you that when everything, there was a lockdown, entire country, Nitin used that time and he wrote a Bible on everything. So that's really a professor's hub. He's one of the top M&A lawyer. Then I have Dhruv Singhal. He's from CAM and he does a lot of M&A work. Then we have Rupal. Actually, these are younger people, so I really don't know too much about them. But you're very young, but highly dynamic. I think I can tell you one thing. I always, when I look at my partners, like Snigdha was there, when I look at them and I say, that what I could get at 56 year age, these guys will get at 40. You guys will get at 25. That's the way it is, because the opportunity is so much that you just get. But the only thing is there's no shortcut to it. I think Rupal, again, a top tier lawyer, works for Sam and should really understand the M&A part. And it is routine, but it's very complicated because there is a very little difference between getting the deal done and blowing the deal. And then I have Avinash. He's not Agarwal, he's Amarnath. So I think Avinash Agarwal and Avinash Amarnath, he's a competition lawyer. So he gets our deal done or we have to abort it. That's an important. So he really represents the regulators because the regulators don't want big to become bigger, but eventually they become to an M&A. So I think the topic right today is really, are we heading towards M&A, which is like a $200 billion market? And I'll give you my perspective. And then what we do is we get everybody to add their perspective. Today, if you look at India, India was $0.3 trillion economy 75 years back. When we got independence, today we are $3.3 trillion. So we've added virtually $2.6 trillion to the economy in 75 years. 75 years we took to get to this place. Today, when we are $3.3 trillion, everybody, if you see our best case, the Indian economy will grow for 7%, worst case 6%. Then you add inflation to that, that is 6%. So basically, the economy will grow, or the companies will grow 12%. So 12-13% GDP. So when a large base of $3.3 trillion grows by 13-13% growth rate, you get to something like $10 trillion. $3.3 trillion to $10 trillion would be from here to next 50 years. Just can imagine what we will be. We are, after 75 years, we got to $3.3 trillion. In next 12 to 15 years, we get to $10 trillion. And just imagine, if that is the case, we have no idea of how many M&A will be. It will be unbelievable. I think $200 billion is a very small number next 15, 20 years. So therefore, today, if you can count handful of lawyers who are M&A experts in India, in next 12, 15 years, there will be so many M&A lawyers, and all of you guys will get at 35, which I think at 55, because just by the sheer volume of activity. That's an important. The second important issue which I want to tell you is there have been a lot of global market corrections. The stock market corrects because it becomes expensive. Today, Indian market is trading as historically most expensive market globally among the Asian countries. You know, when the market is actually very expensive, then what you have to do is you have to stay the price. You have to stay your price at the same level. You have to keep adding to growth. Because if you don't grow, then you collapse. And therefore, your stock prices will correct. So M&A actually becomes an important part of an Indian market because Indian market is very expensive. They need to add more companies to show the growth factors. And therefore, it is a natural thing. If the market is expensive, you'll add more companies, there'll be more M&A activity. And growth. The third reason why there will be so much M&A is if you see today, I think the way you order stuff, like my daughter is 13 years, the way she orders food is different than I ordered, or I can even relate to. So there is too much of disruption in the old food model. And therefore, all new companies will have to buy new companies, more disruptors they have to buy to make sure that they do not fall out of the cliff. If you look at global markets, in the stock market, NASDAQ market, almost 70-80% of the companies, the top 100 companies, disappear from the top list because they can't cope up with disruption. So therefore, I think just to conclude, the expensive market needs growth, disruption needs growth, and the third, what I said about just the sheer volume from $3.3 billion. So therefore, M&A is going to be there, and it's going to be driver. And I think maybe we could just go around the thing and add perspective that you agree, disagree, use the word of caution. But because when you are the general counsel of a company, your function is control, and a lot of us often chase growth, but he has a dual role. He has to handle the business also who actually want growth, and he has a control function so that the company doesn't fall off. Okay?
That's what I don't deserve.
I also told you that
Put me on the
charge me
spotlight.
for has to borrow.
But just to add, I think Mohit gives the external counsel perspective. Eyes from the outside. M&A is not 2 plus 2 is 4. First is 4. And M&A is not there. There's a perception that counsels do M&A activities are the glamorous set of words. No, it's a lot of hard work, a lot of perseverance, a lot of minute detailing, a lot of diligence. If you don't do diligence, there are n number of examples that I can state where people have acquired companies and have lost. I don't want to name, emotionally M&A is never done. And there's only so much of capital. And especially this topic becomes very relevant 200 billion, I think that's a small number. Everything goes that we might be 10 higher. But you have to tread this road very cautiously because you must buy a company only when it gets energetic importance to you. Don't buy a company because you have the money. Because if you don't know, there's a people and there's a regulatory and there's a market. And I'll just give you some of the things that we follow. We only buy a company if the customer wants us to buy. The reason is that if the customer is safe, then you can produce and sell it to the customer. But if the customer doesn't want it, then you have a company, you have a product, whom do you sell? So that's one. Second, we only buy a company in which we can develop 40% return on our capital. That's a published number. We look at that because we don't look at companies. I'll give you an example. About 5 months back, we left a deal on the table, which would have doubled our size of the company. But we realized we can't make. We were not able to put the numbers beyond 50% on capital. That this is not worth the money. So those are some of the things. Obviously, I'll leave to the other panelists to say their piece. Because caution is the word. You have capital in today's market. Capital is very expensive. Interest rates are going up. While India is the only country where the GDP and growth is at 8%, most of the markets are coming down very sharply. US is indicated to get into depression in the third quarter of 2023. So if the largest economy goes into depression, for that, so to conserve capital, buy the right product, there is plenty of available.
I think there is this question which I'll pick up on. One is for the digital platform. I think the key in everyday is the digital and and everybody is a little reluctant to the but that is the key for everything, and that's really where a lot of value can be added. So that's just one aspect, quite a little bit unrelated topic, but I thought from a growth perspective, I think we are absolutely aligned in terms of economic reforms, legal reforms. Regulators are very proactive. There is just no reason why we should not reach there. And the key really is that once we have all the funds, how do we utilize the funds? So in my mind, basically the infrastructure to be able to use the funds and to be able to maintain that economy in a way which is sustainable is really the key. So various sectors come to my mind which are going to play a key role. Services sector in particular, IT, ITES, insurance again in terms of numbers are not yet added there. So and we can see a lot of reforms in that sector which are going to play a big role. Again, a strong insurance sector needs all other sectors being supported. So that's again a very big. It's going to basically support the economy and the growth. So those are the few points that I'm just picking up from, and I'll let the others.
Nitin, we come to you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you.
Thank you. Thank you, BW, and also thank you for the kind introduction. I know we're running short of time, so very quickly, I fully endorse with what you said, that there will be a very big surge of M&A activities. And, when I started in 1991, I thought that, a stage will come when M&A will get replaced by securities market or that kind of stuff. And then new industrial activities started. But M&A has continued to dominate the whole corporate sector and corporate world. And I'm glad that this topic has been included for the lawyers under 40. I would think technology is going to play a very important role, and we lawyers need to understand how technology is really changing the business models. It is not just domestic but also globally. And if you see the numbers, the M&A in India particularly is really rising very high. So we as lawyers, to my mind, we really need to not only understand finances but new business models, for which we'll need to understand businesses. We'll need to understand technology, how technology gets intertwined, and how different business models emerge. We have the largest SME, MSME, and the startup world globally. The numbers are very, very huge, roughly 7 crore SME and MSME registered with the government. So you can imagine the unregistered ones. So I don't, honestly, Mohit, I don't go by the published numbers because there is large amount of M&A which is happening in the unlisted space of the SME and MSME and the startup world, which will just increase. And as Rupal rightly mentioned, there is this the edtech sector, fintech sector. These are the new poster boys. I would say unicorns which are emerging. So the M&A activity is only going to rise. The question is, are we as lawyers and as are the younger lawyers are we as legal fraternity, are we really adding value to the whole process of M&A? To my mind, answer is yes and no. There are some of the lawyers are really adding value, but large number of lawyers we still feel doing due diligence, doing documentation, and doing the court process is that's what is M&A is. To my mind, that's not M&A at all. That's M&A. That's the process. But we as lawyers community, we need to add and come up with innovative business models, advise clients on the technology, how technology will get intertwined with the businesses, how globally our clients are going to go. There will be elimination of competition. There will be consolidation. There will be new business segments will get emerged. Manufacturing and service sector will get aligned. So to my mind, we as lawyers have huge opportunity, lot of things to cover up. And if we really focus on M&A as the practice for a couple of next at least 10-15 years, we would definitely play, to my mind, as lawyers, we will play a very important role. The general counsel can play a very, very important role in the decision making of the industry and of the companies which they represent.
Thank you, Nitin. Just two perspective I'll give for this. One important thing which all of you need to appreciate is the last 3 years, 70 to 80% of the deals, number of deals, not the value, 70 to 80% of the deals were done by companies who were first-time buyers. That's an important one. First-time buyers. There are companies who are serial buyers. These are first-time buyers. 70 to 80% in the last 3 years. That's the important thing. That as a smaller company, that they want to know the tiny companies, and particularly as what Nitin said, the technology. The second important thing he said was that lawyers often do not like but they don't want to. When I give you an example, when almost 30 years back, there was a company which was called Enron. Enron was setting up power projects in India. And I was actually negotiating a deal against Enron. There used to be a very smart lady who used to run the company called Rebecca Mark. So Rebecca Mark was in India, and Enron used to come with 10 lawyers on every deal. And we used to negotiate till cows come home. And so this old man, he was Mr. KPP Nambia. He was the person who was responsible in Rajiv Gandhi's government for electronic revolution. He was before Sam Pitroda. So I was working with him. So you know what he tells after 2 drinks inside, he's telling Rebecca, this is Mark, let me tell you, these lawyers are making Charlie out of you. They negotiate and negotiate and negotiate.
Correct.
This is all, they're adding no value. Like I'm talking about Nitin. You know what Rebecca says to? He said, Mr. Nambia, we have not made money by generating power. We've always made money by negotiate our contracts well. That's an important thing. I think what Nitin just said, it's very important for us is that lawyers like you, I think there will be 2 types of lawyers. One will be the lawyers will be cut and paste, make changes, and there are lawyers who will add a lot of value. And with that, I come to truth.
Thank you. To pick up all these points. So I think M&A, understand M&A. Please understand M&A is fundamentally a catalyst of growth. Right? So there is no right time or wrong time to do it. M&A fundamentally works not in vacuum as a deal by itself. It works in synergies with the rest of the economy, not just Indian economy, global economy. You have pressure on a company from various aspects. So as an ML lawyer, unless you understand what the deal dynamics are, like what is behind the deal, what is driving the deal, you cannot be a successful ML lawyer. And I think once you understand the deal dynamics, you'll be able to, like we've been saying, add value and bring value to the table. It's not a question of getting the right cause to your client. Often there is a lot larger stakes at play, and you can have a lot bigger losses if you don't get the deal done by time. We often spend time negotiating needlessly a clause after clause. This is I don't get this. There is something. That's where we miss the point. So M&A as a catalyst for growth is the first point we have to remember as right? Second thing is to understand that M&A, when it's operating, there may be various reasons for it. It could be growth, it could be consolidation. Now, what is consolidation? Just to help some of you understand. Consolidation is when you're not just looking to acquire for the purpose or raise capital for the growing, but where the industry is already in disruptive mode. You have a lot of people who are fragmented, right? And then you will have one or two or three or four players who are strong financially, who have the capital, who have unit economies in place, right? Who are therefore ready and poised for synergizing the system. They are the players who will then start consolidating the industry. Right? Players who have already been running the race have fallen out of it because they couldn't match up to the pace of the others. They'll be ready for acquisition. Some of these companies bring to the table good assets, some bring people, some bring good network. Right? So why a company acquired, if you understand that, right? You can then bring to the table what you need to bring to the table. And I think this is what will drive Indian economy. And for the next few years, we have come to a period of startups. We have the maximum number of startups today. India is no longer a country run by traditional businesses. We have new entrepreneurs who are bringing disruptive technologies to the program. It's forcing companies like Reliance and Tata to expand their presence. They're acquiring companies which are no longer in the traditional space. New technical side, whether it's fintech, whether it's insurance side, whether it's medtech, whether it's sustainable energy, whether it's ESG, using M&A across sectors that because that's needed to be done. So once you start consolidating, once you start having these, you're forcing people to go out there and grow. Because if you don't grow through acquisition, you'll be going putting capital yourself and through long-term projects. The race is too fast. That's when people lose out. So M&A will necessarily. I don't think there's any M&A will not happen. Whether it's a declining economy, successful economy, or a growth economy. The question will be what type. The reasons for the M&A will change. The necessities will change. But M&A will.
I think absolutely correct. But let me give you something which Dhruv mentioned. I'm looking at a few things. If you look at last 24 years, what really types of M&As happen? One is that a lot of companies which are stressed, they're selling their assets. A lot of, actually, if you look at stressed assets which have been sold, like I was involved in buying of the SR Steel, ArcelorMittal, Bhushan Power, Bhushan Steel, a lot of companies got sold. Raghu and I worked on a deal which said, no, he gets 50 deals on his plate, but he doesn't close every deal. And I think he wants a 40% IR. I think that he didn't close the deal, but that deal was there. So I would say that's one part of the deal. Other part, I think, as what Dhruv mentioned, just to add few aspects, that often deals are done to add to new market. Like a company which is a north-based company buys a south-based company because you're adding to the market. DMart acquisition, South India acquisition. So these are type of things happen. Then also technology. I would say a lot of banks are buying fintech companies because they don't have the connectivity to get to the. Because you can't in a country which has got a problem in physical infrastructure, you can't get everywhere. Therefore, you need somebody, a tech platform which can get everywhere. That's another important part which is happening. Like if you see Zomato has bought so many, one of my partners been involved in 5-7 deals. But you know why? Because they're expanding the business. They were just a different company now that's changing and they're putting, they're expanding, but they're transforming the business. Like Grasim is again a holding company now, it's adding a paint business. May not be an M&A type of thing, but doing a greenfield. But they're all expanding, they're exploring. Same thing if you look at the PLI schemes, production linked investment scheme. You may not call it a pure M&A, but it is an M&A because you know what? one company in India brings one value, maybe access to market, all those things. The other guy brings a lot of technology. Like I was involved in the semiconductor GLI's business, which is expected to bring $20 billion in investment because semiconductors, you remember, was not being manufactured in India. There was shortage. And Vedanta, which is the oil and gas company, a metal company, is doing a joint venture. So there is a huge opportunity. Avinash, opportunity is big. We're all going to become big to bigger. How do we make sure that we don't get on the wrong side of the bed when we are talking to CSCI?
So thank you, everyone. I think I come last because I am the one usually that they want to hear the least about because I always bear bad news. But as M&A, one of the key things that you have to remember as future M&A lawyers, that while there is a commercial angle, which all the panelists here have told you about, there's also a regulatory angle because there is a need to balance certain public interests with the growth of M&A. So one such area where I practice is competition law. So deals above a certain size have to be notified to the CCI and their approval has to be sought first. And I think one important thing to notice is to keep in mind of is that the deal can't be closed till the approval is obtained. So there are rules that similarly, for example, if there is a foreign investment angle involved, there might be government approval or FDI or FIPP approval required. So I think as M&A lawyers, one of the key things to remember, and this is because it is the M&A lawyers who are in touch with the client, who are negotiating the terms initially. But it's good to also always think about what are the regulators that we have to approach, what are the regulatory approvals that are needed. Especially nowadays, we are noticing where we advise a lot of private equity funds who have become so advanced now that before even choosing a sector to invest in, they want to know what are the regulatory approvals required. So the key is to start thinking early. It's not insurmountable. It's not always a roadblock, as Pritha said. I think if you start early, there are safeguards that you probably build into the transaction document. Because very often what used to happen, it's changing now, but the last 4 or 5 years back, what would happen is the competition law team would always be the last team to consult. And but by then the agreement or the transaction document is already signed. There's very we can suggest change, but you do come to us at an early stage. There are guardrails that you can probably build into the document. And just to give you a few practical examples, I think you would have all read in the news about the mess that the Amazon and Future Retail got in. And that entire mess was because of certain unfortunately worded terms in the transaction document and in the notification itself, which landed them in that trouble. So, when we talk about M&A, we have to see it all the way through. And I think we probably come in at the last step once the agreement is signed, but to actually get it closed is as important because failed M&A is then no M&A at all. So it's good to think about what regulatory approvals are needed right that
just to add. It's very important to understand the purpose of the M&A and the business of the client. Most often drafts happen without understanding the business of the client and what are you trying to acquire.
Correct.
And the second important thing, and I've always been opposing this also, structuring of the deal is invariably done by consultants and not by the lawyers. Invariably, see, you have the big four will come and will give a structure. And then the lawyers are supposed to force fit the contract to that. I think that's an area where I would urge all the law firms to actually take a very aggressive position because structuring something, because if you know the structure, then the competition law, everything falls in place. Most of my transactions are multi-jurisdiction. We go to European Union, Russia, Korea, Mexico, and none of that has failed because we first look at what is the structure and we get it validated by the council, whether it's councils from India, overseas, whoever. But first, let's get the structure in place because the moment you go guided by people who, it's very nice to go to the blackboard and do a structure. You have to seriously think through. And my sense is that somewhere law firms take a little bit of backseat. I would think that law firms should be leading that.
Suggestion well noted. Nitin, you want to add? Because I think we are running
Absolutely.
out of time.
Yeah,
And I know, you know, Dr. Batra wants to add everybody and give very little time. So we are sorry, we have just very few minutes left now.
So very quickly, I absolutely fully agree with the last two speakers where they said that, look, the lawyers, Mohit, I know I'm talking to the young lawyers. Therefore, I want to speak my heart to them, saying that, look, gone are those days where lawyers were supposed to only do due diligence and prepare documentation. And our role is to come, as my previous speakers said that, and our role is to come at the end when the deal was structured. I'm saying no, we need to change that. We need to really be part of the management team in structuring the deal, not only in structuring the deal, in conceiving the deal. I would love to see young lawyers becoming one day CEO or chair or leading companies actually as business lawyers, as the business people. For that, we'll couple of things. We need to really understand, as I said, technology. We need to understand business models. We need to understand global business culture also, because last week I was in Germany and I saw a lot of different cultures being developed there for businesses. So we need to not only know the legal part of it, but we need to know finances more importantly, and we also need to see how globally business models are emerging. See, today, if you look at take an Amazon or any model, ed tech sector, high tech sector, if you take entertainment, if you take fintech, these are all multi-layered business models with technology and with different partners from global different jurisdictions. Now, how do you structure the business model? That's important. So as lawyers, if we understand the structuring of the business models, only then we will be able to help them in consolidation. Only then we will be able to help them grow in different markets. So if we are part of that core discussions, trust me, we will really play a very important role, and not only important role, because we understand how to get the deals done. M&As would be faster to implement, and the results would be much more faster. Mohit, I have spent all our life in helping the commercial discussions on the structuring, not just doing the technical due diligence and drafting the term sheets and documentation.
Actually, the important thing is, I think what Bitin just said, the opportunity is too big. You can close your ears when you're on a negotiating table. You can close your ears because you can say, "Hey, this doesn't involve law, so I will not." Or you can participate. What is important is when you are a small $3 trillion economy, the opportunities are limited. The chances of you being trusted advisors,
Yes.
your clients, is very big. But when 80% of M&As are done by first timers, the opportunity is too big. So all of you at 35 years can be trusted advisors to 5 people. In our generation, there were only a handful of companies. So I would say, ready to conclude, now the time is up, that the opportunity is way too much. But remember one thing, when there are great opportunities, everybody does not benefit. So don't get into that impression that everybody will benefit. They're going to be a free for all. The best will become better and the worst will become worse. That's an important thing. So the difference between average worker and very hard worker is a lot of difference. But the quantum benefit is also too much. So work hard and you can achieve what all of us achieved at 55. That's the important opportunity. And you can do much better because by the sheer experience. And with that, we come to an end. I think I'm sorry, we have very little time. And we are still 5 minutes up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohit.
Thank you very much. Can I please request all the panelists to kindly come up front for a group picture? Thank you very much for all the information provided and for such a lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is Playbook for Building Best In-House Departments. Please welcome our panelist, the first panelist for this particular session, Dr. Akhil Prasad, Director, Country Counsel and Company Secretary, Point India. What a lovely audience. Welcome. Up next, please give it up for Mr. Shival Kumar, Senior Vice President and Head Legal, Suntech Realty Limited. Please welcome Ms. Pooja Sehgal Mehdani, General Counsel, Asia Service Centers and Company Secretary, ASI, Sunlight. Please give it up for Ms. Roop Lumba, Co-founder and Managing Partner, Lumba Legal Services. Please welcome Ms. Priyanka Valesha, Functional Head and Senior Manager, Legal, Young, Digital and Technology. Well, I must mention that I'm loving the ratio for this particular panel here. And completing the panel, let's welcome Session Chair. Please give it up for Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World.
Thank you, Sarabjit. Yes, there's a gender balance, perfectly balanced here. And we have a very important topic to begin with. If we look at what's happening largely outside, there's a shift towards building in-house legal cells. And there are many reasons to do that. One is, of course, the cost factor. I mean, someone was telling me it's 1/10, of if you don't have an in-house. I mean, I don't know, but it's very costly otherwise. Of course, there's also the factor of efficiency and also a certain culture where you are sensitized about the legal outfall, as a proactiveness. So lot of favorable things. So I want to straight away dive into it. We have some 25, half an hour here. I want to start with you, Mr. Prasad. When we talk about in-housing and how it's panning out, the entire culture of in-housing in the big corporates and the new businesses, startups, has it become a mainstream phenomena? What are your thoughts on this?
So there are different thoughts. One is, if you look at the India corporate sector, there are companies which are multinationals. There are companies which are Indian multinationals. I think the concept in each group is different. So, for example, if I were to look at a multinational where I operate, I think the concept was already there for many, many decades. They already had a general counsel office, which perhaps got replicated to different jurisdictions where these multinationals work. I also worked with an Indian multinational. There, I think the concept was a little different. I think the promoters were actively engaged with some of the senior legal professionals, where they also have a view. Unlike in a multinational where the general counsel will call the shot and the business person will have a very limited view. In an Indian company, typically a promoter will have a very strong view on all legal aspects, and the general counsel perhaps has to work with the Indian promoter for a favorable or a whatever outcome is expected. So a very short answer to the question is, it depends on what kind of an organization, what are the promoters, how they want to run their law department. Some groups will give the law departments complete freedom, and the lawyers and the general counsel has a lot of say in strategy, etc. But there are other companies which will not give you that flexibility.
Is the captain of the ship, the promoter who decides, how they kind of steer it through. Mr. Kumar, your initial thoughts on the mainstreaming of in-housing legal counsels. Have we arrived or are we far away from making it a mainstream?
Thanks. First of all, need to thank BW Legal World for this panel discussion. I think it's a very contemporary subject. To start with, I will say there's been a major paradigm shift in the way in-house legal teams operate. Earlier, to give a very candid example, you go in a train, there are two sides of sitting. One, which you see when the things are coming, perspective.
Those are no, I said it.
And secondly would be when, you are seeing it after the event has happened. So when you're sitting in the opposite direction, you're watching the train event. So I will say a decade back,
all the legal department used to do was to do after an event has happened, they should be told, let's get into action. Now it's different. It's a proactive role. You are part of the phenomena from day one. And for all major advices, issues, we are on from day one. So I think that's the biggest change that has happened. Secondly, the role and the importance of legal department has been understood by all sets of, whether it's a multinational company, Indian promoter, they know the value. The difference, I will say, as Akhil rightly put, a multinational is a complete veto. If legal says no, it's full stop. In an Indian promoter environment, he will do a trade-off between a commercial requirement and the legal consequences. So that's the second important thing. And lastly, I think the role of legal is moving, and I don't think it has happened in few smaller companies where the legal head has become the CEOs of the companies. There are few examples in India. Like Indigo is an example. Duke Software used to work. The legal head went out within the CEO of the company. So I think there is a role where internationally is a big phenomenon. Europe and US, I think the legal heads not only handle legal, they handle business affairs and commercial. They are part of all transactions. So I think, yes, you see the perspective change. I will see the Indian legal heads occupying the corner chairs, also the corner rooms also. So I think that's a
So what is emerging is essentially the growing clout of the legal department within the company, and as a movement, the in-housing. Ms. Mehtani, your quick comments on this phenomena of in-housing and the rise of the legal clout within the organization.
Thanks, Rohil. I think very well covered by Akhil sir and Tribbles. That I completely agree. It also, one, depends, is a factor of the organization that you're working for. But largely, I also believe that there's been a paradigm shift, the way the in-house legal teams are viewed and the general counsel's office is viewed, very closely integrated with business now. The role has changed. Earlier, it was more, of an advisor post, say, a deal is happening or towards the fag end of a deal. But now it's very proactive, closely knit and integrated with business. And it goes beyond the typical legal domain that we operate in. It's not that if it's a matter or an issue of law that, a legal team will be approached. They'll be into the transaction, into the strategic discussions right from the very beginning. So that, in fact, has really changed.
Great. So perceptible shift. Ms. Luba, you were part of corporate and now you are on your own individual journey. How has the shift, how do you decode the shift from, depending on external law firms to in-housing? How are you seeing this shift?
Thank you, Ruhil, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I think the in-house, as my esteemed panelists said, that the expectations from them have increased and they become more like business partners than just hardcore lawyers. So there, of course, the teams that they are expected to build are, again, business-aware teams. So the first level of orientation of the teams which happen is with the business. And the in-house teams are also, though they are very lean teams in many organizations, are expected to do a large amount of work and outsource less, which is not good news for me now because I have just shifted out. But yes, they are expected to do a large chunk of work and be on top of everything, be on top of, well, there are organizations which have specialist teams like an IP team or a contract team, or so if they have that, luxury of huge teams or large teams, but then teams which are lean, they are expected to have a flavor of everything. So they are expected to know IP, they are expected to know contracts, they are expected to know litigation. So the dependence on external lawyers is there, but yes, they are expected to do a large chunk of work in-house and also have that kind of business awareness. I hope that answers.
Ms. Valencia, you have to four panelists before you. So your quick thoughts on this entire, movement of in-house.
the role or the shift in the role of the in-house counsels is uh, has led them to wear the hat of a business enabler as well as a risk mitigator. So it has, there's a paradigm shift in the roles only pertaining to the being a legal advisor, and they've been involved in all the business strategies, and it's in a way good. It's improvising their roles, their involvement, as rightly pointed out that they are now becoming and moving on to the lead business roles, and I think that's critical because unless and until you have that side of knowledge, that side of um, ideology about the business, it's better you can handle it from the legal angle as well. So I think it's a good shift that we are seeing, right?
There's a common point that emerged was proactiveness. That was, I think everyone mentioned this was one of the tips that happened. When it comes to an organization's culture, and traditionally the legal department was like a touch me not. What that told me, like you will always, and the seat, you will be on the opposite seat, and they will come to you only when there was a crisis. But I think there's a shift, at the basic shift within the organization, that there's a certain proactiveness, more communication. The silos are breaking. Mr. Prasad, starting with you, what I'm saying, is this imaginary or true?
No, this is completely true. And I think the general counsel's position, a part of the senior management team itself speaks about the importance of that role. Because as you rightly say, one more word I would like to use is a paperweight. So in olden days, in our times, mostly the lawyers were thought to be that they are paperweight. Whatever file, not an electronic file, a file goes into the general counsel office, stays there under a paperweight. So that was the kind of a thinking. But definitely, the last 15, 20 years have been transformational. And I would say because a lot of convergence has happened in India in terms of great opportunities, more and more competition within the country between great Indian companies and foreign companies has completely transformed the reliance upon a general counsel. And, as we have already spoken, but the role is changing every year. Every year you see a general counsel is doing so many different things which we did not do last year. And that is something which is a very good sign. And that only speaks about the confidence that the management has in a role of a general counsel. I see a lot of students here. And, one thing I would definitely like to call out is, your colleges and universities perhaps tell you to specialize, but I would definitely say to generalize, because that is what a general counsel means, that you can't be a specialist of one subject. You never know where the rocket will hit you tomorrow morning or a Monday morning or a Saturday, Sunday evening. And that is exactly what we should be prepared for. And that is what the management looks upon us, that this person will go on a leave, but will never put out of office. You can ask this person a question, whether sitting wherever in the world, perhaps this is the only function in the company, which is never on leave, I would say. And that is why uh, the management looks upon us that no matter what, skies will not fall. And if they fall, lawyers will help us.
Wonderfully captured it. Mr. Kumar, the same question, but a specific example from how Suntech is handling this culture, the legal and other teams interacting more, finding a boardroom voice in the boardroom. Give me an idea of how it's happening within your organization.
So I will come to that, but I want to supplement the point which Akhil said about students looking to general counsel's role. I think the in-house role gives you four important elements: the contracts, the litigation, which is strategic. You make the strategy on litigation. Third is compliances, and fourth is advising the business on day-to-day basis. And there you need to yourself understand the business, how the business functions. You should know what's happening in industry. So a lot of things come in supporting you. So I think if you, and in fact, I would say apart from interning in a lot of law firms, take an opportunity to do an internship in corporates, you will see a major difference in the experience you have. And off late, nothing to say, but the pay packages of top general counsels are equivalent, if not more, than the CFOs and the CEOs. I think there is a recognition of their talent. So I think that's one aspect. Now coming to what kind of a role I play in terms of it, I have been working various sectors.
I worked in telecom, media, airports, e-commerce, and now in real estate. All these are regulated industries. So one is to understand when regulation comes, you need to know what can you do and what you can't do clearly. And the interpretation aspect is between not the shades of black and white with the gray areas. You need to tell the department what you can do, what you can't do, and what would the consequences. Real estate was never regulated. In 2016, the RERA Act came, and thereafter all the various, it's a state subject, so every state has a different rules for that. And Maharashtra started with Maharashtra, the best of the world. So I think when you look at that, we have to ensure that we are compliant as well as we do the business. So we have now three streams in my department. One is the corporate legal, which looks at documentation and advisory. The second is litigation, which is vendor litigation, disputes with partners or anybody with even the government. And third is regulatory, which takes care of compliance of project registrations, day-to-day compliance, disputes with customers. So I think if you look at the role, it is as rightly put by Akhil, a 24/7 role. Each department will come across one day. So if a new ad is put in the paper, they want to know what disclaimer should be there. It balances both the business as well as takes care of the risk mechanism. So I think it's a role where you have to every day innovative look at things, what's happening in the industry, take care of what learnings from other industry when imbibe here. So I think a lot of things come, and I think every day is an exciting chapter. It's not you're doing the same copy-paste model. So I think that is where I think the excitement comes.
The thrill is that, right? Ms. Madani, the cultural, the silos, the breaking of silos versus what it used to be, that you won't talk to other departments or they won't talk to each other. Give me a sense of that shift that you have seen and how is it panned out in your head?
I speak here from the perspective of my team members because I see a lot of young lawyers in the audience. See, it's not really limited to the role of the general counsel leading the team, but also the team members. And as Akhil said that, our role is more 24/7. It's also to the extent of tracking who all are on leave. They'll never allow the whole legal department to be on leave, and somebody has to be there. So that also speaks volumes about how not only the GC, but the team members are integrated with it. And I can see it happening practically. Not everything comes to me. There are, the way our department is structured is there are different lawyers working on specific tasks, and they are very well integrated with business. Without even their advice or their support, I don't think anything is moving. So it's a very, very proactive role and very encouraging for all the students here that right from the beginning, you have a role to play with the business. And, past 2.5 years have taught us a lot. And that has also led to a change of the general counsel and their teams to be continuous risk mitigators and business enablers. We wouldn't have thought about what all different functions or different roles we would have done in the past 2.5 years, which we would have never dreamt of, right? So I think a big change and a huge opportunity as well.
Right. I just want to add one thing. I think the important thing is the role of in-house legal is no more legal. They have to wear a commercial hat in all discussions. And usually when you hit a crossroads, you have to tell if there's a big stone, assuming on a crossroad, you should be able to tell whether to jump over the stone, go to the left, to the right, or return back. And that you can only do if you know the legal position, the industry position, and the business. I think that's the most important role we play.
I think yes. So
Very well-rounded opinion, not only from a legal perspective, thinking in mind, what all risk is involved, how the industry is responding to it. So a very well-rounded opinion.
So that free runway is possible only when you wear those two hats of legal and profitability. Ms. Luba, quickly, your thoughts on the cultural shift of in-house departments. How are you reading this?
Well, I've worked across around 6 organizations. I began my career with British Petroleum and then with Unilever. And when I was in BP, it was in the oil and use sector. So I was in a sole contributor role. So I was expected to be in each business meeting, and it was so difficult for me to kind of divide myself and be in each business meeting. I was expected to be in a supply chain meeting. I was expected to be in a sales meeting, and so on and so forth. So that is the paradigm shift in the role of a legal counsel. So you are expected to align with each segment of business and to understand business. And unless you understand the supply chain, the sales team, distribution system, and so on and so forth, I mean, it's very difficult, but it was the beginning of my career and I made an effort. A lot of hard work went into understanding that side of business. And then I went to Unilever. It was like you had to be on top of the business also, and then on top of your legal, knowledge too. So in 15 minutes, you would get around 100 emails, and you're expected to answer those emails without actually getting into books. So unless you understand business and you develop those relationships with your business so that they give you some time to answer those emails, so those, you will not be able to perform your in-house counsel role. So gone are the days when, files used to be kept as a, my esteemed panelist mentioned that under the paperweight. Gone are those days. You have to I remember once I was just answering emails in Unilever, and my boss said, "This is not the way you're expected to work. You have to move up from your desk, your workstation, go sit with the business, understand the issue, and then advise. Just don't advise from your legal knowledge. You have to understand that side of business, finance." So we all must have all my panelists would have undergone that training for uh, finance for non-finance. So you are expected to understand reading of balance sheets and other financial documents to be an efficient in-house lawyer.
Sorry, I want to have, yeah, Ms. Valisha. So at the Yum Digital, so the legal department or the department sit and have coffee. I mean, how is it?
Have a very goal-oriented culture. I would say it's challenging at times because, as rightly pointed out by Mr. Prasad, that it's not that you can work in silos now. Right? You have to be involved with the different teams, with different divisions. You can't choose a specialist role, but a generalist role. And it's very critical from a general counsel point of view because you can't just let your teams be involved only for the legal work, but also for the other. You need to, upgrade, empower them, your bottom business lines to handle those risks, to, have those strategies in place. So everything coming back to you would not solve the issue. I am glad to hear from Ms. Puja that, otherwise it will become a roadblock. Otherwise, you're not empowering your teams enough. You're not letting it go. So you have to empower your teams. You have to be in that generalist role, understand the needs of the business, the finance, the tax, n number of issues. And I think that's the most challenging part every day that we face.
So many interesting stories emerging out of this conversation. We have roughly 3 minutes, and I want to come to you, EV format, 40-second answers. Starting with you, Mr. Prasad, that what is your advice when it comes to building, in-house departments? What are the right steps to take into account to build a robust, functional, efficient in-house legal department?
See, I think the first and foremost is the mindset. The mindset is the general counsel should assume the entire responsibility, not only for legal functions, but today, in today's world, for risk compliance, CRM, everything, whether it's a posh committee, everything. So there is no definition of what should go under a general counsel's role. So first and foremost is your mindset to be adaptable, that whatever the business requirements are, I will, as the general counsel of the company, be able to manage it. And then very clearly identify that what are the kind of people you need. Uh, you know, we should understand that a legal department in any company is the smallest department, usually. If you have, say, 500 finance professionals,
In our organization, we have about 600 finance professionals, but just 3 legal people, including myself. So you don't have a luxury to have too many people in your company. And then when you have people, the difficult task is to convince your team to take more and more work. So it's not about 50 people organization or a law department, 3 people organization, but they have to do everything. So I think that is the most difficult part. How do you define your scope? You can't. You need to have a mind which is open, and then encourage your team, which is very small, to continue to do more and more work. I think that is the most important.
I think it all depends on what kind of industry you are. So you need to structure a department departing on what kind of advices you have to do, number one. Number two, you need to have a good succession planning in place so that there is growth for people internally as well as for them to grow up and as well as for you to have the gaps, number two. Number three, you ought to have a lot of training modules kept ready for the business and for your team so that there is less work coming to you because you tell. And what's the concept of playbook is basically that only. You have the best practices, pooling of that, all things put in one place so everyone know what to do. So that's two. And lastly, there is a very good interplay between using in-house versus outsourcing work. So you need to know what kind of matters you have to give out. So there could be 4 types of matter which are there. The first one is run-of-the-mill job, consumer litigation, etc. You outsource it completely with a fixed cost. Second is advisory work. Third would be M&A or transaction. And last would be mother battles, something of litigation where the company would be wiped out. There you go to the best of the law firm. So it's a balance. And the last is your legal team should have good networking with external law firms. I think if you don't have engagement with law firms, you're not able to pull them out forever. So it's a balance of all these points can put together at a night cell and you can give it a platform.
I would just divide into the three aspects. It's about and in whichever industry you are, it's sometimes very industry and business centric. But think about the structure, and when you're thinking about the structure of your team, adaptability and agility is the key. Time. Second is strategy. Strategize from time to time, and it cannot just be that we've strategized or thought about the next 6 months or a year and we are sorted. You'll have to probably be on the go, strategize, know the business OKRs, know the goals of the business, know the business strategies, and then because we have to seek first inputs and then provide our out. So know the business for sure, and then support. Support would include how you upskill yourself, how you use external help and internal help. Internal help, when I say, is we've seen that now that we are involved in a lot of work, not only limited to the core legal domain, we should also break down our work and see how we can utilize the internal functions which are not legal to support us, say for specific project management, right? We need internal people. We have data analysts, business analysts, you would need that. So divide your work and take internal, support as well. And I think these are the 3 S's. And if you take care about it, you can definitely evolve the legal department. The 2 things that we should be mindful about always is adaptability, agility, and then therefore maintain the balance.
Okay. Ms. Luba, your quick thoughts and then.
So I think very well defined by my co-panelists, but then you need to kind of compartmentalize your work, which can be outsourced and which can be handled in-house. At the same time, try to empower the business so that they can handle some part of the work. Empowerment means through trainings. So there are some templates which you can build and just empower the business to use those templates rather than coming to you on routine basis. So these are few quick thoughts.
Final word,
Well
yeah.
covered, but I'll just add on to it. So I think along with adaptability, agility, it's very critical to empower as well. So when I say empower, I mean not holding everything to yourself, trusting your people, and because if everything is coming up to yourself, you will become redundant and it's not serving the purpose. So empowering your teams enough, empowering and trusting your teams enough, to handle the things. I think adding on to that, adaptability, agility,
Mr. Prasad, you raised the point of that disproportionate, teams. That was also maybe some other time we'll discuss it further. But I guess
Lastly, I think say we must embrace technology. There are a lot of software that are coming for litigation management, contract management, a lot of stuff. I think that is the time to do that, and that will throw a lot of issues on IP, data protection, etc. I think that's it's a big chapter in itself,
I know,
but I will not touch that.
completely out of
Just
time.
one
yeah.
point on use of technology, that we have to think about a multi approach when we are adopting technology. Not everything that's available off the shelf may be useful for our business or for our team. Very
balance is
the balance, but
is required.
definitely use of technology is
Absolutely.
very imperative, more so after the pandemic.
So, but thank you so much for sharing all the thoughts
One
and
more thing.
capturing the.
A law department is like an Android open platform versus an iOS, which is a closed platform. So new things keep coming to the law department.
Absolutely, but thank you so much for sharing this entire journey of how it has evolved over a period of time. What are the different things to be adopted to make in-house legal departments more effective? Thank you all, Mata.
Thank you very much. Can I please request all our panelists in the session here to kindly come up front for a group picture? Thank you very much. Thank you. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is the business and law of EdTech. And please welcome our panelist, Mr. Amar Kumar Sundaram, General Counsel, Senior Vice President, Legal and Chief Compliance Officer, MAC Corporation, India. Please welcome Mr. Rahul Parashar, Associate Director, Compliance and Litigation, UpGrad. And joining us virtually will be Mr. Harish S. from partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Please welcome our panelist, Mr. Nipun K. Bhatia, President, Strategic Legal Management, Leagle Eagles Consulting. Let's give it up for Mr. Sahil Arora, partner, Serap and Partners. People at the back, let's bring up a little bit more energy. Amazing. Let's give it up for session chair, Mr. Arjun Yadav, correspondent, BW Business World. And completing the panel and to get it started, please give it up for Noor Fatima Varsia, Group Editorial Director, BW Business World.
Thank you. She's too tall. I need to pull this down. But thank you so much, Saibjit, as always. I am literally just getting the panel started. I wanted to thank this lovely audience. I am the group editorial director of the company, and that is why this session was a little bit of a conversation between us. What are we even discussing in the business and laws of EdTech? Are we talking about how legal EdTech firms are working? How are we talking about how law and compliance acts for EdTech should be in this country, especially given the way that domain has moved in the year? I took the easiest way out, which is I handed it all over to my very, very worthy colleague, Arjun Yadav. He's amazing. And then the panel, of course, here, they come from different walks, but they understand this so well. So this is literally me starting off the panel. I'm going to go away now. I have a flight to catch. And I'm going to wish the very best to this panel in being able to address this. I am probably the only girl on the panel. It's a good thing I made an appearance, right? So far, all the best to these lovely gentlemen. All the best.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Noor ma'am, for your appreciation, and I wish you a safe flight. Good afternoon, panelists, and good afternoon, audience. We're discussing business and the law of EdTech. Now, in the past one and a half months, as a business media publication, we have been covering a lot that's happening in this space in terms of layoffs and running. We've come across headlines that is the EdTech bubble bursting. And before, we discuss some of the legal nuances around it, I want to understand the business side of it, and given the context that you just said. And Ajay, I would like to start from you. That given all that has happened in the last one and a half months, what this current scenario here looks like and the challenges that you see that they come.
Thank you, Arjun. In terms of the ethic industries, yeah, I was going through a couple of reports. As late as October 2022, Forbes report says that India tech industry is 10.4 billion by 2025, almost 37 billion paid. Currently, the market size as per 2021 report is some 700 to 800 billion US dollars. And they are saying that next 10 years it is going to be 30 billion US dollars. That's the kind of growth and investment that we are seeing in the tech industry. Now, is it going to remain the way it has been projected? Is it going to remain the way as in the last 1 or 2 years? We all know that pandemic was the catalyst and it really triggered this online education tech-led also. But at the same time, we are seeing in last 2-3 months, we have seen a lot of layoffs. I was going to face the layoff, but there was a statement by the CEO, and a journalist asked him that why this kind of, and one of the quotes that he made, and I read that, he said that during the entire pandemic session, the kind of profit that they made because of the e-commerce growth, and they anticipated that this will continue for all times to come, and this will remain forever. That actually is not. So the same thing is happening in the edtech domain. It is, and my sense is that it is undergoing a phase of consolidation. There will be a lot of consolidation that will happen. Some 7,000 edtech startups in India, right? There will be a lot of consolidation that will happen. A lot of investments may or may not come. I think it's in a stage where there is a lot of crunch. Coupled with this large investment that we are talking about, India presents a lot of challenges, which they should be aware. And the biggest challenge is the digital divide. If you see the kind of smartphones, mobile phone, all this penetration in the rural sectors and the urban sectors, the gap is. Just to give you a couple of data points which I have carried, only 8% of the population between the age of 5 to 24 years have access to both computers. And only 24% of the Indians have a smartphone. And if you see the urban and rural divide, urban 23.4% have computers as against rural 4.4% who have computers. 42% have internet in urban areas and only 14.9% in rural. So that's the kind of digital divide we are talking about. Now, all of these are also linked with the infrastructure. Can't have successful edtech companies when the infrastructure is not. Now, what is the scenario in India when we talk about the power industry? So I think there is a lot to do, and these are the challenges. But last couple of months and years, we have seen that there has been a tremendous growth in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That is the area where this development has happened. And one of the things which all these edtech companies have to do is build up a local contact with local companies. So these are a couple of my thoughts.
Right. Thank you so much. You know, we have a lot to talk about this on this topic, but very limited time. Because your quick opening comments in terms of the challenges that you're seeing on the business side.
Okay. So, in a nutshell, first of all, is edtech here to stay? Yeah, yeah. What we do today will set the best practice for tomorrow. So, as Amarji rightly said, the pandemic phase is at this. It was already in a booming phase, and maybe it grew much faster than how we expected it to. So, whenever there is an evolving area, the law needs to catch up. And if the law or regulatory side doesn't catch up, there's bound to be certain gray areas which need to be addressed. But I'm going to speak more on the business side of it. I think 3 important areas where the edtech companies will need to take care. Of course, there's a code by the ICE, there's a self-regulatory body, and the code is being, the discussion phases. But what really needs to be addressed are 3 points. One, on the financial side, we need to not have any opaque agreements. There needs to be greater transparency. There needs to be more clarity in what a consumer can expect, what a learner can expect. On the operational side, we are in the academic field. Let's not forget the education in the edtech. So, what are the means of quality control? How do we know the pedigree or the pedagogy of people who are teaching, what's the sanctity of the curriculum? What's the sanctity of the degrees, the lucrative degrees, as we say, an online MBA or an online LLM for that matter now? Are they true? Are they allowed to do this? This area needs to be addressed. And I think the third very important aspect is the advertising. We know that there is a boom, but we cannot let go of the ethics. There's been, of course, complaints of pesky calls, and this lack of transparency has even reached the ministry level. I think last year notification was issued where best practices were laid down. But even the consumers, the parents were warned against not signing up for something that is like an auto debit or an auto EFT. So if we are to progress in the sector, if we have to move past the challenges, the greater onus is on the ethics companies. And these 3 areas, I mean, of course, it's a lot to talk about, but considering the respect for the time, I would sum it up with attention to these 3 areas. And as I said in the beginning, what we do today will form the best practices for tomorrow. If we need more players in the industry, we need less litigation. We know that a lot of these companies are being dragged into the court. There's a litigation. So this is setting a bad precedent, because then more and more newer players, some competent players, will hesitate, because if there is the sector becomes more litigious in nature, many competent players will hesitate to foray into this. So if we need to address it, we definitely need to work on getting our house.
Right. Nipun, you rightly touched upon as to what are some of the areas that we should focus. But now if I get into the legal side, and I'll get Harish, who's joining us virtually. When we're talking about the law and the law relating around the EdTech, we come across the Consumer Protection Act 2019 and the E-commerce Rules 2004. Harish, when it comes to recognition for EdTech companies under these two, this act and these rules, what are some of the gray areas that we're still seeing here?
Sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, sure. So I think there was a debate on whether education tech platforms can still take garb of whether education is a service or not. I think we should consider that ship as having sailed. Simply put, education tech platforms, whether they are a marketplace where they converge multiple teachers, or they are giving subscription models, or they are actually tying up with higher educations to give degrees, are all service providers in the eye of the Consumer Protection Act. The Supreme Court has really come out and said in various instances, while covering education institutions in one instance and not for coaching institutes or institutes which don't directly impart the kind of education that education institutions impart, the law is very clear. So I think those arguments that they are not services may not fly anymore, which is a straitjacket fit into, do the consumer protection rules apply to you? Yes, they do. Were the consumer protection rules conceived with the thought of regulating education institutions or education tech platforms? No. Because if you look at the way product liability, deficiency, marketing, all of the terms that have been used, they are largely focused on classic e-tail models. However, having said that, as of today, in the way they are written, all education tech platforms will be covered under e-commerce entity definition, which means they will either be an inventory model or a marketplace model, which leads them to broad level compliances, which everyone can do, like appointing a grievance officer, ensuring that the information is correct. But where edtech platforms are sort of going to be more careful than the others is you can't collect money and say, I will not refund. There are 2 instances before the dispute, district consumer redressal forum, where they've actually already asked tech platforms to give money back. Now, there was a phase where they were arguing against it. Now there's a specific law. Unless you don't need to refund money back, you have to collect. Marketing, you cannot write fake consumer reviews. And it goes back to what my previous speaker was speaking about. You need to really invest in the pedagogy of your teachers, because if their reviews are bad, in some way or the other, you are going to come up and sort of get, I would say, not penalized for, but as a reputation that you might suffer. In fact, in the new e-commerce rules that saw the light of the day and then went back, the draft ones that came, there was the intermediary protection was going away if the sellers actually did something wrong. So an education platform where a teacher actually teaches wrong content, content which is not good for children, all of those are really serious issues that we do need to think of. And I think the last major point in the regulations that I would think need a bit of sort of thinking through is, how are you modeling yourself? Are you modeling yourself as a education provider who is bundling up multiple teachers and imparting education, or are you just a marketplace which is collecting people? And that's where your regulatory liability sort of shifts, because the prior ones are still battling issues at a very local level on whether under the state education laws they will be called tutorial institutions which require registration. Again, those provisions have been written in the wake of private classes, or private classes in a physical room, 20 students or more. This is the amount of space, this is the class teacher ratio. Nothing of that set applies to the consumer tech. So simply put, yes, they are a service provider. From a consumer protection perspective, it might be very difficult to argue out of it. And sooner or later, you will see more specific regulations coming out for educational institutions. And marketing activities which were simply fail pass kare may have to be more properly written out, and advice should be sought on how one should protect against it.
Your quick comments on this.
Just taking on from what Harish mentioned, look, there are a couple of aspects, and I couldn't agree more with what Nipun essentially said, right? On the edtech space, the numbers are very clear. Everyone sort of stated the numbers. There are 34 unicorns in the edtech space globally, 7 of them in India. One of them being represented on the panel. That's how all pervasive edtech has become. EdTech as an industry has perhaps, you talk about every business needs to have social responsibility, but there is none more that has this burden on them than the EdTech space, because ultimately shaping life, shaping futures, right? Essentially, insofar as EdTech is concerned. So from an EdTech perspective, there will be growth. They are here to stay, but they need to grow responsibly. All of those things are extremely pertinent. And I think Harish mentioned a very, very important fact. And taking on from what Nipun mentioned, responsibility, right? Customers being able to hold edtech companies responsible. Harish mentioned, I agree, zero ambiguity. It's covered under the Consumer Protection Act and the rules. There's one aspect which directly sort of impacts the edtech companies, and I feel it's gotten very limited attention, which is the misleading advertisement rules framed under the Consumer Protection Act. And what it does is, one, the compliances are incredible. Number two, more than that, it has specific provisions dealing with how you will advertise to children or products that could impact children. So stuff like you'll see online, this product is only for 1,000 rupees or just 1,000 rupees. All of that in the context of children prohibit. So it's the misleading advertisement rules which has gone far and over and above what ASCII had, which needs to be borne in mind by the various edtech providers. That's number one. The second aspect, and something that the Human Rights Watch has also sort of shed a lot of light on, is that the edtech players obviously have access to data. People said data's gold, data's oil, data's it's fairly important, especially in the context of children. HRW is extremely worried that this kind of data is going to be used, misused. Children are going to be targeted. Children are naive, etc., etc. In that context, it becomes extremely pertinent, and what's going to impact the edtech players is the data protection bill. And I understand that there's a separate panel on it. I won't get into great amount of detail, but suffice to state that insofar as children are concerned, which is essentially those under the age of 18, who are going to be like a major sort of player or major consumers for the edtech players, there are increasing compliances, there are harsh compliances and compliances that need to be borne in mind by the edtech providers when catering to children. And it's going to be extremely important that way. Another aspect, and I'll just take perhaps 30 seconds, is the entire issue, and I do want to shed light on this, that you are ultimately dealing with children, right? So, but to a very large extent, perhaps. The terms and conditions that are ultimately going to be entered into are going to be entered into with children. So, is that enforceable? Is that not enforceable? So, keeping that in mind, it's important, and I understand Upgrad's done a great job there, where essentially in order to ensure enforceability of contracts, and it's an important one for people, the younger people who are sitting in the audience, it's structured in a manner to ensure that the contract is with the parent or the legal guardian for the benefit of the children in order to make it enforceable. So that if there are no payments that are coming from the children, there is relief under those contracts that exist. These are some of the important points that I felt sort of highlight.
Kyle, you actually set the context for my next question. The context that was database. Two important points that you raised. That it is that children and when it comes to data, these couple of instances, as well. How do you see data? What are the challenges that you see in terms of the breaches that you see? Liability.
Right. So when we say data protection, we first understand what is it exactly that I protect. What is exactly the data that I have to protect. Now, if I go back in our conventional days to decades back, we have actually thought of data being stored, depth of data. At that time, we only think was personal property that could have been stolen. That requires some protection. But now we have evolved with technology. The technology, the span of data that's being spoken of. Now, this data, sure that everyone sitting in this has a mobile phone. It's actually like a limb, our limb. That mobile phone is filled with data. Now, this data needs to be protected. How do we do that? Various economies, various countries, they are in this race of bringing these statutes for protecting this particular data. How do we protect them? Take an example, what European nations are doing there from up to here. China has come up with their regulation. Japan has come with TPI, and US has number of laws. I mean, CCPA being one of them, around the same protecting the data. Now, when I say protection of data, what are the challenges? How to protect data? How the company keeps personal data on record? How do I protect? The biggest challenge is how do I get the consent? You are giving me your data. Whether that consent has to be explicit consent or an implied consent, or can it be explicit? That's the biggest challenge. Then I have to be conscious of whether it's a critical data or it's a sensitive data. So all those points that then when we talk about how conflicts will arise, as in we are not in compliance with this data protection, then we need to understand the particular steps where this conflict actually starts. We have to know the guidelines, we have to know the statutes, we have to know laws of that particular thing. then analyze where actual is.
How much 30 seconds if you would like to add on this before I close the last question?
Yeah, so definitely data is important, and one of the co-panelists talked about the importance of data when it comes to ethic companies, primarily also because there are kids in children, so many of them. So, and then we just saw that couple of edtech companies had major cases. So the new draft bill does talk about has a provision on the child data. I'm sure I will let this regulation comes. These edtech companies will be affected by that. But let's twist the discussion a bit, Arjun, and I take this liberty of twisting it. You know, when we talk about edtech companies, what is that we are talking about? We are talking about a collaborative technological part, a technology company who is collaborating with educational institutions. That's what we are talking about. There is a difference. When you talk about an online education, it is the universities that we are talking about. When you are talking about edtech companies, they are only the technology platform which gets collaboration and help the universities in providing that technology. Online education was there, IGNU and B.R. Ambedkar universities, we all knew when, since decades they were there. These are the technology. The moment we talk about technology, your IT rules, your data protection bill, everything, intermediary rules, all these will get set. And they will have to be aware of what these provisions are. Right. So another discussion which was happening is, do we need a standalone legislation around edtech company? The answer is no. In my opinion, there is no need because they are nothing more than a tech company.
Harishji, last question to you, and just because we want to touch the education laws as well. I want to know from you UGC recognition of online courses, right? And what more needs to be done and what speciality it has added to these online courses.
Sure. So I think the fairly large regulation to be able to contextualize in a short discussion, maybe I'll take a stab at it for a minute or two. And I'll take UGC and AICTE both because UGC came out with its sort of online regulation in 2020 and AICTE mimicked it in somewhere closer to 2021. They are largely, and I think Amar put it very well, so they're tech companies. They're largely talking about what is a learning management system who can actually aid universities who are accredited with UGC or AICTE recognitions, and how those entities should sort of behave, how data should be stored, how money should be collected. It's the regulation sort of goes into that. It also, of course, covers how educational institutions should be giving on degrees, and there is a broad set of compliances on both players, less on the learning management system. But there is a recognition that tech companies who are dealing with higher educational institutions who enable the courses online, which, let's say, for example, an upgrad does, is not in itself an education institution. It is a intermediate tech platform known as a learning management system, which integrates itself into the university like a Maharashtra University or a Chandigarh University and gives you what degrees they're offering. Now, that is a set of regulations which covers only people who are in its ambit. Now, let's look at people who are outside of it. Foreign universities are not allowed to set up campuses in India, roughly speaking, right? So multiple foreign universities are using today tech management platforms to ensure that their degrees are also sort of accessible. These don't cover them. Similarly, AICTE, institutes which offer less than 12 months certifications like an ISB, etc., may not really fall under those regulations. So, and I think it will be a bit rich to call for over-regulation because there is already lack of clarity on how these regulations will be implemented. What might be useful from the regulator's perspective is to just take a holistic look at the entire sector, take a step back and see who is performing what functions. Don't give the burden of education compliance on tech companies. Let them behave as tech providers, and as Amar rightly pointed out, let them cover and comply with all that is required to be complied by tech folks. Educational institutions who are taking core education activities comply with education sector regulations, because 29 states have very different education regulations, and you'll be surprised at the depth and length and inconsistency amongst all of them, considering state and center both can legislate on it. And lastly, I think there is another set of edtech companies also who are doing test prep upskilling, which does not involve an education institution. They, again, to the extent they are just tech platforms integrating folks, you can keep them out of education laws. But in the years to come, I feel education regulators will step up and govern some of those as well within the education sector. So I think, I don't know if I've answered your question. What more UGC and AICT needs to do is take a step back and wonder whether its regulation currently is doing what it intended to do. The moment pandemic came, they've just come up with 2 regulations without having much, consequences to it.
Right. Thank you so much, Harish. My screen showing time up. This was an insightful topic where we could talk, but that's all the time we had. But still, thank you so much for the authentic commentary, everybody, on the topic. I think we touched almost all points. The audience, can we please have a big round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Check. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Can I please request you to kindly come up front for a group picture? So, ladies and gentlemen, in a sense of community and getting a chance to engage and embrace with one another, it is now time for networking lunch. I must request you all to kindly join us back for the next session in exactly 25 minutes, that is 2:25 p.m. Thank you very much. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? We shall resume with the next panel discussion in next 5 minutes. I must request everyone to kindly start settling down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind everyone to kindly once again put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. I now request everyone to kindly settle down, as in the next 60 seconds, we are about to begin with the next panel discussion.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
So welcome back. Before we begin with the next panel discussion, and I invite the eminent panelists up here on the stage, I must request you all, in case you are planning to post any comments, pictures, or videos about this event across any of your social media platforms, that is Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or any other social media platform, please do not forget to use the hashtag BWLegal40under40. And with the same, the topic at hand for this panel discussion is Data Protection Bill, a step ahead or back. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome panelist Ms. Manjari Chaudhary, Executive Director and General Counsel, Maruti Suzuki. Let's give her a huge round of applause. Let's give it up for panelist Mr. Karnika Seth, Founding Partner, Seth Associates. Other speaker, let's give it up for Mr. Apar Gupta, Executive Director, Internet Freedom Foundation. Mr. Rajul Bora, Partner, JSA. Well, that's a miss. My sincerest apologies. And session chair, let's give it up for Mr. Tarun Nangia, Associate Editor, News X. And before I request Mr. Nangia to complete the session, well, that's what we've been waiting for. To complete this panel, let's give it up for Dr. Pavan Dugal, Advocate, Supreme Court of India.
Good afternoon, all of you. I know it's tough being here after lunch. We can empathize with all of you. After a heavy lunch, I would also urge you to grab a cup of coffee before the next session. But I'll try to make this as interesting as possible, as I possibly can. The topic of data protection is very important. Jokingly, we generally refer is like, you don't want your spouse to check your phone all the time. So that is, you have to protect your data. But that's a discussion for another day. Today we have a very serious topic, and I'm very happy to have such a eminent panel of I see familiar faces, Manjari,
Apar has been on my shows on and off for the past 10 years. He was very well respected on this topic. Regularly contributes articles. You must read the articles he writes. Google his name. There are some very interesting pieces he contributes. I look up and take points. Of course, Pavan Dittal needs no introduction. He's somebody we've looked up to for years, and others on the panel. I look forward to an interesting round of comments from these. I have a time of half an hour. 28 minutes are remaining, so we just hit the ground running, and we will start from the round of opening comments, which will be 2 minutes each by each of. So, the Joint Parliamentary Standing Committee of Parliament had suggested 92 amendments to this 2019 bill of the Data Protection Law. But now the new bill of 22 has come up. How different is the bill between what was in 19 and 22? We will discuss that in the opening comment. And may I request Manjari to start?
Thank you, Tarun. I think it's our pleasure today to be part of the BW World event and also to be motivated by a personality like yourself. So great. Starting on the topic, yes, there is a difference between what was there in the 19 bill, or we call it the data protection law one, got the one that just come out about 2 weeks ago. Fundamentally, few differences, and I'm sure my co-panelists will add the rest. I'll just begin with the that come to my mind. First, of course, it's simpler than data, as you said. The second is that it is only about digital data. So they have actually expanded on the definition to say what is not going to be digital. So that makes it far clearer for to understand that. The other important piece I felt was regarding the localization. I think that was a huge push from the industry that data should not only be localized without there should be cross-border data, which has been exceeded in some manner, but of course with some very smart restrictions around it, and that also I think is a topic of discussion by itself. And also, the third part is that instead of a data protection authority as such, they now have the data protection board. The fundamental difference between the two of them being that the first actually had the powers to make subordinate legislation. Because this body seems to be investigating, and it's a big difference. The member, what constitutes this body is also clear. A lot of it has been kept. And the new concept I found felt was the deep consent concept has been this time. So they have outlined what some of the points.
Thanks for the opening comment. I'll go to Kartika for the opening comment. Over to you,
Thank you, Tarun. Indeed, if you look at the PDP bill, which was the earlier version, now the PDP bill, there is vast change, not only the number of sections we have, it has certainly bridged the gap, we would say, brought it to a very concise draft. At the same time, the language is easy. However, there are certain points that I'd like to just touch on. One is that the number of quantum of functions, they're definitely very, very high, the current proposed version, because it's running up to about 500 crores, which is a huge amount. What we saw earlier, in the earlier version, was maximum up to 15 crores or 4% of global turnover. And now the industry does understand, I mean, if this gets into an accident, then there are huge stakes involved for any kind of data breaches. Then when we see the personal data, the word personal data, now it involves in the new version, not only the data which is collected digitally, but also that data which is collected offline, but it's digitized data. So personal data is defined like that. And in the earlier version, we were also, when the joint was brought before the Joint Parliamentary Committee, there were debates also on having non-personal data also.
So that's something we haven't seen that in the new version, strictly personal data. It does away with typical sensitive data or sensitive data, those kind of terminologies, and collates entire personal data into one bucket. Now that has to be seen whether will that be enough to protect any kind of sensitive data like Aadhaar, for instance, or health record or other kind of financial data, because there isn't any delocalization mentioned in this version of PDP, as well as no mirror imaging needed, and the standards to send it transport, those have to be defined by the company. So when we say whether it will meet the adequacy requirement, reasonable security practices, and adequacy of PDP, like similar line, different jurisdiction or not. Like in US, we have a privacy shield. So do we have those prescribed criteria? What would be those prescribed criteria, and which will be the jurisdiction? Is yes. So that is also a very, very important change. And thirdly, if we see section 43A of the IPR, we currently have a duty by the body corporates to preserve or collect data and preserve data in such a manner that it safeguards the. So that section will be done away with in the new version. Now, if that happens, how does a person who has a grievance against the body corporate for its lapse or negligence, how does he seek compensation? Because the new version talks about even voluntary undertaking given by an entity, so that there would be no legal redressal left to pursue thereafter. So those are some questions we're all debating on at this point. There's a lot to talk. I'm sure we'll be all
Thanks for that opening comment. I'll go to Apar Gupta for his opening interview.
Thanks. Tarun, just to refresh, the question you asked was what's different in the digital personal data protection bill, which is put up for public consultation, and all of you can send comments to the government till December 17th. So I do encourage you to participate in this process, right? This kind of inputs would possibly help the government make a better law. Now, the significant deviation is that in the Shri Krishna committee, the report accompanied a draft bill, which was then put through a process by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, which is the central government ministry, and which then introduced that law in Parliament, and then a JPC considered it, it gave its recommendations, and also redrafted the law, right? And when you look at that law, it emerges from the context of the Supreme Court judgment. The baseline is not the Shri Krishna committee. The baseline is the Puttaswamy judgment in August 2017. And if you read the decision by Justice Chandrachud, which is signed by the 4 judges, I think so, which is the highest numerical value, and read it with Sanjay Kishan Kaur's judgment, there are certain principles which are prescribed in the Puttaswamy judgment, which make express, and I will repeat this, express reference to the central government to make a data protection law. There are certain standards given, such as legality, necessity, proportionality, and safeguards, which should be there. And Justice Shri Krishna takes this judgment as an underlying framework and then proposes a data protection law. Now, that's been done away with, okay? So you cannot by itself compare significant architectural choices which are now placed in the digital personal data protection bill. In some ways, it's new, in some ways, there's similarity. For instance, consent is still the bedrock of framework of how a data fiduciary gets data from a data principal. Data fiduciary being a person who gathers your data. Data principal being true by itself, right? But what is significant is, and several lawyers found this refreshing, is that this law is very simply written. It contains only 30 clauses. And you look at the Sri Krishna version, it is bounding to about 94, right? Something like that, right? So how has this been achieved? There's a setting in Word which is called auto summarize, right? And quite often you omit detail, right? When you essentially abbreviate or edit any document, right? So that detail is absent here. And in any statutory framework, when certain core ingredients of a law are not there, what is it filled by? Subordinate legislation, a rulemaking power. Who is that rulemaking power in favor of? So the phrase as may be prescribed is mentioned 18 times across these 30 clauses, and it's in favor of the central government to make these rules. However, and I think I've written about it, it's called the cost of brevity, and this is an op-ed in the Indian Express. You can go and check this reasoning, which I've developed there, is that it's without core anchoring legislative criteria, which is there in the Puttaswamy judgment. So I think there's a lot to be achieved. I'll comment further on the other issues in this bill, such as the absence of a regulatory body, it not having independence, too much power with the central government. And this becomes important because the data protection law does not only apply to corporate entities, but also to public officials and government entities as well.
Thanks for the comment, Apar. I'll go to Rajesh Bora for
Hi, everyone. So there has been a lot that's been spoken about by my panelists on what has changed. But to be honest, if somebody asks me, would you prefer a law that is detailed versus a law that just gives an outline? As a lawyer, I would say I would need a detailed law. And in fact, why not as just as a lawyer, but even as a citizen of the country, I would need complete guidance by the lawmakers and not by the government who will implement such law. So that is one biggest issue that we see in this. The second is regarding this concept of deemed consent and exemption requirements that have been introduced. Now, what the new bill says is that the government will have the discretion to have its own agencies being exempted by the requirements of the bill, which means that government can use various reasons such as security, sovereignty, integrity, public interest, some law being contravened, and hence get its own bodies out of the entire regulation of the law. And what is important and what's interesting here to see is that government is the biggest data fiduciary that we really see because a lot of our data lies there. So exemption, it's a big question mark. Second, the deemed consent, which says that such consent which would have ordinarily been given by someone for employment purposes, for fraud purposes, for M&A purposes, that should be deemed to be given. Now, that's a new concept that we've seen under the new bill, which is not there in the last one. One more important topic that I would like to touch upon is the entire consent revolving around children. It's very interesting to see that, you know, in this era, industrial revolution 4.0 that we are talking about, which is actually in the hands of children, much more than people who are, who are us, right? And therefore, what we've actually seen is that in this category, the definition of harm, which said that there should be a consent given by the guardian. And now the new bill says that it should be a verifiable in consent that should be given. Now, what is verifiable? Again, it's not clear. Second, it says that there should be no harm done to children when you are using their data. Now, the definition of harm, again, has been shortened. It was a detailed definition under the earlier bill. Now it just says that you can't do behavioral monitoring of children. And you can't, and so basically that entire purpose has also been shortened. Then what is more interesting is to see the Data Protection Authority versus Data Protection Board. In fact, the entire composition requirements, appointment of judges who will be there in the data protection bill, that has all been left to the government. And most importantly, the new bill says that the data principles, which means we as data owners will also be liable for penalty, which is one of the first times in the history of the world where it has come that the data protection bill is imposing penalty on the data principles. And the requirement that is applicable to data principles is that they should not give any consent, which is the wrong consent. So it should be a genuine information that they give at the time when they're giving consent or data. That is obviously a very onerous requirement on data principles, I would say.
Thank you, Raju. Over to Dr. Pavan Duggal for his opening comment.
Thanks, sir. After all my panelists, I just want to add 2 points. First, this draft law is a classical case, 1 step forward, 3 step backwards. It's a law that's completely bereft of just a ground realities. Today, you cannot talk of data protection without cybersecurity. Law is silent on all parameters of cybersecurity. Further, this scrap away Section 43A, which mandates all utilities to have in place reasonable security practices and procedures while they're dealing, handling, or processing sensitive personal data. And ISO 27001 is one such example of reasonable security practice. So effectively, the law is saying, fine, don't follow ISO 27001. Just follow with my broad principles. I think it's a recipe for disaster that we are waiting to unlock as we go forward. That's one. Number two, this entire new legislation, if it comes up to the current form, is going to do far more detriment and damage to Indian cyber sovereignty than any other law put together. Why? Because for the first time, the government is taking a complete U-turn. I go back to 2018. The RBI says, data of Indian citizens. Thanks to its stubbornness, yes, thanks to data of Indian remains. Come the personal data protection bill, and they say, well, data localization slightly watered down, but still there. Come the bill, the data localization is completely given to go back. Now, remember the scenario, by the end of next year, we are going to become the most populous nation in the world. We'll be the biggest generators of data possible, including the biggest generators of personal data, personally identifiable data, sensitive person. And if we are going to allow all of that to go out of India in some jurisdictions that the government says it's okay, then I think we are ultimately doing a homework which is wrong and it's fundamentally principle from the word go. Look, you have to quickly realize once data gone forever. Let's take the recent Ames ransomware attack. 4 crore Indians, sensitive personal data, health data, gone, including for the form of prime ministers, politicians, judges, bureaucrats, the like. And that data is still available today after for sale on the dark. But that's the kind of ramifications it's going to have on all those people who potentially pay the victim of state. So I think this new legislation is completely bereft of existing down the other. Where the golden age of cybercrime has begun, when cybersecurity breaches are paramount and cyber attacks are the de facto norm of the day, you cannot now come up with this kind of a legislation, which ultimately is going to do far more harm than actual kind of advantage. And also, for the first time, we talk about pecuniary fine of 500 crores, for instance, but the fine is going to go back to the state. What kind of effective remedy would individuals under the IT Act and the 40A could still ask for unlimited damages by your constitution? But now it's pecuniary fine by specific nature, will have to go back to the extent. So is this nothing but a mechanism for the government to use its checker, coming up with a new revenue stream, and the democratic sword of 500 crores is good enough for some of the biggest companies in the world to really start thinking. So a lot of issues that have been raised, hopefully those issues will be addressed at the government.
Thank you, Dr. Sukran. And I think the world is looking at us as we go ahead with this law. Of course, it could not be read in the rules in this country, but also to all the investing companies in India, people who have long-term commitments to this country, they would also look at this from point of concern. Now, the interest of brevity and less time that we have 11 minutes to go. I'm going to club 2 questions in about 1.5 minutes each. If you could give your inputs. Question number 2 being that the citizen rights to privacy in the 22 data protection bill. How and to what extent would businesses be allowed to access and store our data? A comment on that. The rights that the businesses have. Secondly, it is what Apar spoke about in his first answer. The question is about the brevity of this whole bill, 30 sections as compared to 98 in the 2019 data protection bill. And of course, the may prescribe point that precedes. What concerns does this raise to my panelists? I start with Manjit.
Let me try and see if I can answer your second question first. I think it does, yes. I think it's not, everyone knows this now by the time that yes, there is a lot left, especially. And as may be described, that has very wide connotations. And in such instances, one can appreciate and understand country where security benefits with public cloud public. But you have to be very careful, like just as we talked about, that it's left of details. So the detailing needs to be there for a common person reading it to get that kind of comfort. Be it the data protection board, we don't see any kind of, there is no data composition. They cannot meet supporting legislation. It would be as described by the, you know, set out by the government. They would nominate the people. There already have been issues based on the so-called independence of the board. It is a distributor body. Have effective deep like the CCI and others. That is going to be another point. Then I think the whole thing about localization and where it could be, you know, if it can be stored in servers outside of the country, then those countries will be as notified by the government again. So, you know, I wish they could have done something, even if they had to keep that, it could be something more like these are negative lists that you're allowed to send out otherwise, but other than the country. So nothing of that kind has been laid out. It is absolutely the discretion of the government. So I particularly think that the government is trying to keep it time to look at it from a government standpoint. Sometimes was constrained to think when you are trying to do the legislation, see what they have done. I think a lot is going to be done in terms of I think they want to get, it's very important for the country to have a legislation, given that they are working on that. They needed to get that out quickly, but I think they also have to some manner that they may not be keeping issues around it. Let's get this over and let's get the rules in. And the rules therefore can be subject to amendment with them. So if there are comments there, then there. So I think yes, no detailing, lot of issues. Some good, some not very good. And lot of them are such that we understand what I think that is okay.
Thank you. Go to Karnika for the
Regarding your second question, I just have a comment to make. What data the entities are collecting from the citizens, they have to give very clearly in terms of what policy, terms of use policy and privacy policy, and what data is going to be collected. It has to be itemized, and the consent has to be expressed. Then whatever data has to be stored, it has to be retained for a particular purpose, only for a legal purpose in use. How it is going to be transferred, if at all shared or disclosed to some third party, is also to be given very clearly in the policy. And the consent for that as well needs to be taken. So it's not something ambiguous. If when you take a consent one day and the next day you are sending data to somebody else for processing, it has to be very clearly put out in the first. So these are the kind of aspects which have been addressed even in the new bill. And for how long the data will be kept, already government has laid certain policy and certain measures like 180 days detention time. And there are various laws which go alongside, but for this particular bill, there has to be complete transparency in what you're taking from the people and for how long you'll be keeping and where you'll be keeping, or if you're disclosing it to somebody for what purpose. Then the third question, yes, when it comes to state power, there is the central government has the power to make rules under the act and in number of aspects, including the appointment of the members of the data protection board, as well as the aspects of when you say any kind of surveillance. Even under the IT Act, we have certain provisions, but those are those kind of issues where, for example, the public order is at stake, or security of the state is at stake. Those kind of very serious concerns. The state naturally has to have powers to look into certain situations. But at the same time, I would go with the PUCL judgment, also the Justice K. Swami judgment, which have very clear guidelines on how to exercise that power. It cannot be something which has no basis. There has to be a reasonable suspicion. There has to be a why a particular exception also occurs, or why a particular data is being looked into, and for how long it is being kept. retention without any need or cost is something that definitely concerns any employers. I would say any experts would be looking into that aspect. I also second that. However, on a broad spectrum, the powers which have been reserved by the government, they have been reserved, but have to be, when the law, like even if it's a subordinate legislation which comes along, it has to stand the test of rule of law. It cannot be unwritten law, right? So that we all understand and appreciate, and there have been lots of important judgments to indicate how this power has to be exercised and in what parameters. So keeping those parameters, public interest, then that has to be defined as well. It cannot be something ambiguous. We all understand those things, but those principles have to be abided by. It not be something which one does, keep it as a in a void, and any kind of rules would be brought into play, and they will. That doesn't happen. You all understand.
Thanks for explaining that. And go to Apar Gupta for his.
Tarun, you asked two things. The first is that how will it apply to the private sector? And I think some amount of comment has already been provided. I'll just add one aspect, which is on exemptions, which was not there earlier. Now, the law under Section 18 can now also exempt individual companies from the application or a class of companies, and this is a criteria. The central government may by notification, which means directly by issuing a notification, which means the Ministry of Electronics and IT will issue a notification, having regard to the volume, which means it may be high volume or low volume of data, which can be basically 2 TB or 200 TB. So that's not defined. And nature of personal data. Again, the nature is not defined. It can be sensitive, it can be ordinary, right? So the values are not described, minus or positive. So I'll read it again. Central government may by notification, having regard to the volume and nature of personal data processed, notify certain data fiduciaries or class of data fiduciaries as a data fiduciary to whom the provisions of Section 6, subsections 2 and 6 of Section 9, sections 10, 11, 12 of this act should not apply. And if you read it, these sections are basically the sections which offer user rights, notice, consent, etc., retention. Okay, so the government, under what is fairly undefined criteria, can notify an individual company, and I leave your imagination to do the rest. The second thing is, when we see rulemaking power by the government, it's usually exercised by a nodal ministry, which under the business of allocation rules has certain topics allocated to it. And this is the Ministry of Electronics and IT. And I don't mean it from a point of them acting in malice. I mean it from point of their administrative capacity. Over the past 4 years, under the union budget, the Ministry of Electronics and IT's budgetary allocations are stagnant. So while teleconnectivity and digitization has become more important, it is getting the same amount of money, which means it has the same number of people, which means it will be administrating this law directly rather than a regulatory body, which was under the Shri Krishna draft. And if you look at the Shri Krishna draft, every draft legislation also has a financial memorandum that a regulatory authority will get so many crores of money, land. Basically, this is a techno-legal office, so which also means that they won't have a physical office, right? And it's not a regulatory body. So the enforcement itself will be spotty for companies in the sense that it will be inconsistent, it won't be clear, bright line, and it won't be done properly. So I ask myself, what will this law achieve in the long term by itself? And it may not be the objectives which is set out in the case Putaswamy judgment. Now, let me not be only negative, right? What can we do and what can we do better? But this is very unlikely. I think we can go back to the JPC draft, and it is a draft which has developed with 3 years of work by the central government, by an expert committee, and by parliamentarians cutting across party lines, and we can work on it, right? It's been so much work we put into it, and I think that will benefit us more, both as citizens as well as in the corporate sector, rather than a law which is vague and as may be prescribed.
Thanks for detailing that apart. My time tells me that I'm out of my time, but 2 of my panelists have to speak. So with the consent of the organizers and also the consent of my panel, we'd like to finish these 2 interventions. Over to you, Raju.
Thanks, Tarun. To your first question, Tarun, regarding what can businesses do now? Data localization and transfer of data. That was an important topic that was covered in 2019, obviously coming from the recommendations of the body that was constituted for this. Now, what it basically says is that cross-border transfer of data is actually not prohibited. You can, so all these companies who are collecting data can transfer this data outside the country, and there is no category of data. So earlier we had this whole category of sensitive data, non-sensitive personal data, and then there were different restrictions applying to them in terms of transfer. Now, since all that categorization is gone, there's just one concept called personal data, and all that data can be actually transferred to any country outside India, which will be to the whims and fancies of the government, depending on them, who they want those to be those economies where the data can go. So basically, companies can transfer data outside the country without your knowledge. Forget about consent. Uh, that is a biggish power I feel that has been given to the big data companies. When I actually answer the question, which is the second question that you asked, Tarun, with respect to the rule-making powers. Now, I'm actually surprised when I saw the bill. It looked like it's a law to make laws rather than a law in itself, right? And which is why it is a bit shocking for us as citizens that the basic right to privacy that I have, which the Supreme Court recognized in 2017, very flatly saying that there can be only exceptions based on necessity, legality. When when I see almost all sections have an exception and there is a carve out for government to carve out anything that they want out of that. So without there being any guidance, like for example, when we see team consent requirements, when we see storage requirements, so government can exempt companies from the storage requirements, which means that even after the purpose for which you had collected the data is over, you can continue to retain that. And government agencies, by the way, are already exempted from this. So it's shocking to see that the entity, the legislature, which will discuss this bill, will actually be, I mean, if it passes in this shape, then basically everything will be legislated by the rulemaking body. And that is something that is, I mean, that's a big harm that I see to the citizens and to the country, at least in its current shape and form.
To Raju, looking at Dr. Pavan Duggal, I'm reminded of an anecdote that is true for any of the fifth panelists that I ever had. That his predicament is of that of the eighth husband of Elizabeth Taylor, which is I know what to do, but I don't know how to make it interesting. But I think you will still. Please.
Thanks. I think I'm concerned more about the conflict between the ITI and the proposed data protection law. Because in the current form, there are huge pollution costs that I see on the course. I see huge conflicts, and those conflicts are not going to be resolved. There are going to be huge conflicts. Intrinsically, the entire concept of data processors, data pollution, have not been mapped up in the context of intelligence per se. That being so, there's a problem. The IT Act is a special law. This new law says I'm going to put the special law visible data, which means anything on data, IT Act needs to be filed or overruled. RTP rule of harmonious construction that will have to be brought to by the Constitution. But I see a lot of litigation happening right away. A lot of work for lawyers. Ultimately, I'm also slightly disappointed at the lack of criminal elements incorporated under this new law. Look, the data is now deployed to be done. Data becomes a kind of an ammunition, both for committing cybercrime and also for targeting cybercriminal activities. But those aspects have been left untouched with the bill. Let's wait to watch how things happen. But all said and done, it's an interesting move forward. I hope all these suggestions that are the various experts are doing would be taken into consideration. But it's always great. But let's not act in a hurry of dependent leisure. Remember, we are already late to the party. Even if we are late by another 2 months, that would not really necessarily be of significance, considering that we are going to be dealing with data of 1.3 billion people, the world at large, going to look up to India as to how it's going to do it. And this law is going to come up during the time of India's presidency. Also done historical moment, but also a great conference to see the opportunity to do some real concrete benefit for all data stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Dr. Duggal. And very interesting set of points, ladies and gentlemen, today by Manjari, Karnika, Apar, Rajul, and Dr. Duggal. We need to reflect on these points. Also, the thing that is the Supreme Court judgment, and then you look at the law. Do you think that they have bothered to read the judgment and what they intended to do? Doesn't look like, but which will lead to a lot of litigation. But I would like to firstly thank Manjari, Karnika, Akar, Ashwini, and Dr. Pavan Duggal for making time, coming and sharing their views. Thank you for bearing with us for the past 35 minutes.
For the benefit of the audience, I just have I want to thank the audience for the discussion. I think it was a very pertinent topic. Just one line I just wanted to mention the new telecom bill which we have discussed, because that is something that we really need to not work in silos anymore, whether it's departments with a convergence today. So whether it's Ministry of IT or department, they all need to be working together. There couldn't be any inconsistency that should be taken. So that's something that when you're looking at this PDP, one cannot really afford to ignore what's called the on behalf of everyone. Thank you.
Well, if I must say, what a panel discussion. May I please request you to kindly stay back on the stage for a group picture? Thank you. Thank you. Can I please request everyone to kindly come forward for a group picture, please? A panel discussion is supposed to articulate all the issues at hand, and not only to address the issues, but also offer solution at hand. So thank you so very much for an immersive panel discussion experience. Thank you. And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next session. The topic at hand is law firm arbitration. What law firms need to do different. Joining us virtually for this panelist, Mr. Mukesh Bajani, Managing Partner, BMR Legal. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman? You can see him on the screen. Can we get a round of applause for our first panelist for this panel discussion? Thank you. Thank you. Let's give it up for Ms. Seema Chingan, partner and co-founder, Lex Counsel Law Office. I completely understand that this is quite the lazy session since it is after lunch. Check. Well, before I do have the privilege to introduce all our panelists today, but before I do that and request the gorgeous lady to take the seat, can I please request everyone to kindly stand for 10 seconds? Perfect. When we clap our hands together, the blood circulation sends out positive vibrations. Can everybody for the next 15 seconds clap out loud? Louder. Well awake, wide awake, and in the high and the best of the spirits. You may all kindly be seated now. And now let's welcome our panelist, Miss Seema Chingan, with a huge round of applause. Let's welcome the lady. Well, you've taken out time from your schedule, and I find it rude to not to get you the round of applause that you deserve for being here. Thank you. Up next, let's give it up for Mr. R. Sudhinder, Senior Partner, Argus Partners. Please welcome Mr. Sumit Roy, Founder and Managing Partner, Claritas Legal. Please welcome Mr. Zain Pandit, Partner, JSA. And completing the panel, please welcome Session Chair, Mr. Pranav Mehra, Director, Legal Freshworks.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And for the lovely audience that's been staying, especially after lunch and one panel has ended, thank you once again for being alive. Quickly to the topic that we have. I think the topic speaks about attrition, but we'll take it more positively. We'll talk about retention. We'll deal with why the attrition is there, but we'll deal about what law firm partners at the level they are do differently to retain talent, and talent that is very skilled, talent that has opportunities in abundance, talent that can either work on their own or go to a different law firm and be paid more. But the real question is, and to everyone in that in life, is compensation the only agenda
on someone's request that they want to join someone else. Is that the only reason why the attrition is there? And if that is there, how do you mitigate that? What do you do differently if you can't maybe make it the way they're asking or they're getting a different offer? Any thoughts on that?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So kind of the compensation is not really as the only matrix to retain talent. I think what is most important is, as I call it, as a professional experience indexation. So when you have a professional experience index, it basically that the workforce, mind and soul is a like, dislike, and interest in professionals. It basically means to have policies which have well-being and work-life balance of professionals to be part of this work. Because you can have a lot of lawyers joining you because you're a big law firm, you're a big law firm. You can also, but have a lot of attrition, the topic that we discussed today. So there are a lot of factors that come into play why professionals are retained in a law firm and why there are some law firms which have exit in, entry in and exit out quickly. We'll go into that in detail.
Yeah, thanks. So,
Afternoon, everyone. I would tend to agree with her. Compensation is no longer equal. The perception is just because you're paying me doesn't mean that you can make me work for yourself. Today, youngsters look at profession differently. What we used to see profession when we joined. Times have changed, and we have to be alive. It's relevant sitting in the room. We must consider that what should we do to retain? As you said, retention is more important than looking at the reason for attrition is something which we must consider, whether it's happening in our own firm or across the industry. I personally feel that as a firm, if we stay invested with the associates, with the resources whom we have, the leadership and the culture of the firm play a huge role in sending out a signal to a person who is joining the firm or who is staying in the firm. When an associate joins, he knows that he is bound to reach a particular level. And all that he has to do is put in his hard work and be sincere. No force on the earth can stop that effort, sincerity from him. So once the recognition happens, automatically the interest continues. The partner is invested in the associate is invested in the firm, and then it becomes a practice place to work. The remuneration is on the side, it's not the main thing. That's what I think.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess apart from compensation, what also needs to be viewed is from the talent perspective. Associates joining the firm today have a very different perception of the work, of the culture of the firm, which they have overheard from somebody else who may or may not have a opinion about the firm. And because of that, they join and they eventually realize that, okay, this is not the kind of firm, the kind of culture that I want to be part of. And that is why probably they feel that, okay, my worth is not enough. And that's when they eventually decide to leave. So retention probably may require some introspection, both from the firm's perspective as well as by the associates working.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I just want to pick up on Seema's point earlier. She mentioned work-life balance. Now, I think all of us agree work-life balance today is a lot more important than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. And in a post-pandemic sort of workforce, a lot of people complain that the pandemic sort of blurred the lines between work life and private life. But on the contrary, when I've spoken to a lot of my colleagues who've come back from the pandemic, they felt that work-life balance was achievable in the pandemic because they were in an environment where they were able to switch off as well. Now, if we can't, and we all understand the demands of the profession, if we can't give them work life, if we can't sort of build a framework in the near future, which will be very difficult to do at this point in this profession, to build a work-life balance outside of the workplace, we could look towards building a work-life balance within the workplace. And a lot of the younger colleagues at law firms have friends who work over at technology startups, and they look at they look at their counterparts in those firms, and they have a social life built into the establishment. And perhaps that's something that we can look to do. It's not easy, it's not overnight, it's not a profession that is geared towards that. There is a certain amount of professionalism that's built into it, but it's something to consider.
Thanks. That's a fantastic point. Mr. Bhutani is joining us online. So, like to share your thoughts.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat your question because I can barely hear you.
I am so sorry. I said, what would be your thoughts on the topic? How do you see compensation as one of the issues, major issues in people moving to different firms, or do you also think that there are many other issues that could lead to people moving away or joining?
Well, compensation is the least of the reasons why you see attrition. I think others spelled out, and whatever I could register, blamed it on the new work environment. I think you need to contextualize this, that the mass attrition is across the professional services industry and not necessarily restricted to law firms. The reasons for legal services in India could be very different. I have seen that the legal profession attracts a lot of lawyers into the metros, unlike, say, an accounting profession or other profession. And you look at typically any law firm, and you would encounter that many of the associates and juniors really come from outside of the four metros. Now, obviously, the pandemic crisis forced them to return to their hometowns, and as a result of which, the idea of coming back into their normal workplace and weighing in the advantages of the work-life balance, so on and so forth, made many of them not even return back. So that's one part. Second is, people have also figured out other creative ways and means. I'm told that many of the lawyers have decided that they would look at alternate professions rather than practicing, because there are more entrepreneurial avenues to be able to earn a decent living. And the third and the most important reason is also the ability to look at newer laws which don't require you to practice on the original side, whether it's any of the civil laws or criminal laws. People have found cyber laws, advisory services, dealing in laws, crypto in nature, where you don't need to deal with the courts on a day-to-day basis, and you need not be physically present in the city in which you're working, and you can really work remote in some of those areas. So I think it's a host of reasons, and I think compensation is probably the last reason that anyone that the attrition that we have seen would be caused as a result of that.
Thank you so much, sir. I think that by majority puts that compensation is the least factor or the issue that will lead to somebody moving away. And there are areas like work-life balance or leadership or cultural engagement or building a new skill set, learning development, that could be a major factor for people wanting to either start on their own or join someone who's skilled in the kind of work that person aspires to join. And then we'll probably ask more on the buzz that we have now is the work-life balance, and the lawyers spending long working hours. There is so much exhaustion at the end of the day that people believe that maybe practicing law should have come with some kind of footnote to say half of maybe 90% of your life will actually go in practice and 10% will stay in your own hands. How far do you think that is true?
So, well, law firms are notorious for, I can see a lot of budding law students here and wanting to enter the profession. I'm assuming so, right? You're right here? Okay. So basically, yeah, I mean, law firms are, law as a profession, not only law firms, not centric to law. Law as a profession is tough. It requires tremendous amount of hard work. But more than that, it requires passion. If if you're just looking at a profession as a means of getting into a occupation and earning good amount of money, it's very, very harsh spoken here. You're not going to last this profession. It requires tremendous amount of work, tremendous amount of long hours, a lot of understanding. It's the intensity of work itself. When I meet people and they see a lot of young children intern with us, they feel that their parting note is it is very intense. The intensity, if you're ready to have intensity, and all of this put together requires a lot of interest in it, a lot of passion. That's not something that you are born with. You just tend to enjoy the law over the years as you. Not long working hours basically means that 10 to 11 hours is the done deal in law firms or in a legal profession and probably. But that's not the, as Mr. Tani has also mentioned, this is not what the young professionals are looking at. What we were 20, 25 years back, which is the country that we work long hours, there's a work-life balance emphasis by professionals. And that's possible. I'm a living example that I have never worked more than 11 or 10 hours in a day. I have hardly worked on weekends. And I have worked, possibly I was one of the, as a billable hour concept, as a young lawyer, I was very successfully managing those billable hours. I possibly had this time management skill at that early age. In addition to that, long working hours is a time. But I think
so long working hours do not really qualify that you're actively working. You would be sitting in office and probably
there is a lot of ways to
document to understand what it is about. But are you doing something about it? That's really, or is it really billable to a client? Which really means that those long hours are qualified for long hours. Otherwise, you can spend.
You're not going to retain and sustain talent if you're not going to do anything about it. This is the go forward, right? You're not being, if you would not be able to consistently slog professionals and then expect that they would not be efficient and you have to do something.
I guess one of the difference is the expectation that lawyers in general have from the profession. Lawyering is a skill. You do not learn it overnight. You have to put in long number of hours to learn that and then to perfect it. To add to what Seema mentioned, that yes, working for long hours is a done deal. And yes, you have to be passionate about what you're doing. But at the same time, one needs to also understand that when you are entering this profession, you are trying to learn a skill over the next course of your life, something which will happen over time. And because of which you will have to put in the long number of. Just carrying on from what Sumit said, it's also a matter of perspective. Early on in my career, I remember 12 hours, 14 hours. But I had a slightly different perspective. That wasn't work. If I was in the office for 12, 14 hours a day, I was probably executing for 5 or 6. The other 6 were part of my continuing legal education. Because when you walk in, all of us had illusions of how much we know when we walked out of law school and walked into a company. Like, on day one, we're going to hit the ground running. We're going to, within 6 months, we're going to lead a transaction. We're going to lead a matter. That is not the case. So it's a question of sort of, and sort of making younger colleagues aware of that. You're here 12 or 14 hours a day, but 6 of those is personal development. Look at it that way, and it's a matter of perspective, and you will see the value of being in the office for those hours, because it's learning through absorption. You're only going to know it when you're in when you're in the thick of it.
Just to take it further. Said about what I personally feel is today's youngsters must have patience. It's not a 2-minute proven word. In order to reach a particular level in the profession, you need to have that much of patience. It doesn't come overnight. The profession, as Seema rightly said, you have to put in at least 10 to 12 hours. There's nothing short of it. And if you want to learn quicker, faster. You need to put in those long hours. So passion is more important. The moment you're passionate about the profession, then everything else becomes secondary. You constantly you're on the trail of learning, learning, learning. So that doesn't, if you like what you're doing, you will never feel the tiresomeness, you'll not feel the fatigue. So according to me, the perspective is more important. When a professional joins the firm, he must think that, okay, I'm here to stay. I have to have the patience to climb up the ladder. And I must be passionate about what I am working. And that will kill the tendency to quit the firm or, oh, there's too much work, or I'm not being paid enough, I'm being underpaid, the other firms are paying more. All these thoughts will go away if you're passionate about the work, what you're doing.
Mr. Bhutani,
I'm sorry, you may have to repeat the question by bringing the mic close to you because I could barely hear anyone.
could someone fix the audio for Mr. Bhutani? PWP. Sir, we are loud enough, but I'll repeat the question for you. It said, how in terms of work-life balance, do you see what the firms do, or what was the what are your thoughts on the generation that we have today that looks at work-life balance in a much more holistic manner than we used to at our times? Do you really think this is the way for going ahead, or is it too much to ask when you're just starting?
Well, I think that, the new generation, and well, when I talk about the new generation, that doesn't mean the generation one is to look at between us and our parents and grandparents. I think every 10 years produces a new generation of, professionals. And those generational gaps have become even wider as if they were the real generational issues. I think let's look at law graduates in the last, say, 3 years since the pandemic times. I think they have either got used to the work from home culture. They're finding it more difficult to get to the office unless the nature of their work compels them to be in the court every day. I think it's a real challenge. I think the balance has to be struck between working from home convenience versus in the office. I think many of the younger generation, I have seen law graduates in the last 2 to 3 years, their ability to work on soft skills, their ability to observe people and learn, is very different than what I've seen in graduates prior to the pandemic. Also, we shouldn't forget that if supervisors and partners, when they review the work product of the juniors and associates, particularly most of the lawyers that I know, at least from my generation, who would sit and review it and carry out the change and give the manuscript to them, or even if they do an edit on the laptop, the level of understanding and the learning that an associate has is very different. So I think you need to strike a balance between work from home versus a flexible hour. I also feel that our Western counterparts have done well in terms of their ability to manage work from home culture. There is a greater degree of discipline amongst many of the professionals. So we saw it in pandemic times, particularly for people who do cross-border work. We've had partners from foreign law firms, and whether it's late evening for them or very early morning for them, they are dressed and presentable very well on the screen. Whereas it's a real challenge to be able to get your colleagues to even switch on the screen. Now, it may be cultural, but I think it's a real challenge. And there may be a genuine problem that many of our younger lawyers have. They may not have a dedicated workplace for themselves. They may be sharing a room with one of the partners. But I think that work from home as a culture is yet to evolve, and it will take some time to mature. But I certainly feel that younger associates in the last 2 to 3 years have lost out on the real work experience, and their soft skills have really suffered, in my view.
Thank you, sir. I think in the long term, this will not be a issue that will remain consistent. So people will catch up.
especially when they start coming to office. So coming to office is one part wherein you learn not only from the work itself, but there's a culture that you actually become a part of. And that culture, becoming a part of that culture is very important. Until unless you have a gathering of people and if you discuss on something, sitting at home will not make you learn all that by a YouTube or a for that matter. But coming to the topic of attrition or retention, one of the major or key issues that people see at a senior level is they doubt the leadership competencies of either the matching partner or the partner leading the department. And they could have their own sentiments, they could have their own issues in how to approach everything from how to approach a prospect client to how the work quality is delivered, especially at a time when people could be having similar level of experience. How do you deal with such issues?
I can tell you out of experience others. What we have done now is to kill this subjectivity. We have brought something called as a modified lockstep. At a partner level, the partner knows that if I am doing this much of work and if I'm able to give so much of team growth, business growth, work, he knows for sure that he's bound to go to the next level. So there is a fair amount of transparency, there is a clarity, and there is a roadmap. So this takes away the fear or an apprehension that the managing partner or the executive committee of the firm will have some closed door meetings and they are subjective and they promote one against the other. So to kill all these sort of presumptions, we have now brought in this modified lockstep where every partner knows where he is going to be in a matter of time, maybe 2 years, 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, and there's a clarity and there's a transparency. Therefore, once there's a clarity and there's an assurance, then the fear of having to let go of partners who are good will not.
And so yours is a young firm, so I think the question will not be that much applicable, but whatever your thoughts are. I think what is more important to note is expectations and dialogue. While what Surinder pointed out, a modified lockstep for a firm like Arthur's is there and is applicable, but for a young firm like us, it's still not there. What we are trying to do is that we are trying to have a dialogue with anybody who's joining the firm, telling them that yes, your work and your contribution is being acknowledged, is being noticed, and there is a certain way and manner that you will grow. The firm grows, you grow with the firm. Because since we are a young firm, that's what we can at this point in time say. Other than that, what is also relevant is the expectation. See, many times a junior partner may not be able to convey that what exactly is his expectation that he has from the firm per se, but that dialogue or that discussion is very, very imperative to have. A partner or the managing partner has to take note of that and should encourage.
So if you are disbelieving your leadership and you have a question that you are actually questioning your partner, you have a problem. A firm which does not inspire, the leadership that does not mentor and inspire your associates and your professional, you are serious trouble. Right? Now coming to the question, if the question was that originally, how do you assure your professionals that you will be given due? That was the intent. See, when you're looking at professional, and I'm coming to my own experience of managing a law, they're not looking at immediate promotion. They're not looking at immediate enhancement of their roles. But they're looking at empowerment. They're looking at a sense of trust, a sense of encouragement, and sense of being credited for the accomplishments and for the work that they do. That is promotion, and on a day-to-day basis. This is not a promotion that they want after 1 year. what are they achieving on a day-to-day basis? Are they being credited for it? Are they being empowered to take decisions? Are they being empowered to be accountable for the mistakes that they have done and acknowledge it without the fear of acknowledging that I'll be thrown out of the firm? All of that makes a credible firm. All of that makes a credible leadership. All of that makes a credible culture. And these are the factors. I mean, when you have to have a successful firm, you need to have series of factors contributing there. What is the culture? What is the leadership quality? Which is very critical to making people follow you. Other is the satisfaction, the work satisfaction. The fourth is the remuneration you're being paid, the social status of the law firm. There are multiple factors. But one of the biggest factors in training talent with your firm is that they should be being empowered within their day-to-day functions. That is how you.
Thanks so much. I think you should go to Mr. Bhutani. I'm the least qualified person on this dais to answer this question. So why don't you throw to him? I know we're short of time.
Mr. Bhutani. Mr. Bhutani online.
I think, yes, I got a gist of the question. My experience, again, with the younger generation is that for them, the work culture is very important. Let me just give in some statistics. I don't have the source of these statistics, but one of my principal associates pointed out to me that prior to pandemic, the turnover at the associate level was between 15 to 17%. It has almost doubled, if not doubled. And the reason for that are many. One, the ability of the supervisor to communicate effectively the expectations. I have also found that since many of the younger colleagues were not participating physically in the organization, not for their fault, they did not really get engaged with the vision and mission of the organization. Now, this has nothing to do with pandemic. I have seen many professionals who cannot relate themselves to the organization because they merely feel that the vision and mission statements are just written for the sake of being written. And there is very little that the organization does in order to embrace the vision and mission. So I think the vision, driving the vision statement and driving the mission statement and the core values of the firm, in my view, are very, very critical. The third aspect is a gap in the middle. If you consider any professional services, including law firms, in three categories: the people who are the doers, the people who are the supervisors, and then the people who are the managers who manage the firm, the partners. The middle level category of people have been driven in the last decade or so, focusing only on delivery, focusing only on chargeable hours. As a result of which, there there is a deficit in their soft skills in terms of their ability to manage, supervise the people very effectively. As a result of which, this middle level of people are struggling to keep the real doers in the organization where the turnover is very high. So I think this is really an amalgam of all the reasons I feel, and it could be worked upon by driving a stronger culture, by focusing on the core values, by roughening, smoothing the rough edges of the middle level managers. And I think all of these factors cannot be done by HR. In my view, HR is an outsourced function, whether they look after HR operations or they look after recruitment. The supervisor is, in my view, the real HR person. So I think one needs to work at that level as well to be able to get the softer aspects of the practice right in order to curtail the attrition.
Very, very well said, sir. Very well. You hit to the core wherein we've identified what the issue is now. We just need to work on it, and I think it's a much more achievable kind of
program that we can build for the mid-senior level, wherein we identify as to what is the expectation of them from the senior level, which partners actually do, but also from a junior level as to what is expected of them to deliver, to build a career matrix for the junior partner, so that they can understand how to travel to the highest point in the world. But I'm gonna come up and close this entire discussion to Ben, who represents CSA, inspired many smaller firms, and also a lot of partners who started independently out of CSA. How's your experience been in terms of this area?
Look, I mean, I've been at JSA for 13 years, so obviously attrition is not an issue for me. Look, just speaking from my experience, and I'll try and not keep it JSA centric. I think the number one way to retain talent is to understand and manage expectations. Because expectations vary across individuals. We started off this conversation with you know, yeah, let's just call it money, right? Some people are motivated by money, some people are motivated by recognition, some people are motivated by appreciation. You have to identify what drives an individual, and if you can effectively do that, you can effectively motivate. Now, whether one is better than the other when you're identifying what the drivers are, what the drivers of motivation are, is up to the partnership. But so long as you can do that and you can continue to keep talent engaged, talent will stay. It's not always, it doesn't always work out that way, right? We've seen now in the last 5 or 7 years, the number of offshoot firms that have come out of larger firms is probably more than ever before. And that is, of course, another kind of attrition. They're not joining another law firm. They're going, they have that entrepreneurial drive. And I think that's what law firms now need to start looking at. How can they satisfy the entrepreneurial drive of younger partners? If you can identify that, that's just one more, and it's more work for leadership at a law firm, but it has to identify that, because some people don't leave because their expectations aren't being achieved. They just want to build something for themselves. You have to identify those people and work with it.
Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic session. Some people also leave to join in-house like me. No resentment towards law firms, but that's also a job that we do and we love it. Thank you so much for all of you. Thank you, Mr. Bhutani, for being online, and over to you. Thank you.
Well, everybody around here, we take a look at the picture, the big picture, but what most of us fail to see, it is that the vision, the smallest, the dot of vision that you provided us today with is the connecting part which creates the bigger picture. So thank you so very much for the bigger picture. Can I please request everyone to kindly come up front for a group picture? And that's a lot of picture in one go. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, if you are planning on posting any comments, videos, or pictures about this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag PWLegal40under40. And with this, we come to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is meditation. Mediation, my sincerest apologies. Mediation, conciliation, arbitration, litigation. What is best for business? Let's welcome our panelists. Let's give it up for Mr. Divyam Agarwal, partner JSA. Ladies and gentlemen, a louder round of applause for all our panelists as they've managed to take out time from their busy schedule to grace this occasion and share their information with us. Let's give it up for Mr. Vishwajit Dubey, partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. Let's welcome Mr. Gohar Mirza, partner Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Company. Thank you, one person, and everybody at the back. I believe तालियों पर GST नहीं लगता, तालियां tax free हैं. Can we please welcome our next panelist, Miss Kritika Krishnamurthy, partner AK and Partners. Let's welcome Mr. Shauvik Bhattacharya, Senior Associate, Kings and Spalding. And completing this session, let's welcome the session chair, Ms. Namitha Matthews, partner, Argus Partners.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks. I know it's been a long day, and we're going to try keeping this as we can, in spite of it being a technical topic. So before we deep dive, just to put out a background or set the atmosphere of what we are discussing today, which is in fact, today India has about 45 million cases that are pending in the litigation system. And we actually today hold one of the highest records of pendency in the world. It is in this background, at the other end of the spectrum, we are also one of the fastest growing economies in the world. And in this spectrum, we also have to realize that what has become a key of the hour is to provide easy and efficient dispute resolution systems in this country. It is in this view that today our panelists and my colleagues from the profession are going to be discussing the topic at hand: mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and litigation, what is good for business today. So we're just going to start out with some of the questions we have discussed before, but we're going to start off with Gohar. What do you think is the need today for dispute resolution clauses in business? And more particularly, has it now stopped being just a standard clause in an agreement, and has it become important for lawyers and even businesses to start looking at it more seriously?
So thank you for the question. I believe that's the most important aspect of how you first draft your clause and put it in your agreement, because that's right now me and Shobik were discussing this before the session, that one mistake in your agreement or your clause is all it takes. Second is that, of course, one has to pay attention to what kind of clause they are putting in terms of what business they are actually in. For example, if there is a construction dispute, it can take some amount of time. But if there is a dispute with respect to the automobile sector, they can't wait for a week, 10 days, 12 days. So one has to see what seat they are choosing, what institution they are choosing, what is the jurisdiction they are giving to the contract, and what are the best ways they can resolve the dispute in the least amount of time. And of course, these days we also see a trend of cost that everybody talks about or has a lot of emphasis on. So the first starting point of a mechanism of resolution is actually from the agreement, from the clause that is there in the agreement. As I gave an example of an automobile sector. So if there is a dispute between two JV partners, one is sitting outside India and one is here, and there is a dispute on component supply or with respect to any exclusivity. So you can't then expect somebody to go to either Singapore or Bombay or any other city for that matter. So it will matter how you have drafted your clause and how fast and speedily you can resolve that dispute. So, and the line of production should never stop. So that's the kind of importance a dispute clause will have. And yes, your question that what kind of emphasis is laid down by a lawyer these days and parties, there is a lot of emphasis laid down by at least clients these days to reduce the amount of money that is being spent, and of course the time frame it is taking. So I think both are very important factors.
Thanks. Taking this on to Kritika and Divya, is joining us online. Okay, I think I'll just then give it to Divya to answer. What are the particular advantages that you feel? I mean, we all know that there are effectively three major brackets of ADR today in the country. There's mediation, there's conciliation, and there's arbitration. Obviously, the most popular being arbitration. As what do you think are the advantages and disadvantages we see of one method against the other?
Good afternoon, everyone. Often whenever I meet a client, go for a pitch, or meet in social gathering, they ask me what you do. And I say that I'm a partner at JSA. I handle disputes. Now, I often wonder how they perceive this statement that I handle disputes as. Whether they think that I'm a lawyer doing litigation work, whether I'm doing arbitration, or whether I'm doing mediation. Surely they don't think I do conciliation. So, and it is not to do with the fact that dispute per se is a broad term. It's more to do
with the perception they are coming up with. So for instance, if there is an individual who is part of a engineering and construction company, they are going to take my statement to mean that I do a lot of arbitration because that's what they are doing. If it's a mom and pop shop, or let's say if it's an industrial organization dealing with a lot of employment disputes, it's likely that they're going to think that I a code for. So it's more to do with what kind of an industry one is coming from. And that's where lies the question that what's more advantageous, litigation, mediation, conciliation, or arbitration. It all depends on industry to industry. It all depends on the situation, the fact-based position, which is what would be relevant. But having said so, every mode of ADR has its own benefits, own advantages, disadvantages. Arbitration, like it's the most common one. All of us know what are the advantages. We know there is a party autonomy there. We know that it's speedy, it's confidential, it's fast-paced, it's cost effective. You can choose your own arbitrator to have that freedom. You can set your own procedure. You can set your own timeline, discovery, inspection. But litigation is where a lot of us, if somebody asks me what are the advantages of litigation, that's when I start thinking, and then I need to come up really with an answer that what are the advantages of litigation? And as you rightly pointed out, that there are more than 4 billion odd cases pending. In fact, let me add to that statistics. There is 1.8 lakh cases which are pending for last 30 years. So we know that there are clear disadvantages. But when we talk about the advantages of litigation, the same party autonomy, I would say, sometimes act as which is an advantage for arbitration. Not having that also acts as an advantage in litigation. Like you parties are not allowed to choose their arbitrator. There is no perception of bias. The judge is a neutral party, not appointed by anyone. Then there is a benefit of that while we say that arbitration is cost effective, if you look at from the litigation perspective, there are no cost towards the arbitrator's fees. There's no cost towards venue. There's no cost towards the logistics. Those costs to save. The only cost you're essentially paying are the court fees and the lawyer's fee. If you're able to manage the lawyer's fee, then court fees is something which you can actually recover if you're able to settle it out and get a reward. There are other benefits of litigation like evidence. In arbitration, we have seen arbitration is more process driven, but that process is not so nuanced as opposed to courts. If you have somebody who is not acting in good faith, you can still continue with litigation. It's not that you want to hit roadblock in on each and every case management. Okay. Then precedent. Arbitration, we all know, mostly are confidential. The awards are also not disclosed to public unless, of course, it's challenged or brought to court. In litigation, they are setting up precedent not only for you, but for the world at large. So sometimes the disputes which are squarely covered by a legal position, they may not end up going to litigation altogether because one of the parties can show it to the other party that this issue is already covered and maybe put some sense in that person. So having said so, litigation has its own advantages. It depends on what kind of an industry it's coming from, what kind of a requirement is there. If it is an issue which requires in them or public at large element, then definitely again litigation is advantageous. And let's now also quickly discuss mediation. I know that short on time, so just quickly throw some light on mediation as well. Mediation, I would say, is somewhat little different from arbitration and litigation, which are on the same trajectory. Because mediation allows parties to resolve a dispute in a more amicable and a more conciliatory fashion. You don't need to be too adversarial in your approach. There are no hostility involved. Mediation, if there is a skilled mediator involved, that mediator can definitely do wonders. Nowadays, even in litigation, where there are no urgent reliefs which are being sought, courts, and it's a commercial matter, then there is a requirement of having mediation done as a mandatory measure. And I have literally seen a commercial dispute during COVID times getting resolved at mediation level because parties were having this ego that they don't want to come on the table and settle. It's only when the mediators put some sense in them, showed them what is good, what is bad for you, they were actually able to resolve a commercial dispute, which I'm quite confident would have taken years to settle in litigation had it not been for the skilled mediator we had. Yeah, I think those are the essential takeaways for both for all three: litigation, mediation. Conciliation, of course, we know is not such a developed field in India. There are legislations around it, there are precedents around it, but it's still not. I would say mediation has taken all the limelight as opposed to conciliation, and the line with the two remains quite blurred. So I would say, so long as mediation prosper, we are what we require. So we can continue with mediation as a form of ADR.
Thanks, Divya. I think we all pretty much have the same experience when it comes. Just taking from what you said, I want to just go to Shovik. What do you think, Shovik, considering, and Vivian's already touched on this, but it'd be great to hear it from you. You also have, you are an international lawyer, so a lot of international commercial applications. What would you say, are there certain modes of ADR that are more better for certain businesses? And, do you mold it, or do you even speak to clients if you're actually discussing what to opt for? Do you specifically look at industry and businesses before you actually make that decision?
Thank you, and thank you all for having me here. I think, Vivian basically told everyone all the answers, and the best lawyerly answer I can start with is one Vivian already gave, which is it depends on the facts. And each time, and that's one of the attractions of having ADR at all. One of the great strategic interventions of having ADR is it's flexible. You can make of it what you will. Yes, there are these, four categories you see up there: mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and litigation. But the first point I guess I want to make is they're not siloed. They're not four distinct categories. The borders are quite blurred. In this regard, when it comes to certain industries, the ways in which they're blurred are quite well developed. When it comes to constructions, there's these, many of you probably are very familiar with, but for those who don't know, dispute resolution boards are very endemic to construction disputes, so that arbitrations can happen in a very quick way that otherwise wouldn't happen. Similarly, just as courts now require certain commercial disputes to go to mediation mandatorily, we've seen a real increase in especially large commercial contracts for even when there is an arbitration clause to put in a 6-month mediation or settlement or good faith settlement provision. So all of these different modes can happen within the same dispute. So I'm not sure that we can atomize it and say one is necessarily better than the other. The way I think a functional and sophisticated ADR system can grow is for all of these different modes to be used as appropriate in that given circumstance. And now the second part of the question is, are there kinds of disputes where you'd recommend something specifically? And when it comes to, as an international arbitration lawyer, when it comes to big bet the company disputes, my preference, and I think the general practitioner's preference, why we got into this line of work, is to go to arbitration, have a hearing, get a really big award, and feel really good. But I think, as Divya was saying, nobody really wants to pay for that anymore, especially post-pandemic. No one wants to pay for a massive hearing. No one wants to pay for, this is a wonderfully organized conference. This is a really nice conference room, but no one wants to pay for this for 2 weeks when you could have, a short session online. So with those developments, I think there's real pressure to minimize the number of those big hearings that we used to take for granted as international arbitration practitioners. And that also means that with people recognizing that their ego maybe shouldn't drive and they should think about how business interests are aligning instead, things like mediation, even principal to principal conversations, without us lawyers involved, gasp, cutting us out of the scene. Those can really resolve disputes quite quickly in ways that some of these methods cannot. So I guess that's quick and dirty. Thank you.
Thanks, Shovik. What has really come to age right now, and I think that's why mediation has become such a big thing, and I think it's going to just grow, is of course now, and I think it's with judges and parliament and the government pushing mediation as a big thing, is obviously the coming in of the mediation bill of 2021, which we are hoping is going to become an act. Divyam, I'm going to take this to you. How do you think this shall impact? Because, what we've traditionally seen is that while in dispute resolution clauses, all of us structure a dispute resolution clause to say parties will attempt to mediate this, try to mediate this matter. In case they're unable to, they will go into arbitration. But in most cases, we find that lawyers tend to, immediately start arbitration without even attempting to mediate, because we always try to get that injunction order to be the first one in the door. With the mediation bill of 2021 coming in, do you really see this to be something that's going to really impact parties, businesses to start taking mediation as a serious option when it comes to resolving disputes? And as a first option, not just as something when a court tells you to go to mediation, just as the first option that you take.
In my view, I think mediation is still very important. We can't say that just because the mediation bill is there and hopefully it will become an act and then that becomes a very relevant issue. Right now, the amount of mediation that is happening in Delhi High Court is unimaginable. But having said so, what the mediation bill is really doing, and as you rightly pointed out, it's trying to streamline things. They are going to make it mandatory for civil and commercial disputes to go to a one round of mediation, which is going to be for 180 days, extendable by a similar period. And the only exceptions are that if you are seeking an urgent relief, or there is a criminal prosecution, or if a third party intervention is involved. That's when you're not required to go through it. But for rest of the other cases, mediation is made mandatory. What I also gather from a review of the act that it's a time-bound procedure. They've made it more cost-effective. They have also provided for, and which is where I would say that they've brought some hybrid use of arbitration in it. That they have got sort of a mediation council, very similar to institution like arbitration institution. So either you choose from the pool of the mediators, or you refer the matter to the mediation council or the mediation institution. They'll go to the mediator. There are specific sections for imparting education to the mediator, because that's the most essential thing. It's one thing to say that you want to go for mediation. It's another thing that mediation is done by a skilled person who ensures that parties are actually explain to them what are the real pros and cons of the matter. I mean, we all hold for our clients. It's not that we always end up explaining to them that these are the possible issues we are likely to face. All of us are looking from a more of a monetary perspective, that while there are stumbling blocks, but we would still suggest that you go ahead. Right? But a mediator will then really put that sense that, listen, these are the problems you're going to face. You're ending up your business relationship. You are what you're planning to do right now. This may end up affecting you commercially. All those things are going to be put by the mediator, who even a party is going to perceive in a more neutral light. He's somebody who's not on their side or your side. He's somebody standing in the middle. Then what they are also doing is they are giving a lot of enforcement. If you're able to arrive at a agreement, then the mediation settlement agreement, which they call it, is going to be equivalent to a court decree, and you can enforce it because it's the same authority. And yeah, and I would say that you have even if you have to act as a mediator, there are certain conditions which has been set. You need to be part of the Mediation Council of India. You need to have that requisite training. You need to have that attestation from your local court. There are various requirements for conditions which are prescribed. So I would say that it's a step in the right direction, and this is actually, like, India is consciously progressing itself to be a big country when it comes to mediation, how they're promoting it, and this mediation bill will definitely take some leaps and bounds. Okay.
Thanks. Even I'm going to pick your brain on one more thing before we close on this. Just one thing that, actually reading the mediation bill, just want to take up what you said. It literally kind of seems to eliminate conciliation as a process by itself. It literally has actually parametered turned mediation into conciliation and used this thing. The only place I find it in the mediation bill to still reflect is probably the MSME Act, which actually provides for conciliation. Do you think this is a conscious decision taken by the parliament to now, because we have not really developed this as a practice area? and it was supposed to be actually in more institutionalized process of mediation. Do you think it's a conscious effort made by the parliament to take this out?
I think it's a conscious effort to promote mediation more than taking away the conciliation. They have realized that that's the effective remedy that's working right now. So let's put all the impetus on it. Uh, and kudos to them to that effect, because I believe the mediation is actually heading in the right direction. And just because we have another jargon to play with doesn't mean that and once we, of course, not taking anything away from conciliation, if we are able to develop conciliation as a even when you mentioned MSME, even the Arbitration Act has one particular part of conciliation. We are not able to utilize it effectively. That's upon us. But having said so, mediation is doing good, and if they are promoting it, then I'm all up for it.
Just to add, there's no demand for conciliation.
Yeah, so absolutely.
You have to be supply motor.
Yeah, and I think also because now that we're bringing in expert mediators, I think that's become the play of the day, that they're really taking it seriously. Not just have mediation, but have experts to run mediation.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, you'll be surprised that even in arbitration, I mean, I remember an experience last year where during the pendency of an arbitrations, parties decided to mediate. They could have chosen conciliation, which is prescribed in one of the parts of the arbitration act, but they decided to go ahead for mediation, and it was successful. So it is giving its fruit. So why not? We should follow it.
Mr. Jeet, I'm just going to come to you now. Do you really think that, ADR has really come to age in India now as being an independent dispute resolution process? Or do you think that the fact that the ultimate destination still remains, unfortunately for us, the courts, when it comes to enforcement of the award, or, getting an execution done of that award? Do you think it's still, the fact that that dependency remains, it continues to be a deterrent, sometimes even from a client's eye, that if ultimately I have to go back to the court, do I really need to go through the arbitration process?
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I think we need to understand the problem that we are facing. And of course, everyone understands what the problem is. It's similar to the traffic problem that we face on the road, that the roads are small and the vehicles are simply too many. The road cannot take any more vehicles, but the vehicles are getting added every day. So the number of litigation keeps getting added to our court system, that we are simply not equipped to deal with them. So the solution is what? You have flyover or some alternate routes, and that is what ADR is. Now, I feel that my answer to the question, whether ADR mechanism has come of age, the answer to that according to me, particularly in Indian context, is a emphatic yes, because it's a very strong yes, because in the past 10 years that I have personally seen, and I think most of the practitioners would agree, that in the past 10 years, almost all the stakeholders, number one, the lawmakers, number two, the judges, number three, the practitioners, everyone wants to improve the system. They all want it to be faster. They want it to be efficient. They want to be cost saving. And everyone is working towards it. Of course, not everyone is on the same page at the same time. Therefore, there is a bit of, it's a little chaotic. It's not at the same pace that everyone is moving. But having said that, a lot of things are improving. Today, one can say that most of the arbitrations do get over between 12 months to 24 months, most of them. So that was something that was not very common, say about before the amendment, and let's say 4-5 years back. That's number one. The pandemic actually has helped things a lot. Insofar as our traditional court systems are concerned, they, of course, everyone adapted to technology very, very quickly, and almost all the courts were to a large extent functioning. But as soon as the pandemic is over, almost all the courts are either have already moved back to physical hearings. But having said that, they have still adapted to things like e-filings and all. But insofar as arbitration is concerned, I see that almost all the stakeholders involved are using technology to a large extent. A lot of virtual hearings, a lot of physical hearings, even for, say, for example, setting the timelines, preliminary hearings, have now completely, even a lot of final arguments have now moved to virtual hearing. There are distinct advantages of that. Of course,
as young lawyers, one would fancy that I would travel to this place, that place for attending hearing. But once you go there, you actually realize that you didn't get any time off with this continuing to work there. So later you realize that was not any advantage at all. Now, just for an hour's hearing, you don't need to travel or spend 2 days traveling to some other place. So it has become very, very faster. In fact, for the first 6 months, none of the parties or the lawyers or the arbitrators actually meet each other for the till the time of completion of pleadings, and you manage everything virtually. So that's clearly a huge advantage. So I feel that yes, it has definitely come of age, and the most important part is of the intent. Intent has definitely changed. Everyone wants to make it faster. Now, coming to the second part of your question, because ultimately after the flyover, you come back to the same road, the vehicle comes back to the same court system. So that is, I wouldn't say that it is not a deterrent, but I think it is something that we'll have to live with, because not all the awards are something. A lot of awards get set aside, and rightly so. So you need that supervision. That's very, very important. Having said that, we have seen a mindset change in so far as the judges are concerned. They don't interfere just for the sake of interfering in any award. You see very common that Section 34 applications get dismissed very, very often these days, as opposed to earlier regime. Number two, because there is no automatic stay. The parties, and if the losing party has to make some deposit, even they are not interested in dragging because there is no stay in their favor. Even they have some skin in the game and they want an early decision. So overall, I would say that things have definitely moved for the better. Of course, we need to make a lot of other changes to help things better. Like say, for example, we need a arbitration bar. Same set of people should not be in court, and same set of people should not also be doing the arbitrations, because otherwise you don't find time. You either can be in court or you can either be doing arbitration. So one has to make a choice. That's something that we as professionals need to do.
Thanks, Prashant. I think, yeah, that's a big point that you brought up, that, it has now become two different practice areas, and we need lawyers that specialize specifically in both, and I think that is happening. I'm just going to close this discussion now out with just, a couple of thoughts from each of you. What would you say individually? What is your preferred mechanism of ADR? I somehow think I know the answer, but I'll anyway ask the question. And how do you think today, now that we are progressing and how, ADR has become an important aspect, what do you think businesses really need to do now when they start looking at ADR, and how do they manage their litigation portfolios in their companies, looking at ADR as a preferred solution? I'll start with Shovik. Let's do it.
I'll be very quick. I think I was already quite clear. I would prefer to do it by arbitration, but I recognize that my clients don't always have that preference because it's very expensive. And based on that, if we can tailor it for their preferences through a virtual hearing, expedited proceedings, all of that, we can do that as well. But to the extent we can stick to arbitration, this arbitration trained lawyer would like to do it that way.
That's good for your business, right? I would say mediation. That's a faster and more people-centric process. But second, of course, is arbitration. One factor that clients at least should understand is they should start respecting the awards that come through that process. If the challenge part is taken away, then of course we have a time limit and it can be resolved in a much faster way that is possible.
I think it is clearly mediation is the winner in Indian context. The reason is simple, that you have a quick resolution of your dispute, and if mediation is done properly and is understood properly, it's more of a win-win situation than one party losing over the other. One important point I would like to make is that there is also a need for a mental change insofar as mediation is concerned, which is that lawyers are really not incentivized to actually offer mediation as a solution. One client see that my lawyer is perhaps not very confident about my case, therefore he's advising mediation. So plus lawyers would not advise also for another reason, that because they will feel that it's not good for their business, as you rightly said. So I think that needs a change somewhere.
I think I agree with the sense of the house that mediation is the go-to thing. While of course, as Vishwadeep rightly pointed out, that there is, you need to put that proper process in place, incentivize the mediators, incentivize the parties as well. Apart from the fact that they are settling it, there needs to be a spelled out procedure, which I believe that mediation really is likely to bring. But having said so, I would also still rate arbitration at par if we are able to, and again taking a cue from Vishwadeep, have an arbitration bar, we have a separate arbitration lawyers, we don't have, we already have minimum judicial intervention, but further less minimum judicial intervention is always welcome. And if we have that arbitration bar in place, all these aspects are going to make arbitration, I mean, imagine, I shouldn't be saying so in an open forum, but for us, and a lot of you may relate to a Singapore body called Maxwell Chambers. For us, Maxwell Chamber is Niti Bar Club. That's not really what you want an arbitration center to look like. So you need to have proper infrastructure in place. There are new institutions which are coming up who are really taking arbitration to the next level. So if we are able to achieve that, coupled with mediation, which seems to be sort of a pre-dispute requirement, once we are able to tie them together, I think we have a solution.
Thanks. I agree with all of you actually on this. And I do agree, I think institutionalized arbitrations are the future. So thanks everybody for this time you've taken out. And it was a great panel, and thanks.
Well, I do understand that this topic at hand requires a little more time for discussion, but due to the paucity of time, that is all that we can offer at this moment. But we'd like to thank the panelists and the session chair for such an informative session. Can I please request you to kindly join us up front for a group picture? Thank you very much. And the next topic for the next panel discussion is Gearing Up for 2023, Decoding India's Inc.'s Evolving Governance, Risks and Compliances Landscapes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panelists. Please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Sameet Gambhir, Vice President, Corp Law, Company Secretary, DCM Sriram. बिल्कुल आ जाइए सर. Please welcome our next panelist, Mr. Manish Lamba, General Counsel, DLF Cyber City Developers. Thank you for the peppy music. Let's give it up for the next panelist, Ms. Payal Khanna, Director, Legal and Compliance, Volvo Cars. Let's welcome Mr. Vaibhav Kakkad, Partner, Siraf and Partners. And completing this session, let's give a huge round of applause for Session Chair, Ms. Vani Mehta, General Counsel, GE, South Asia.
For the introduction. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, our esteemed panelists. And without further ado, I would quickly like to jump onto the session. So we've got something very interesting. We are decoding the legal risks that are going to be there in 2023. What are going to be the key challenges? But before we go into 2023, we're almost 2 weeks away from completing 2023. So I want to start with this panel, and I think I can start with Payal. That what has been your biggest risk that you've seen come up in 2022?
I think from an automotive sector, I think 2022 has been one of the most milestone for us, as we recently transformed into an online direct sales business. Like automotive all throughout has been managed and seen from a lens of dealerships, and it was one of the challenge which was given to the legal department, that can we sell cars now directly to our customers. So I think, but this had a double-edged sword, because when you get into direct consumer business, it brings in a lot of legal risks directly to the company versus which was earlier managed by the dealerships. So we are still on that journey, but the good part is at least we made a very successful start this year, where in fact we have transformed our entire electric cars business into direct sales and selling cars directly. For our ICE cars and our petrol engines, we are still managing through dealerships. So that was, I think, one of the important milestone for us this year.
And Payal, just to ask you, since we've gone from the e-car mode and your different other fuel mechanism we're looking at in the automobile industry, do you see the law has caught up with it or no?
Unfortunately not. We still have a very archaic Motor Vehicles Act, which still has some regulations which do not really meet the direct sales business, as I mentioned to you. It still says the dealership needs to go and register themselves with the RTOs, whereas it has no perspective to an OEM, who wants to now sell directly. So because I think maybe when the legislation was drafted, nobody anticipated that, the car business will go direct one day, But I think I do see a lot of changes there, where I think at least on the car homologation front, wherein, you see a lot of these certifications being brought into the glasses, tires, wheel rims. The government is really, really being very strong around ensuring that we make very good, safe vehicles. And, Volvo is known for safety, so I think we are still on that journey, but it will take some time.
So a lot to look forward to in 2023.
And beyond that.
And beyond. Now I'm going to move on to Sameet. Sameet, in your experience, what has been the biggest legal risk and challenge that you faced in 2022 in your industry and also from an in-house perspective?
So I think in 2022, I've been a company secretary also. Legal risk is a lot of safety-related regulations where you're talking about or you're talking about, for example, risk management committee and then ESG and BRSR. Because, for example, in BRSR, there's a lot of greenwashing is happening nowadays. And recently, SEC has actually made a task force and that's a very big risk. The other risk we faced was, SEBI was very, very stringent recently on the insider trading compliances, and they have come up with a new thing which is called digital database, where all the UPS it has to be entered with the timestamp, with all audit trail and all. And that's why it's number one, it's a legal risk, it's a very big risk. Number two, there are chances of getting the information leaked. That is related party transaction. Now facing a lot of challenges in terms of related party transactions. Subsidiaries are being included in that. So these are some of the things, I'll discuss in detail.
Yes, we're going to come back to board management and what we've seen and what would be your advice in 2023, especially for being conglomerates like yours. I'll just take, I'll request Manish to sort of talk a little about the challenges that he's seen in 2022 legal. I know he's come from the real estate industry. We've seen RERA happening. We've seen a lot of noise about it. That seems to be settled now. But what really has been the key issues for you in Vision 2022?
So this has been a watershed year. Not that it is cliche to say so, but what has happened is look at the manner in which real estate we have looked in the last 3 years. Before 1 year before 2022, that is 2020, 21. Now we are in 23. We thought that the office would not be there. The situation came, everybody worked from home. We saw a situation, all the shopping malls were closed. We saw a situation where PVR had some, few thousand cinema halls, all cinema halls all together closed completely and absolutely. But now in 23, what do we see? its valuation is touching the sky. Insofar as PVR is concerned, there is revenge buying in shopping malls. Things have become omni-channel. Hybrid has become the way of life. Real estate prices, depending upon whether you are a buyer or a seller. If you are a buyer, you would have noticed that prices from 30% to 60% they have increased in Gurgaon. If you want to buy an office, if you want to take a A grade 2 lakh square feet, except with all the noise, which you will see that insofar as the model is going to be hybrid. If you want 2 lakh square feet of space in the whole of Gurgaon, you will not find it. It is not available. So I think hybrid models are going to go e-cash, e-tization, integration of the omni-channel businesses. Everything has improved. There are some sectors which have not, certainly, but 90% of the economy has improved. We are wanting better houses, bigger houses. The demand for 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedrooms have increased. Offices, the requirement of clean air, fresh air, and various other facilities. We are immersive environments, and look at the conference, you have complete house full at 4 o'clock. So I think in 2 years, we have seen petrol prices or crude oil from 0 to 110. So this has been a very challenging, and the future is going to be, it has taken India to reach 3,500 years to reach this $3 trillion economy. And in the next 4 years, if not 5, we will be a $6 trillion of economy. So there is more money to be made. What has been made in the last 3,500 years. So times are going to be very exciting.
I agree. I think, Manish, you're absolutely right. The way we've lived in 2020 and how we've come back and seen the world rediscover itself in a new form in 2022 has been an eye-opener for all of us in our segments. And Vaibhav, I want to know from your client perspective, you've seen, you have clients across industries. What has been your key challenges? What sort of issues you've seen them come up regularly in 2022?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Vani. That's a great question. Look, actually, the number of learnings this last 1 year has given is so many that it becomes difficult to sort of call out just a select few. But even if I was to do the difficult task of identifying 2 sort of key themes that we have seen, one is that government, we always talk of technology being a huge disruptor. I think 2022 has been all about law being a huge disruptor. Some of the colleagues here, Samit spoke of the regulatory changes. What is now happening is that there is a tendency on part of the government, on part of the regulators, even judiciary, that they look at a problem and then all rulemaking happens to try and solve that problem. And often you end up throwing the baby out of the bathwater. The changes that Samit spoke of on related party transactions, on insider trading law. Now, as a regulator, they are looking at some bad apples, looking at bad cases, and then making the rules in the entire framework around it. I was part of the CII committee, which went and tried negotiating with SEBI to make some concessions on those related party rules that Samit spoke of. But SEBI wasn't willing to budge. And their point was that I need to protect that last one public shareholder whose interests have been, taken for a complete ride in this so-called related party transaction involving the promoters. And we actually had to tell SEBI, look, if you're going to look at that one incident, there were 7 other pieces of legislation that could have been used to, go after that particular errant promoter. And there was enough in the legal system. But now if you're going to try and create all rules just to solve for that one bad apple, you will end up creating a very, very bad precedent. And that's exactly what's happened. SEBI did not, despite all industry representations, did not dilute any of the rules on related party transactions. Same thing on insider trading law. So what is happening now is, look at what's happened on digital lending. There were thousands of apps that had, suddenly flourished, which were getting involved into, loan making, and lending business, which many would say was almost amounting to money lending. And there were those who were indulging in extortionist practices. But look at what RBI had to do. 3 months time, it sort of consults everybody and comes up with these digital lending rules, which many would argue would pretty much kill the whole industry. So what's therefore happening now is that the regulators and the government also are working under intense timelines. They need to react quickly. And so if they're seeing bad apples, they are using that as an example, coming up with rules rather quite quickly. So whether you look at what's happened with crypto, we began 2022. I remember being part of panel discussions about how crypto is the next big thing. We're ending the year where Reserve Bank of India has very clearly stated its stand that crypto is going to be banned in this country. And so is the government saying so. So, you're seeing that level of a disruption happening through legal instruments, which is why it's very important and this has been our learning, Vani, that as lawyers, as practitioners, we tend to focus a lot on what's happening in courts. But I think there needs to be very, very deep level of engagement, not just by policy think tanks, but even by lawyers and practitioners and in-house counsels with the government at the point in time when they're making the rules. Because often what we realize is that, the baby gets thrown out of the bathwater once the rules are there.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you. I think Vaibhav, you've hit the nail on the head. This year, we've just seen too many disruptions and a very reactive approach, be it in terms of digital payments, be it in terms of crypto, be it in terms of gaming, everything, especially SEBI, we've seen the power of one shareholder knock down a company. And, it's come by towards the end of the year, but we've seen it all. And really the government needs to step up. And I think that's been the key message. And also for all of us in this room, we've been on our toes in 2022. I don't think I've had a week wherein, some new surprise hasn't hit me. And I'm like, oh, I never knew about this is going to come my way. So now, when I look at 23, I know especially with 22 being such a challenging year, so disruptive, 23, I look at a lot of legislations coming in. Even in 22, there were a lot of talk about labor laws coming in. We've all made discussion. We've had panel discussion, analysis in-house with our lawyers. Nothing really has happened. Now we look for, and now with the data protection bill introduced, we are looking forward to that. So in 23, from your perspective, and I think I'm going to open it up to the panel, what is it that along with labor, with data protection, what is it that you're thinking from your industry, from your work area, it's going to come your way? And I think, Samit, maybe we can also talk about board, especially, board management is going to become a big issue. SEBI has come up very strongly with guidelines, explaining it to your board, explaining the position of independent directors is going to be a big challenge for all of us. And I'm sure we all in our own capacity face that day in and day out. Over to you, Payal.
I think from automotive industry, particularly, I think data privacy, one you touched upon, I think that is one area which I do see a lot of changes, and many things in data protection law really does not cater much to our industry. So it's going to be with times we'll see that how much we will be able to still comply. And as I mentioned about this whole direct to consumer business, we in automotive industry are not used to that. And now suddenly bringing all this changes in system, I think while that's a big law, but I'm not sure whether it will cater to all industry needs. So let's see. I hope whenever I go back and talk to my higher ups that, oh, we have a new data privacy law, it just gets changed. So I think that's one area I do see it to be very much impactful to us as we do direct consumer business. And also, since I think, especially in the luxury segment, which I work for, we are now getting a lot into this whole software business. Like I was talking to one of my colleagues just outside this hall that, after a while, there will be a stage that automotive will just be a car and full of softwares. So it will just be like a machine with softwares in it. So I think I do see with this whole law to be catered into in terms of telecom laws. I think who knew that when you have a car which has a SIM in it, there will be telecom law applicable to it. The SIM is being bought somebody in Sweden and you're running the car in India. So you have to do one compliance under the telecom laws. So I think that's one area which is new to us. And I do see a lot of impact of the telecom laws also onto the automotive industry as we're getting into this whole journey of software
cars going forward.
I think that's very interesting, Payal. I think for me, when I thought about automobile, I would think about labor unions. You've given us a whole lot more perspective that, there's going to be a lot of challenge that's going to come and new exciting laws coming, which is going to impact your industry. Samit, from your industry and from your experience, you touched upon board management, insider trading. SEBI has been overactive this year, and it has been out there to protect that shareholder, protect the interest of the independent directors, and very vocally. And I think there's been a lot of challenge we've all experienced at our board level. So please share your thoughts about it, and how do you see that evolving in 23?
So I think you're right. Actually, there's a lot of challenges we are facing, particularly from regulator in terms of SEBI, company law, and all. But somehow I feel it's not bad actually. We are the compliance officer. After all, compliance officer's job is to take care of all these things. And if it is something which is in the interest of the organization or general public, it's not bad. Sometimes the only thing is you have to see the rationale of the things also. When you put this in law, when you come up with something. For example, if you're talking about related party transactions, it has become a very big challenge for all of us. Then they have to see, if the organization, the idea, the intention is good, we compliance officer, we're ready to welcome it, we are ready to comply it, we are complying it. But the point here is that you have to see the scenario. For example, if you really see that the subsidiary has to take an approval from the audit committee of the holding company for a related party transaction, how far it is feasible for an organization which has 100 subsidiaries in different countries. So that is one of the challenges, which unfortunately, fortunately, we don't have that kind of a challenge. In terms of insider trading, we really appreciate that, because ultimately, if someone is trading in the share on the basis of information, someone is losing the money. There's some innocent shareholders losing the money. So I think intention is not bad. The laws are really, really good. But the point here is that you have to see from the perspective of Indian promoters, say 60-70% of the organization as promoter holding organization in India. So from that perspective, one has to really think, how much is required and how much we can put it in a gradual manner actually. But we as a compliance officer, हम तो कहते हैं आते रहे यार, because we are ready to face the challenge as a compliance officer. Frankly, हम तो कहते हैं हमारी value बढ़ रही है यार organization में और क्या चाहिए?
Absolutely.
हम तो ये बोलते हैं कि अपने टेबल पे चार्ट लगा के रखते हैं ऐसे, which is kind of a ECG chart. So this is the compliances which are going up. This is my blood pressure which is going up. That's the only thing we are facing. But till the time we are in the compliance officer, I'm happy. But the other thing is like board management. You touch very relevant point, because now what we are facing is that various committees. For example, risk management committee is mandatory in certain organization. It says look at the scope. It says you have to estimate the risk, or you have to mitigate the risk in terms of ESG risk, in terms of financial risk, in terms of this risk, that risk. So the point is, board का काम तो आसान हो रहा है, पर committees का काम बड़ा मुश्किल होता जा रहा है, So audit committee, risk management committee, they are having a lot of responsibilities now because they need to report to the board. So I think ठीक है, but it's okay. We welcome the change, frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. We welcome the change. And I think as slowly but steadily we've bounced, the way we've bounced back in 22, especially 21, with its work from home mode and COVID, things have taken a little backseat. So I think now we're headed towards a full, full speed. Right. That it's been very active year for all of us. And Manish, what has been your experience that, what is it that you're looking forward in 2023? What do you see more of action really happening in terms of legal industry?
So I'm very happy with the manner in which the government is working, except for exceptions. That's fine, because ultimately when the zeal of the government is to protect the interest of the lost and least, and that is how that one shareholder takes the entire company or the process to the ransom, which should be looked into. The laws need to be liberal. Their implementation needs to be strict. We have strict laws and liberal implementation. So that is where I think we need to. My friend would know in London, it is necessary the Carriage Act, which is there in London, which requires that insofar as haystack should be there in the back of a car. They did not change that legislation, but no cab driver in London has gone to jail because of that, because they understand that now horses are no longer there. But that act still stands. So therefore, it is the manner in which you implement the laws is more important. I would like to see some more technology taking place, taking role insofar as real estate is concerned. I would love to see, insofar as stamp duty is concerned, getting merged into GST. That's a huge, big problem insofar as each of these states are concerned. And a lot of evasion, a lot of disputes, a lot of people, nobody wants to pay the stamp duty for what reason, I do not know. But if it was to be submerged into GST, probably it will make life simpler. The other thing is registration. Today, I can transfer $1 billion company overnight, sitting in the comfort of my home, but I cannot lease a property for a period exceeding 12 months without going to the registrar's office. So there is already a few days ago, I saw that insofar as the government is concerned, they are looking at the manner in which mortgages, leases, and sale transactions will become possible by e-tizing it. And if so, I'll just give you a broad estimate just to feel a little happy. I can't buy the car which my friend sells, but if you look at it, the total value of the real estate in the world is, give or take, maybe take a margin of error of 30-40%. It is 400 trillion. The size of the bond market is around about 120 trillion. The size of the equity market is around about 100 trillion. The size of the gold is around about 13 trillion. The size of bitcoins in this entire industry is not even 3 trillion. So we need to get our priorities right. We are doing everything for bitcoins and all these transactions which are taking place. But the real estate market, these reforms are must. And I do think they've been discussing this for very long. And I hope somebody implements them. And once we do away with the stamp duty or e-stampation, insofar as registration is concerned, transaction of real estate, leases, licenses, if it could be done electronically, it will improve and it will reduce the litigation by at least 50%.
True. Manish, I can't buy the houses that your company sells, and neither can I buy the cars that Payal's company sells. So I think, I'm very humble of both of you. Well, coming to Vaibhav, Vaibhav, what is it that you really feel that, the regulators need to look at in 2023? There's been certain, like you mentioned previously, some disjointed efforts. There's been a very reactive approach, but do you see the regulator, the industry coming forward and coming with more structure and reforms in 2023, apart from, data protection and labor? And what is it that, I know we've had a panel discussion on data protection previously, but is there something that you really look forward to and you think is going to benefit the industry?
I wish I could have given you a very positive answer to your question, but the reality is, to my mind, coming 2023 will see even more disruption and more disjointed efforts. Because I think what's happening, and I think my learned senior Manish Jain made a very valid point. He said, Indian economy will now double in the next few years. And we will make more money as an economy than we've ever made in our entire 70 years of independence. And 3,500 years of history. Now, with that level of economic growth, Vani, what happens invariably is that there's just too much of disruption happening at different places. And so each sectoral regulator, each agency is just looking at their own jurisdiction and then coming up with rules and laws that sort of best respond to that situation. Sanmeet mentioned about, the whole issue of insider trading. One of the issues that SEBI was looking at was the fact that listed companies sometimes do not disclose all the material information about the company in good time. Now look at the extremity to which SEBI suggested in a consultation paper that they released recently. They said if any media journalist writes a story pertaining to that listed company, that listed company is mandated by law to now give a positive or a negative response and clarify whether the story is accurate or not. This is nowhere in the world as a standard. There are media leaks everywhere. But look at the extremity to which SEBI is now thinking, no, we got to make sure every listed company is clarifying its position on every issue immediately the moment there's a media article. Can you imagine the extremity to this?
The power of pen.
So therefore, it is important to sort of now accept this. The quickly we accept that disruption is going to be the game for times to come. And just like how technology is a big disruptor, regulators, government agencies, and courts will continue changing rules, looking at all the bad apples. And so we need to be proactive. We need to react well. You know, one trend that started, Vani, a couple of years back and which is now only strengthened is that employees, at no matter how senior they need to realize that they're working for the organization and not for a particular promoter, not for a particular board, not for a particular MD. And in the past, I mean, and I've been personally involved in some not so, good but fairly controversial cases, including Fortis Healthcare or for that matter, ICRA and some of the other credit rating agencies, that ultimately employee conduct will be judged on the basis of what they did is whether it was in the best interest of the company. The defense, the argument that my MD told me to do something, my CEO told me to do something will not cut at all. And over the last 2-3 years, even as a law firm, Vani, we've had so much of work in the space of internal investigation, where whistleblower, where complaints about certain stakeholders within the company trying to sort of, push the narrative in a particular direction to suit their interest. That is happening a lot. And with now Enforcement Directorate becoming even more powerful with the recent Supreme Court judgment on what could be interpreted as proceeds of crime, we're typically seeing any economic offense these days, any company involving an economic offense, you see SEBI getting involved, you see SFIU getting involved, which has more powers than most other investigative agencies, including CBI. And then you have the Enforcement Directorate. And this is happening, this has happened over the last 2 years, that trend is only going to strengthen. So corporates need to recognize internal governance is very, very critical. It need not just be for listed companies where you're looking at interest of public shareholders. Look at some of the not so famous or the infamous tech unicorns, and in the financial sector, and one of the founders is always in the news for some cases being filed against him. All of that is happening because there the allegation is that the founder was not looking after the interest of the other investors. So stakeholder management will be a very critical role. We are already seeing instances where lawyers, there are separate lawyers for the independent directors, there are separate lawyers for the listed company, and there are separate lawyers for the management. So different stakeholders will pull in different directions. So this kind of circus is going to continue. The sooner we accept and sooner we try and sort of start responding quickly to that change, the better it would be.
I think, Vaibhav, you've actually summed it up very well that, in the last 1 year, the trend that I have seen the most is stakeholder management, and I think there's a lot of responsibility that lies on the shoulders of people in this room, and especially the people on this panel, to make the senior people aware that it's not the individual, it's the company. We are all over here working towards protecting the interest of the company. And I think on that note, I would like to open the floor to any questions that anyone has.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now open for questions and answers. Simply raise your hand and I'll make sure that you get a mic. And must I remind you, the questions must only be related to this particular panel discussion only. Well, all I can gather from this is that you've already provided most of the information that one can on this topic. So thank you so very much, panelists. Can I please request you to kindly come up front to pose for a group picture? Although I'm a little, I'm pondering that in a room full of students, we do not have any questions. Thank you so very much. Thank you. A louder round of applause for our panelist and session chair. Thank you very much. Thank you. And with this, we come to the last panel discussion of the day and the end of the first segment, and nearing towards the second segment and perhaps the most anticipated segment, that is the award ceremony. The topic at hand for this panel discussion is From Malady to Remedy, a new paradigm for India's judicial system. Let's welcome our panelists. Please give it up for Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Dr. G.V. Rao, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. People at the back, your hands aren't doing you any good. Tied up all back in your pockets. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Rao? Come on, everyone. Let's give it up. Please welcome Mr. Bharat Chugh, founder, the Chambers of Bharat Chugh. Please welcome Ms. Neha Nagpal, founder, NM Law Chambers. Please welcome our panelist, Mr. Shashank Diwan, independent practitioner, Chambers of Shashank Diwan. And completing the session, let's welcome the session chair, Mr. Jay Sai Deepak, founder, Law Chambers of Jay Sai Deepak.
Good evening. So given the composition that we have here and the topic that's been given, I'll try my best to keep this conversation as diverse as possible. We have constitutional experts, we have people with a significant background and experience in criminal law, and we have people from the commercial side as well. So given the nature of the topic and its sweep, I'll try to cover as many bases as possible, but without making it sure that it doesn't meander in different directions. So let me start off with a couple of questions on the larger question of perhaps the systemic issue when we speak of moving from malady to remedy. The macro question that seems to be the talk of the town these days is whether or not the collegium system is doing us any good, and whether do we need perhaps a second shot at the NJSC. Now, clearly, this question has its own political overtones, but I would want to keep this discussion as constitutional as possible within the realm of policy. And therefore, let's just open this up. So we'll start with Mr. Dubey.
Thank you so much, Sai. It's a very pertinent question if I put that's a collegium system. In my opinion, there is no problem in the collegium system, because the collegium system in existence for last 30 years. And it is not like that the collegium has got the absolute power. Ultimately, the recommendation by the collegium is the subject matter of the scrutiny by the executive, also and the bureaucrats. You have to go through the by data, CV, backgrounds, integrity, knowledge, everything. You have to put your agency like the IB, and you are collecting all the information related to the person who is going to be elevated as the High Court judge and Supreme Court judge. And there is a power with the government to make the recommendation, accept the recommendation or return the recommendation with the few reservation and the finding on the candidature of the person concerned. So we can't say that this is there is any fault and there is any loopholes in the collegium system. And you see the background when the collegium came, there was some instances where the Supreme Court passed the order in 3 occasions, and there is a continuous superstition of the senior most judges. The person who got elevated as an additional judge, they were not getting the permanent post, and the government was interfering everywhere. So ultimately the Supreme Court says, no, the person is coming. And interestingly, the collegium, the main purpose for the collegium was there because the collegium has the opportunity to interact with the member of the bar, and they are having the information how the person is doing or what is their expertise. So I think the collegium system is the demand of the day, and there is no problem in the collegium system.
So just so that I have a sense of where this discussion is going, and just for the benefit of the rest of the panelists, perhaps the two limbs of the argument that I'm hoping for your opinions on is, one is the question of constitutionality, and the second is the question of desirability. And within the second limb of desirability, whether this system is consistent with the concept of a parliamentary democracy, coupled with whether it furthers or impedes the cause of transparency in an all-important institution. These are perhaps the areas that I would hope that you could contribute on. So, Mr. Rao, sir. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Sai. You see, I was one of those who wrote earliest on this idea of appointment and transfer of judges. It was, plaguing the system right from the beginning. And way back, my first article I wrote was a critique on the previous legislation that was being brought into force, that is the Judicial Accounts Accountability and Standards Bill. It was a bill. It never got passed to this thing, and it was allowed to lapse. I said, why do you punish or prosecute errant judges? Ensure that the entire system of appointment is merit based and is transparent. So after that came the NJAC. Now the NJAC essentially meant to be a partnership, which it was originally there, between the executive and the judiciary. The appointment process. Earlier it was loaded in favor of the executive. Then now the pendulum has swung all the way. It's completely loaded in favor of the judiciary. And now the midway has to be restored because this is a balance. Now at the time when it was being done, and all done by, once there was the first case was the judge's case called the judge's transfer case. There the court held a particular point of view. Then the the Supreme Court advocates on record actually petitioned the court. And then there was the second time when it was done, when the whole pendulum swung to the other side, and where a consultation, concurrence was meant to be consultation, and finally the collegium system, as it were, was already in existence when the previous appointments were being made. It's a misnomer that many people think that the collegium system has come into existence by these judgments. Whether it was 3 judges or 5 judges was the question which was dealt with. Now, having said that, now once there is a constitutional amendment for the purpose of creating a kind of mechanism, a system, a forum through which all appointments are scrutinized, is a very healthy thing for democracy. And in a democracy, all 3 limbs of the government, legislature, executive, judiciary, function by checks and balances. So unless there is this partnership where one limb of the government doesn't feel that it's being ignored, there is no transparency, they are not being taken, they are not being taken into confidence, you will find this problem continuing to persist. Therefore, I think the NJAC was a very, very healthy development for the appointment of judges. There may have been some lacuna which could have been corrected, which has not been done. In fact, this morning I was with one of the most eminent jurists of this country, Professor Upendra Bakshi, whom I had the honor of discussing. And what transpired and what came out of it was that the government can reintroduce the same legislation with a few amendments to make up for what was lacking. Thank you.
I think I tend to agree with Dr. Rao when he says that there is this need for a more consultative process. The pendulum has swung to the very extreme on the other side, where we currently have a system which has broadly served us well, but there are serious questions on transparency, on what is this mysterious ritual that leads to somebody ending up on the bench and other people who do not similarly end up. So you definitely need a more consultative process, maybe not something on the lines of something as extreme as a Senate hearing, possibly in a US Supreme Court situation where anything that can possibly be brought up is brought up before you confirm the appointment of a judge, and there is a cross-examination that goes on before somebody is elevated. Maybe not on those lines, but somewhere in the middle, I think you need to find out a process that is consultative, where you bring on board the views of various stakeholders, and at the same time, you do it in a manner which does not broadly compromise the independence of the judiciary, which again is a part of the basic structure. Now, how, it's the devil and the God, everything is in the details here. And I think a new, revamped, retweaked NJAC with possibly something more than just the Honorable Prime Minister and the leader of opposition being there taking this decision, maybe a more broad body with a wider composition to examine the issues, examine the credentials, the background, and so on. Maybe, maybe a wiser middle path to this. And I think that is where I sit on the issue. Yeah.
I would agree with what Bharat has to say. I think it's more about a wider sort of panel deciding, more like, definitely not like the US system, more like the UK system, where there is a wider panel that decides. I think that is the need of the hour in the sense that we're also, that would probably aid in helping getting more people, more judges on on various benches that would also deal with issues of delays, maybe that would also deal with issues of any apprehended bias that ends up coming up. And I think going forward, the need of the hour is definitely to have a more involved process. Also, the system that's functioned for the last 30 years, as Mr. Dubey pointed out, has served us, but with times I think we need to change. And it definitely needs to be more participative in a democracy which is as robust as India.
Thank you, Sai. I think there is a consensus that there is a wider need for having a more mutually cooperative system for appointment of judges. But that said, the question that arises is, where do you draw the line? Because a part of it has been discussed in the 3 judges cases. Justice Kerr in the NJEC case had brought up the principle of reciprocity, where one person feels indebted. So the question that arises is, where does one draw the line? How wide is the spectrum? And what is the ultimate procedure we're looking for? What is the ultimate goal? We have to have a merit-based approach and appointments.
So with the permission of the panelists, given that we have had some interesting inputs here, can I explore the topic a bit more? So I completely agree with Ms. Nagpal's position that I think when the pendulum swings to the extent of the US, then it becomes more or less a political appointment. So I understand that. On the other hand, on the other side of the Atlantic, you of course have a Judicial Appointments Commission. So there's a greater participatory process there. Now, one of the things that perhaps I'm trying to unpack is, I don't think it's possible to do away with the concept of a particular ideological bias. As long as you're a human being with your own independent mind, I think bias is something that is to be expected. Now, you can perhaps come out with artificial ways of suppressing that bias, or you can perhaps create a system where there is a plurality of biases, which is to say that there is more representation for more than one point of view, particularly when it comes to matters of human rights, when it comes to matters of duties, when it comes to matters of, let's say, the relationship between constitution and the society, specifically in the form of religion, so on and so forth. Now, given that at least some jurisdictions have a very clear concept of recognizing certain judges as conservative judges and certain judges as liberal judges, would it make sense for us to have a certain class of, let's say, de facto categorization, such as the liberal versus conservative, so to speak, at the very least from the appellate level, from the high court level, and then perhaps hope for a more balanced Supreme Court, wherein both points of view, and of course all of the shades in between, get a fair degree of representation of the Supreme Court? Because if that's not the case, perhaps the Supreme Court's position might end up becoming the position of one particular point of view, as opposed to being a representative of a rainbow of opinions. Is that something that panelists would perhaps weigh on? And let's see where the conversation goes from there before I come to the next limb of the argument.
See, Sai, you have rightly put this question. That's the nature of the judges, like the conservative judges, liberal judges. So, in my experience, what I have found, you'll find so many kind of the judges and their backgrounds, their schooling also, their basically association with the society also, whether they are aware of the problem of the public at large or not, how much they are closer to the society's problem, and whether their knowledge is based only on the jurisprudence and without having the practical knowledge. So these all are the factors. So you will find the variation in the approach of the judges. And you must remember, you have done a matter that's a marital rape, and there was a lot of discussion about the societies. So everything was discussed and there was a disagreement in the judges. So this is the philosophy and this is the thought. There are so many things, the religion things, the regional things. So it's a mixture of everything. So I would say the justice changes from the person to person, chair to chair. There is no hard and fast any rule. There is no universal rule. There is the appreciation. The appreciation is the basically the appreciation is the interpretation, which varies from the person to person. So it has to be inevitable. It is inevitable. It will happen. And one thing I would also like to mention, that's a judge's appointment, the collegium system. The collegium system, we also have the drawback in the collegium system. Like in past several years, you will find the people who are getting the elevation as the high court judges, mostly they are working for the government or they are very close to the government. Even the nepotism, you can't rule out the nepotism. They are getting the more access to the judicial system, and the competent the lawyer are not getting the opportunity. These all are the loopholes, but as Mr. Diwan has pointed, what is the yardstick? What you are looking for? How you are going to change the system? It is not the overnight things that you can change the system. You have to first change yourself, then you can go to the system. Whether you are bringing the NAJSC or you are the collegium system, ultimately the people have to work. And the people have to be fair. It is not like that in the bureaucratic thing you are not getting any biasness, only the judicial thing. Everywhere there is a biasness and there is a different of the opinion.
So just for a moment, can I just make one point before you proceed, sir? On the question of the collegium system, since it's your position that the collegium system is itself a product or is a pushback because of interference by the executive with respect to the appointment. My only question would be, would that be a sufficient reason for the judiciary to interpret the provision itself in such a way that it gives it the power with respect to its own appointments beyond and over and above what was the original intent of the Constitution? Is that something that I certainly wanted to consider? Because if institutional pushback translates to shifting of constitutional goalposts and interpretation, then clearly we are not looking at some hard, bright and red lines. You're looking at a situation that it's by and large, then it comes down to a power tussle. Beyond that, there is nothing to it. Is that the way we are supposed to be looking at it? In which case, why does one particular institution get to pontificate to the others? And why don't the others get even the right of say or stakeholdership with respect to the functioning of the one? We are not asking for the right of absolute veto. And in a democracy, can an institution which effectively functions as the watchdog of the Constitution say, I will not just not listen to the people. The only chamber that I think I will listen to is the echo chamber that I create myself. Would that be a fair statement to make? In which case, how different is it from the concordat of popes that was created in the Catholic establishment prior to the Protestant Revolution? How do you think we go about it then?
You see, I belong to a generation where I have seen the previous working of the system prior to the collegium coming into existence. And in those days, governments were weak. There were, every few years, the government would fall and they would change. And there could be, somewhat a disturbing feature of not having a stable kind of system of appointment of judges, and they were getting delayed, etc. Also some bit of interference, let's say. But you're right. I wouldn't say that itself gives reason for the judiciary to interpret the provisions in a manner where the entire process is, controlled by them. I'm not. I will answer this in an interesting way. I'm a student of political science as well. There's what is known as the Hegelian dialectic. Now, Hegel said, which Marx later changed, that all history moves through theses. It's exactly opposite antitheses, and finally, the both of them, from there results synthesis. Theses, antitheses, and synthesis. Then synthesis will become theses, and thereafter it is exactly. So therefore, now it isn't. I wouldn't say that I'm particularly disturbed about the fact that something like that happened. It was probably the need of the time, but not necessarily the correct, the correct manner in which it ought to be. Today, we are very happy. Independence of judiciary is recognized. Basic structure is recognized. And in those days, the judiciary was really, being treated as a subordinate organization and not being given due respect. There was superstition of judges, and all of that was happening. So given we have come to a very healthy situation at the moment, but not the perfect one. Now, when you create a forum which is completely dedicated to assessing the pros and cons of each appointment, getting a complete idea of all those who are on the horizon, who can be on merit, considered for judgeship. Now, let me tell you, it is a wrong presumption to believe that if the executive and the judiciary were sitting together to decide upon a candidate, they will disagree.
I agree.
They may come to a consensus about the right candidate. Please let us not go into this belief that they are going to be at loggerheads. They may say, all right, if not this, all right, both of us agree on that third candidate, fine. That is the process, consultative process, which we are looking at. First point. Second point, what are the qualifications of a judge we are looking at? You said rainbow kind of a thing. I would say one of the most important, the few of them, there can't be too many, it's not rocket science. Highest degree of academic qualification, because you ought to write judgments, you ought to have an analytical capacity, you ought to know law, you ought to have knowledge. We don't want people from political bias. There's a beautiful word in the entire jurisprudence of law, which is called without prejudice. The man must essentially be known to have a mindset, a nature, a personality of being someone who is objective and without prejudice. He need not, the only thing that you need is his background, whether he's from intellectual property, whether he's a cyber law expert, whether he's a taxation expert, whether he's a constitutional expert. The political bias is not required at all, because that bias, whatever he may be, it can be dealt with on merit based at the point when a person is trying to adjudicate. You don't need to have any political bias as such. If he feels that certain political position is wrong, despite the fact that he supports or believes that that is right, then he will treat it as wrong and it is being wrongly applied. Let me give you an example. Suppose a particular outfit is there and they are saying, do 99% reservation. Now that outfit some fringe elements may come and say it, but he as a judge would say, look, that is not correct. That's not how the way to go about it. So therefore, what we are looking at is essentially very high academic qualifications, a temperament which is of a judge. That is, that he is unbiased, without prejudice, and he has a proven track record of that. Now, who will do it? Many times our collegium, our people in the system, I'm not blaming them, may not be having a time. You must devote your time to adjudicating matters before you. How will you sit and assess all this? There needs to be a completely expert forum to deal with it, which is analyzing all of the things that it can't be done in overnight. And we are saying there is backlog, so many judges have to be appointed. So given that fact, I guess that an expert body, which was originally recommended by Dinesh Goswami, who was the law minister at that time, we need to adhere to that, create that, bring together the various sections who are the representatives of the government also, and you may get the best. It's not that they're going to fight with each other every day. They are also reasonable people. If, for instance, I must give you an example. Our Vice President of India is a senior advocate of the Supreme Court, an expert in law. There are people in legislature, and they have been, who are so well versed with the law. So it's a wrong.
Mr. Somnath Chatterjee, for that matter.
Somnath Chatterjee. You have other names, so you may agree with them, you may not agree with them, but they are a part of the legislature.
Correct.
So thank you. That's all I had to say.
Please.
So very quickly, 3 points on what you said. If there is an institution that's possibly not working the way it's supposed to, does the other institution come in and fill that vacuum and appropriate that power? The answer to, in my humble opinion, would be a no. If one arm is not working, you try and strengthen that arm. You do not stop using it and let it atrophy away. So I don't think the appropriation of power or reading consultation as a concurrence was good to begin with. And we need to remind ourselves that, a non-collegium system has produced stalwarts like a Justice Krishna Iyer, a Justice Bhagwati, or a Justice Chandrachud Senior. And Justice Krishna Iyer, I think, if I've read it correctly, made it to the Supreme Court in about 5 years that he served, which is absolutely inconceivable today. And we could have a Supreme Court like that. And even the super sessions which were there, I think the way the concerned judges dealt with it and the way they've made their name in the hallmarks of judicial history, I think that itself was pushback enough, or a lesson enough, or a response enough, rather than taking up what possibly was not a constitutionally envisaged power that you should have.
Just to interject before you finish, what if the armed forces suddenly decides that somebody is being superseded, so let me take the decision into my hands?
So but on the second point that you earlier made on whether one organ gets to decide, although we have a broad separation of powers, but at some point in the constitutional structure and framework that we have, it would ultimately fall on the judiciary to broadly set out in a system of judicial review on what's constitutional and what's not. So at some point, there would be some decision that would be made. Of course, the executive and the government would have its own ways and means to constitutionally deal with it. The third point on having, that was a very interesting point that you made on whether one should make the latent patent by having at the High Court level maybe a set of High Court judges who can be broadly labeled or categorized as conservative and liberal, and thereafter, does that sort of a system help? Broadly, in my opinion, although it has the effect of making the system more certain in terms of the outcomes or in terms of predictions on how the court may weigh in on different issues, but at the same time, that also has a very, very significant downside on over politicizing the system, where today we have a court which can take an independent call unburdened by the calls and the populist demands of the day. So, again, very, very complicated, but, my 2 cents on those 3 points that you made before I hand it over to Neha.
Thanks for that, Bharat. I would really agree with, very emphatically agree with what Mr. Rao has to say, because I do think that while the system has reached a stage where it needs an overhaul, but we also have to find a balance, keeping the the history and the legacy in mind. But also, before we move forward, I think there has to be an assessment at a level of all three systems of the executive, the judiciary, the government, to understand what is it that we're trying to achieve. Because if we go forward without that, I don't think we're going to solve the problem. I think there has to be a consultative process at that stage, whether we have to get an NJAC act back in any other form, but to sit down and understand where are the loopholes that we want to fill, what is the objective that we want to get to, and then take things forward.
Thank you, Sai. Coming to your first question, I second what Mr. Dubey had said, that classification based on liberal or a conservative judge might not be the most appropriate thing, because it actually depends. It's an issue-wise situation where every judge, every independent mind have a different outlook to a certain set of facts. There can't be a straitjacket formula at the outset. And coming to the second issue, I absolutely second what Rao Sir has said, that we can't presume that just because there are differences between the executive and the judiciary at one part, that they won't reach a consensus on a name. They will reach a consensus, and you need to have an objective outlook to the entire situation. You can't sideline one strong element or the one constitutional organ which ensures the checks and balances in the entire system altogether. That said, I also think that we must, with the benefit of hindsight, we are in a position to draw a line to say who will, in case of differences, whether Supreme Court will, whether collegium will succeed the executive. And I think with this, if we decide at the outset, I think we'll have a better system, we'll have a better functioning, and we'll know that in a case of a deadlock, we know who will supersede, we know what is the right way out. And I think that is where we'll reach our consensus. Being at loggerheads all the time might not be the most appropriate thing. It leads to stagnation of cases. It affects the efficacy of the system altogether. So to avoid stagnation, I think it is better that all stakeholders are called together and there is a consensus. In case there is not, we have the benefit of hindsight and we can probably have a way out at the initial step itself.
The next 2 rounds will come.
Yes. Please. I want to say a very interesting thing, and just for a little bit of fun. Now, if all of us who are sitting here were asked to decide the manner in which this panel has been chosen, is it correct? Can we all decide that the manner in which all of us have been chosen is wrong? This is what exactly happened in the court. Now that I would like anybody who would like to answer it, or even Sai Deepak who's chairing this to answer it. Thank you.
See, I think if my own views had to be aired, where I would stand is this. A government which enjoys a brutal majority obviously needs some kind of a check. Not because it's evil in itself, because after that's the nature of the mandate. But given the nature of power, and especially a power which has been bestowed on a particular dispensation with full majority, you cannot then say that in instances where there is a government with a brutal majority, you must have some kind of a pushback mechanism, because that's not what decides a system in the first place. You need to have a particular structure that acts regardless of the nature of the majority enjoyed by the government. Second, I certainly will not submit myself to a particular position which says that people get to decide everything, because the fact of the matter is, despite having a lower house, we have an upper house precisely because it was constituted so that there are experts on subject who can have a say with respect to the let's say the populist mandate that's been given. That's exactly why the Chamber of States was established in the first place. So in that sense, where I would stand is, let there be some kind of accommodation of will as represented by the legislature. Let there be some kind of representation of the opposition as well, because they are still on the bench, no matter what, just on the opposite side. And then, of course, a certain degree of power with the Chief Justice, so to speak. My only question is that, having done so, there is absolutely no representation from the academic fraternity or the jurist fraternity. That is something that we may want to seriously consider, because these are people which we can hope have relatively lesser stakes in the wielding of power and are more interested in the evolution of jurisprudence and where we stand as far as the global pool of human thought is concerned when it comes to legal contributions. So maybe that's something that we may want to seriously consider. Now, for the next two rounds, I'd want to start with Mr. Shashank. So the third question that I perhaps want the panelists to shed light on is, hasn't the Supreme Court become an oft used and approached court? And is it not time for us to create perhaps a layer between the High Court and the Supreme Court, where you actually have, let's say, a filtration mechanism so that absolutely essential constitutional matters really go to the Supreme Court and we have quality judgments coming out? That I think perhaps you may want to shed light on.
Thank you, Sai. I absolutely agree with you. I think there is a need for Court of Appeals now. Supreme Court has to decide the law, and they cannot be deciding bail applications. It's precious judicial time. You can't do
transfer
this
petitions on a daily basis.
on a daily basis. That cannot be done. You decide the law, enforcement has to be done at the lower level. Supreme Court cannot be deciding merits. It can't become a fact-finding court at any stage of time. Unfortunately, there's been an influx of cases where I feel the Supreme Court is now more occupied with transfer petitions, as you said, or bail applications, and they're ignoring questions which pertain, which have large implications, issues which are pending in lower courts, which cannot be decided till the time Supreme Court finally adjudicates this. So I think there is a big vacuum in that, and I seriously support Court of Appeals. I think it's the need of the hour at this point of time.
I have a slightly different view on that. I firmly believe that, and I'd quote Justice Chandrachud here when he said the other day that the lower judiciary needs to start being taken more seriously and needs to start hearing and deciding bail applications, and there cannot be this fear or this reluctance to grant bail. So just taking a cue from that I think the lower judiciary needs to be given the due credit that they deserve. Be it the lower judiciary or at the district court levels or the session courts, or even for that matter, the high courts and the tribunals, because the minute that starts happening, the load on the Supreme Court starts lowering. Instead of adding one more layer, I feel, which is of course going to entail a whole systematic shift and coupled with a lot more expenditure, that can be used actually towards building the current infrastructure that we have in our existing courts to increase the disposal rates.
So you're saying the Supreme Court must be more reticent in entertaining all of it.
The SLP days should be literally considered, sacrosanct. It cannot go over a Monday, Friday, and the rate of admission has to be, curtailed.
Very quickly, since I can see you there. I started my career at 23 as a young baby magistrate. And when I was looking at CRPC and CPC, I would think and speak to myself and say, what is it that one cannot do as a civil judge or as a magistrate? Is it about empowering the trial judiciary so that again the higher courts can trouble themselves with the constitutional issues? So look at the mandate injunction in the SRO, very similar to a mandamus. We have habeas corpus in the CRPC. When you talk about powers of supervising or monitoring an investigation, you're doing a jurisdiction akin to a criminal writ in that sense. So I think, yes, completely agree, strengthening the trial court judiciary so that they can check power, they can exercise their powers more freely. They should be taught to be less conservative, for instance, in matters of bail, for instance, for the fear of any questions being asked on their integrity and so on. I think all of that should take a backseat. and then the Supreme Court should confine itself to constitutional questions. On the lighter side, this conversation was happening. Somebody said Article 136 of the Constitution is pari material to 125 of the CRPC. I said, why? Because 125 CRPC provides for maintenance of the wives and children of ordinary people, and 136 of the Constitution provides for maintenance of children and wives of lawyers. Because you have another round of appeal, another go at the facts. So again, that has to stop. It's an absolute no-brainer.
I think that, the screening process should be, a lot more enhanced through the assistance of the registry and others, so that frivolous litigation, there is a whole lot of frivolous litigation, matters without merit, etc., get weeded out, and then serious matters come before the court. And that we need to impose costs. We need to impose costs and ensure that for everything that we are not before the court, and for every matter that comes to, the Supreme Court is something that has some merit. There is some way by which we can actually ensure that all that matters that are before the court may not require the amount of time that is being devoted to them first, and ensure that frivolous and meritless cases are dealt with more effectively. That's a better way, instead of creating a tier with so many more judges, and there is a huge, again, like a bureaucracy.
New ecosystem.
New ecosystem. Right. Yeah, thank you.
I do agree with Dr. Rao. There is no purpose of creating so many forums. Recently the Chief Justice of India and all the judges are saying that's a way to strengthen the hands and the power of the lower judiciary. Why this situation came? Merely creating the forum is not the solution. Why this situation came? Because you have the hierarchy, you are not letting your lower judicial officer to work with the free hand. When I joined the profession, there was a very famous case of Vishnu Pandit. The learned session judge granted the anticipatory bail. That was person was entitled for anticipatory bail, and he got superseded. And from those days, and the Bharat is already part of the judicial system, he was there, and Bharat will correct me. After Vishnu Pandit, the Delhi judicial system, the judges stopped granting the bail. So you have basically enhanced the number of the cases, and you are inviting the litigants to approach you, because you are saying you are the High Court, you are the Supreme Court, and you are more interested in deciding each and everything. Even you see, there is a matter in the midnight, the Supreme Court granted the remand. Supreme Court is not sitting to grant the remand. So it is the Supreme Court, is the High Court, they are encouraging this kind of the litigation. And they are not letting their judicial officer, because they have the sword on their neck. Their performance would be seen, their promotion would be stopped, they would be transferred from one place to another places. You are passing the order, but you are not strengthening your system. So there is no purpose creating. Suppose there is a court of appeal. Again, there would be the chances to go to the Supreme Court. Then the Supreme Court says, we are the Supreme, we are not going to let you do all the things. Then the High Court judges will say, no, we are the High Court. So the mere creating the forum is not going to suffice anything, unless and until you create the confidence, you protect the judicial officer. Then the the entire litigation start with the lower judiciary. And most of the cases, we have three types of the cases. First cases, most of the cases, 138 cases. The second cases, that's the bail matters. You are not encouraging your magistrate to grant the bail. The magistrate is rejecting. What is the approach of the magistrate? Oh, the day of the remand, you are moving the application. No bail. Then the bail court get dismissed. You are going to the session court. No bail. Then you are coming to the High Court. Then again there is no bail. Then the people are going to the Supreme Court. How long the people will be incarcerated? How long you are going to deprive the people from their personal liberty? And see the approach of Justice Sanjay Kishan called recently. He has called for the data. The people are inside for 18 years, 20 years, 30 years, and their appeal are not being heard. So there are so many factors. So there is no purpose of creating the court of appeal. You have to strengthen your system, and from without strengthening the system, you can't achieve anything.
Thank you very much. I leave it to you now. Thank you so much.
Well, I believe we have 30 seconds for a conclusive remark by the session chair, perhaps.
Okay. So in my limited experience, what I've seen is one of the questions that I wanted to raise in the fourth round was to cite the introduction of the Commercial Courts Act, which was meant to expedite civil cases, to see if it has actually translated to expeditious disposal of cases. I don't think that has happened in the last 6 years. For all practical purposes, I see the very same approach and the very same attitudes and culture being repeated here, despite very clear legislative mandate with respect to additional documents, with respect to, let's say, reducing the number of witnesses, with extensive case management powers being given under Order 15 to the courts, and the ability to even reduce the number of witnesses, so to speak, and with specific timelines being given for arguments, so on and so forth. I don't think that culture having percolated anywhere in any commercial court, to the best of my knowledge. And dare I say this is a product of the Delhi bar. If it hasn't happened in Delhi bar, the chances of it happening elsewhere is almost far and few in between. Because perhaps this is the most, I'd say, progressive bar when it comes to commercial litigation. And still, if that hasn't happened here, I don't think there's hope outside of it. So I would agree with Mr. Dubey at the very least, and also the spirit of the submissions made by the others, that I don't think a legislation alone is enough to introduce a culture change, because the legislation at the end of the day is only a guiding post, so to speak, and tells you that these are the things that you can do staying within the bounds of the system. But if the human agent chooses not to employ those, let's say, levers into action, we remain where we are. And that seems to be the case both on the constitutional front as well as this, the civil front. As someone who doesn't practice criminal law, I think it's for Mr. Parachuk to comment on this particular subject.
Well, this sounds like a topic that could use some more time, but due to the paucity of time, that is all we can offer for now. But thank you so very much for this informative session. Before I request you to take your seats, can I please request you to kindly come up front for a group picture? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for this really fiery and steamy panel discussion. And with the same, we shall be taking a quick 10-minute tea coffee break before I welcome you all back in the hall for the second segment. The next segment, the award ceremony 40 under 40. So I'm expecting you all to be back in the hall in exactly 10 minutes. Thank you.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and UpGrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high-quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with UpGrad to making high-quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and UpGrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high-quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with UpGrad to making high-quality education meaningfully accessible.
UpGrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, UpGrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at UpGrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
UpGrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India, and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India, and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honor is on his way. We'll be starting in next 5 minutes.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business World has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
Because development पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars 33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high-quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high-quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
Golden Gate University is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business World has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars $33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months. BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
'Golden Gate Universities is one of the oldest universities in the United States. We at Upgrad are very proud to be working in collaboration with Golden Gate University to bring some cutting-edge courses in the areas of management, technology, law to all of our learners globally.
I'm very excited, and I think that students should be very excited about this partnership.
So we're extremely excited about not only bringing programs to students in India and not only in English, but then begin to think about offering programs in multiple different languages.
With this partnership, Golden Gate University's strong teacher practitioner education will now become accessible to learners around the world.
Upgrad is a success story from the developing world and trying to help working professionals.
So we're really excited to bring accessible and affordable education to countries all over the world.
Golden Gate University and Upgrad are also offering scholarships to learners to ensure that we can make education more accessible, affordable, and deliver a really high-quality outcome for our learners.
We are committed in partnership with Upgrad to making high-quality education meaningfully accessible.
Upgrad is committed to lifelong learning, doing it in ways that meet the students where they are, and partnering with us, GGU, having done this for over a century.
Thank you, Upgrad, for opening that opportunity, because this is definitely what GGU's mission is all about, and the personal mission of many of immigrants like me.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore. And I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business world has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly start settling down as shortly we are about to begin with the program. The lovely audience at the back, can I please request everyone to kindly start settling down as shortly we are about to begin with the program.
That enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore. And I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business world has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars $33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Check. मत पूछ मुझसे कि मेरा कारोबार क्या है। मत पूछ मुझसे कि मेरा कारोबार क्या है। मोहब्बत की दुकान है नफरत के इस बाजार में। Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal, Adab. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sahib Jeet Kaur, and I will be host for this beautiful evening. Welcome to 40 Under 40. Can we give a huge round of applause to everyone present here with us? When the legal ecosystem is bustling with illuminating talent, it becomes a huge responsibility for the stakeholders and legal community at large to encourage, recognize, and reward the new age lawyers and legal influencers. To recognize and celebrate the fortitude of our legal minds, BW Legal World is hosting the 3rd edition of BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Awards to celebrate the shining sparks of legal profession. The 40 outstanding disruptors of the Indian legal ecosystem were selected through a strict jury process. And all I can tell you before we announce the names is that there are 40 future leaders and change makers on this coveted list. And without any further ado, can I please request everyone's undivided attention towards this big, beautiful screen to thank our jury. Please cue the jury audiovisual.
Pleasure to be part of this entire series, and all of us interacted to actually examine. It is a very difficult job to actually select only 40 out of the nominated candidates, which was a large and vibrant list. So good luck to all of you. Congratulations to the winners, and congratulations to all those who participated, and congratulations to all those who have made it as part of the legal journey.
The experience of being a member of the jury for the BW Legal World 40 Under 40 Legal Counsels and Legal Influences Awards is always interesting, as it is also difficult. The pool of talent each year continues to become better and stronger. This time we didn't see too much of representation from the in-house counsels. I would really want to encourage them that they should participate and send in their nominations, because I'm quite certain that there is a good pool of talent in the in-house community as well. There were moments of dilemma we had while we were judging, because the difference between candidates, and lots of good luck to the others, and hope to see you the next time. Good luck.
The candidates that were shortlisted, or those who applied, were all with amazing talent. It was absolutely wonderful to see how the younger generation has worked in so many areas and has gained so much experience
in a short time. That was really a heartening feature, and also at the same time something that really educated us about the kind of areas that young people have to work and show their talent. Insofar as the winners are concerned, the winners were absolutely exceptional. And as mentioned earlier, we tried to do, select by consensus because, all those whom the jury selected together as one were given greater priority, and there were some really exceptional winners. They really deserve to be awarded, they deserve to be honored and encouraged to do other great work in their lives.
At the outset, I would like to thank my friend Dr. Anurag Batra and the entire BW Legal team who provided me opportunity to become the jury member among all the eminent jury members. It was a very nice experience to become the member of the jury to select the candidates. And one thing I would like to say, the candidates who they were participated in the jury meet, they were so intelligent and well prepared, and their academic background, their legal background. It was not easy task to select the 40 candidates. So it was a very tough task. But thanks to the jury members, we were able to select the candidates who were deserving the candidates. And there were full cooperations among the jury members. And they put all the relevant questions, they examined so many things, the legal background, the academic background, their contribution in the development of the law, how they are going to help the country or the judicial system in the future. So these all are the criteria, and based on these criteria, the winners were selected.
So that's that about the jury. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you would want your family or your friends to watch this occasion or to be here with you. But unfortunately, if any of those aren't here with you tonight, I must inform you that you can also catch us live on www.bwlegalworld.com. And in case you're planning to post any comments, pictures, or videos about this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag BWLegal40under40. And with the same, to give the awards inaugural address, please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media's World.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the third edition of the BW Legal World 40 under 40. My throat is better, Mr. Vaseem, since the morning. It's the blessings that I get from you. I really believe in blessings more than awards. Mr. Vikas Singh, finally we have you at our awards. So thank you for being here today. I'd like to welcome lots of people who are in this room who are been very integral part of the BW Legal World journey. We still have a long way to go. We started sometime in October 2019. We put up the first event on 12th December 2019 at the Imperial at the Global Legal Leaders Summit. So tomorrow we complete 3 years of the BW Legal World community. So my congratulations to Garima and Krishnendra and the complete BW Legal World team. Some of my colleagues in the past have contributed to it. Shirupa Chaudhary, who started the community for us. She's now an entrepreneur, but she's a very integral part of what we do. Anisha Aditya, who's now gone to London, but she still writes for us from London on private equity and venture capital. Ashima, who till a couple of months back was very much part of the team. and a couple of others who made contributions to the BW Legal World community. I also want to use this opportunity to thank all the jury members, a lot of luminaries who I've got to meet in the process of the BW Legal World's journey in the last 3 years. First of all, Mr. Lalit Bhasin, who was the jury chair for the third edition of the BW Legal World 40 Under 40. Please give Mr. Bhasin a big round of applause. His passion is infectious. And when I grow up, I want to be like you, sir. I want to stay young. So I hope when I grow up, I become like you. Our co-chair of BW Legal World 40 Under 40 jury, Miss Manjari Chaudhary, again, who really doesn't need an introduction in the legal fraternity. She co-chaired the jury. A lot of jury members, some we saw on the screen. I also want to thank my friend Sudhir Mishra, who's been an integral part. He did try to, I told him in 2018 that I want to do a legal community. It's been in my mind since 2014. And he took me to 1 or 2 people and said, do a JV. And I value what he says. I explained to him why I can't do a JV with my value system has to meet with them, and we don't sell awards. Okay. I'm also very happy to see a friend of mine who always is complaining. I said in the morning for this friend that you should stay away from these 3 C's. And for you, Mr. G.V. Rao, the 3 C's are complaining, criticizing, and comparing. And no, it's a friendly banter. So I'm happy. Again, Mr. Rao is a friend of mine for many years, and I'm happy that he was part of the jury. And I'm glad he's here today. My friend, Mr. Pramod Dubey, who again has been part of the jury last 2 years. These are people I have met during the journey. Mr. Srivals Kumar, I got to know a little better. He was calling me. I was on a voice rest for a week. And I texted him back saying, I can't speak. And there is a reason because, I have an issue with my throat. But he said some things to me, and the gist of that was that he was very happy to be part of the jury. And the fact that the jury members were taking all the calls and there was no brief from us for or against any candidate, he was very appreciative of that. And it really gladdened my day. I know that our process is honest, but if you get, if you get a validation from jury members who experience that, they own the jury process rather than we. We're only custodians. Mr. Vikas Singh again is in Defense Colony and is right now contributing to the growth of real estate in Defense Colony and the values going up. But I also share one more connection with him. Last time I texted him that my chartered accountant is also his good friend and possibly your CA. So I said, someday I'll be as wealthy as you. Mr. Aras Ahuja, who's like a guardian to me and is for both my companies, my CA. I really admire him. He's a very honorable man, as you know him well, and I know him well. My young friend, Tarun Nangya. Tarun is still very young, tell me, be careful. But, he turned, sorry, I'm going to give away your age. You haven't paid me enough this week. So Tarun turned 36 about 2 weeks back. But I met him when he was 19. I met him when he was 19. So I met him almost 17 years back. And I'm very happy. We are at the cross section of legal and business, but I would say that his show is among the best shows, or possibly, according to the Exchange for Media News Broadcast Awards, the best legal show in the country, and I don't think you can argue with that. Please give Tarun a big round of applause. He was a winner of our BW Legal World 40 Under 40 in the first edition. I think all the jury members liked him, and I was there in that jury meet. It was a new jury, so I was trying to absorb. So Tarun, thank you for making the mark in the legal domain. I'm happy. And some of you I'll get to know more as I met some young people, Vaibhav in Mr. Saraf's team, and many other people that I've met in this journey of BW Legal World. Our journey is, I look at a 15, 20-year-old long horizon. It'll take us another 3 years to be what we want to be. Deeply giving you insights, giving you data, giving you point of view, inspiring you, and giving you frameworks, and in some way discovering new ideas, new people, and most importantly, bringing you all of you together on a common platform. Our vision for BW Legal World is very big. We've realized a small part of that. And I said this in the morning, and I want to say this, that we, when you make a product, it's a product for us. I have been part of building 27 such communities. 12 of them are absolute leaders in their spaces. So I do have blessings of my parents and God, and my wife's luck, of course. But the only way we do is we are clear who's a primary TG. So we are the homepage of general counsels. The law firms and legal luminaries and judges are very important, but for us, the GC is the most important. So your covers will have GCs on the cover. Mostly, we could have a law firm, so we want to be the homepage of the GC. We still have a long way to go on that. We're very clear. And again, there is a reason for differentiation and there is a business reason. I don't have to expound on that. I want to end by saying that I met a very senior person. I won't give his name. He been on the board of 48 Indian banks, not too many like him. He's been chairman of a stock exchange, chairman of large financial companies, hopefully a chairman of a very large bank soon. And he was talking to me and he said, that the next 2 decades are about business and law being intertwined. And he said, Anurag, while you have a BW Legal World, why don't you start a B2C channel, just legal channel, full-fledged? I said, I don't want to give competition to Tarun Nangia or to Mr. Sudhir Mishra. Mr. Mishra does a show for us. And last week he got J. Sai Deepak on his show. So he gets good guests with passion. He regularly says no to guests which our team sends sometimes to him, which is okay. That's between him and Garima. But I just want to say the next 2 decades are about the confluence of business, law, and public good. I think we will like to play a small role as catalysts. Media companies can only do 3 things. They can do the pursuit of truth, which is very tough these days, especially if you are an independently owned media. In some way, it's easier if you're independently owned. Second is to be able to, what Mr. Lalit Bhasin said in the morning, he talked about knowing things beyond law. You said that to the audience, is to be able to bring multidisciplinary approach to reporting, because every legal issue is a business issue or a life issue at some level, and understanding the plays, especially in new domains like blockchain, crypto, gaming, and in the next 5 years, I'm sure there'll be other domains that we don't even know of. And third is to be able to bring new leaders to the fore, which is what we are doing with BW Legal World. And I want to say that we're a commercial organization. I am not going to say we are not commercial. Money is very important, Mr. Dubey. But I'm not talking about you, but I'm just generally saying lawyers are not necessarily about money. They're about doing their craft well. Money is a byproduct. Money is a byproduct. Yes. I just want to say that this third cohort of the BW Legal World 40 under 40 has come through a very honest process. I only got to see the list 2 days back. I asked Garima, can you share? She did send it to me when she was pending, but I didn't really open it. And during the process, after the process, some of the jury members have reached out to me saying people have reached out saying something be done. And I said, you were in the jury, so don't ask me. And the list is done. There are people who sent us offers for money. And it's not that we don't, I have 330 colleagues to pay every month. So, of course, money is important. It's not the most important thing. Respect and credibility is, and you can lose that in a sec. So really the winners tonight, 29 of them are here physically. I told Garima next time you should not do a 1 week interval between the jury process and the awards, because people have to plan well in advance. So next time, anything we do in BW Legal Worlds with 2 weeks or 3 weeks advance notice. I also want to use this opportunity to say that over the next 3.5 months, till 31st March 2023, we have the 4th edition of the Global Legal Leaders Summit coming up in Jan end. In Feb, we have the 2-day GC 100. We will have India's top 100 GCs in one room for 2 days. And we'll create an agenda that makes sure that they stay in the room, because their time is very precious. Everyone's time is precious. No one's time is not precious. And third is, of course, a BW Legal World 30 under 30. Last year, we also started ranking law colleges. First week of April, our law school rankings will come out. And on 4th March, we do our whole day dedicated to women in law. So these are the initiatives. We are building some subscription products, which we'll announce in April. I don't want to use this forum. But the only point I have your attention, I have the attention of the 29 winners. So I just want to say that BW Legal World is your community, like the jury process was your jury process. We're only custodians of the process and of the brand. I hope we get your active involvement, feedback, even criticism. As I've grown older in life, I've learned to take criticism rightly. When I was younger, I wouldn't. That's why I would have problems with my wife. These days I don't, because I stay quiet and I actually think about some of the things that come to me. So we'd love any feedback that you have. I hope we are able to make this community worthy of your time, attention, and most importantly, respect and contribution to your lives. Wish you luck. Congratulations to all the winners. Keep doing well. It's the start of a journey. It's a big responsibility. We will launch a 50 and 50 above 50 for those who missed the 40 under 40. That's not a joke, but not this year, hopefully sometime in the future. I want to end by saying that whatever we've achieved, it is because of the guidance of very senior people, and some of them are not in the room today, but I do want to take because the 40 under 40 journey started with me requesting now Justice Narasimha to be the jury chair, and while he agreed to be in the jury, when the jury process happened, he said, he requested Mr. Shardul Shroff to chair the jury, the first edition. Mr. Ryan Karanjewala, Mr. Shardul Shroff, Mr. Rajiv Luthra, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, Mr. Mohit Saraf, lots of GCs, Mr. Hemant Kumar, Ms. Manjri Chaudhary was in the first edition. A lot of you, Mr. Srivals Kumar now, Mr. Pramod Dubey, and a lot of you who were not in the room. I have written down names, but in my gratitude to all the past juries of 40 under 40, 30 under 30, the Global Legal Leaders Summit, and the GC 100 for selecting and giving your time and your name to our list. I know the kind of credibility that you carry, and you built it over many years of practice and integrity. We will do every bit to be able to live up to that integrity and hopefully be worthy of your involvement year after year. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, for creating and connecting the dots to showcase the bigger picture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the keynote address by our guest of honor. But to welcome our guest of honor, I'd like to request Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Managing Partner of Bhasin and Company and President of the Society of Law Firms and the Bar Association of India, to kindly join us.
Dr. Batra said 40 under 40, then possibly 50 under 50. But please have something for 80 and above. It is indeed a great privilege for all of us here to have the gracious presence of Mr. Vikas Singh, who is the President of the Apex Court, that is the Supreme Court of India Bar Association. But that is not the only achievement that he has got. I think for all 40 under 40, and even people like us, who are, I think, double that age of 40 and 40, I think he's an inspiration. He's a role model. He should be followed in all respects. His role is that of not just a senior lawyer and president of the Supreme Court Bar Association, but as a lawyer, he's one of those, which is a very rare breed now, that is fearlessness. Fearlessness. He doesn't, you see, bother to say things which you see which may hurt either the bench or colleagues or anything. If something has to be said, it must be said, it must be submitted to the court. Let the court decide on it. But you must have the courage, the conviction, the commitment, you see, to render justice in your own way. We as lawyers don't do justice, but we are a part of the justice system, justice delivery system. And that is where the role of people like Mr. Vikas Singh is very, very significant. You will read in the law reports, in the newspapers about Mr. Vikas Singh, how he's fighting for the underprivileged people, for the underdogs, for the politically persecuted people every day. And he does so much of pro bono work. But yes, he also, as Mr. Anurag Batra said, that money is important. Therefore, people have to make money. The very fact that he is present here today, spending nearly about 2 hours, we are depriving him, you see, of that money which he would have made sitting in his chamber only. So indeed, it's a rare privilege to have a personality like Mr. Vikas Singh, and I'm sure that I think everyone here would be benefited by his words of wisdom. Over to you, Mr. Vikas Singh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Vikas Singh. Chief guest.
Dr. Lalit Bhasin, Mr. Anurag Batra, Neena, Pramod ji, so many people present here today. It's indeed a great honor for me to be here with you, with young minds, young top legal minds who are the awardees for today, and share a little bit of my journey, a little bit of my experiences, and also speak on a particular subject, which of course I'll come a little later. Anurag talked about earning money. He also said that it's a byproduct, and I sincerely believe it's a byproduct. When we join this profession, this legal profession, and when I go to these law colleges and when I speak to these youngsters, I always tell them that the only way to succeed in litigation is to feel the problem of your client as your own. If you feel his problem, get into his problem, and then try to solve it, you are bound to succeed. And when I say feel his problem, I mean you sleep with the problem. Even when you are in the shower, you still have that problem in your mind. And many a times you get an answer to the problem in one of the most unusual places. Not while you are reading the file. Not necessarily while you're reading the file. While you're thinking about the case. And if you actually sincerely believe in solving the problem of the client, then money actually is a byproduct. People who, chase money, money runs a little ahead of you. You may ultimately get to it, but it's a little elusive. But if you look at the problem of the client and try to solve his client, then money comes automatically. And I must tell you, I must share some a part of my journey that in my initial years of practice, even clients who lost their cases, when I was a small junior lawyer in Supreme Court, sent me demand drafts 2 years, 3 years later in acknowledgement of what I felt for them and tried to help them. And that is what is all litigation about. And that is what is the byproduct, which Anurag probably was joking about, but I think what he said jokingly was very, very relevant. I am a first generation lawyer, and it will surprise a lot of you that while I was in first year law, I got into a job and I was selling steel. I was in marketing of steel for 9 years. 2 years I could do the law with the job. I could take leave, etc., and come and do my classes and clear my exams. 7 years I was thereafter, after passing my law from 83 to 90, I was only selling steel, not reading any law books, nothing, no contact. I was not in the law department of Steel Authority. I had a young friend when I was in school. His father was the Chief Justice of Patna High Court. That's the only exposure I had to the legal world. And as a young boy of probably 12 or 13, or maybe up to 15, 16, I always used to feel that this is where I should be. But I got into this job. My father said, law you can always do whenever you want to do. I got it very early. I was only 20 then, because in Steel Authority you could apply at 20. So he said, you can do your law simultaneously. You can decide to come back whenever you want. And I enjoyed the job also. I'll not say I didn't enjoy that job. But when they posted me to Assam and then Calcutta, that suddenly I realized that I was not doing what I had planned to do. And my first ever visit to Tirupati in 89 of October, I still remember, I got the inspiration that I must resign. November of 89, I had some leave with me. I came to Delhi on leave. 6 months I worked in Supreme Court. I straight away came to Supreme Court. Until May, I realized that yes, I can get back into this profession. And June, I resigned, which was the vacation in Supreme Court. Got myself enrolled and told my senior that I have already resigned now, but I recall as a youngster when I tried my effort at elocution, school elocution, my feet used to shake. I don't know whether I'll be able to argue. I don't know whether I'll be able to, I am now lost. I've already resigned. I don't know what to do now. And the first day of Supreme Court after vacation, first day of Supreme Court, he gave me 3 cases to argue. And I had, I would say, a dream start that as a young lawyer, and the confidence that he had in me was the 6 months that I worked with him, the kind of research I did for him. I remember he was doing the Kashi Vishwanath temple takeover case. And I used to go with him to brief Mr. P.P. Rao. He was the main senior engaged by him. And there was this Dashera vacations. And I was going to my village, native place in Bihar, North Bihar. So I went to my friend's home, that same friend, my childhood friend, whose father was the Chief Justice. He was by then a lawyer. And I said, I want to read all these judgments on Article 25, 26, on the right to freedom of religion. And I must have carried at least 14 or 15 SCRs, each constitution bench judgment, each judgment into hundreds of pages, and took all of them to my village. And I read all of them, made notes of all of them. When I came back to Delhi, and when I went to brief the senior, and when my senior realized how well I was prepared, that is where his confidence in me developed. And it is that confidence, which gave him the assurance that I'll be able to argue. And rest, of course, God has been kind. That's all that I can say. God has been very, very kind to me. I've had my struggles. I had got only 80,000 rupees I got from Steel Authority as part of my contributory provident fund. I had just put in 9 years, so I didn't get any pension. That too, I bought the SCC books from that. Initial years were struggle. My father had retired. My LIC premiums, I had to ask him to pay. I went for a couple of years to Tirupati. I've been going to Tirupati every year since then. Couple of years, I went to Tirupati with I had 2 sons when I resigned. 2 small sons. Both are in this profession. And from Delhi to Chennai, I remember 2 years we went in 3-tier, all 4 of us. Then went to the bus stand and took a bus to Tirupati and then, did the darshan and came back. But Tirupati, God, Balaji has been very kind. The subject chosen for me is a very touchy subject in today, which is the collegium system. And in my address to the on the Constitution Day, incidentally, I had also mentioned that there are lawyers in trial courts. There are lawyers in law firms. And I didn't know I'll be speaking very soon to a lot of you youngsters, mostly in law firms, who are not being considered for elevation. They highly deserve. Now, when you talk of the collegium system, the basis of taking over this function of saying that we will be the last arbiter of deciding who will be a judge was the rationale was that we as judges know the lawyers. And since we know the lawyers and we interact with them so intimately, so closely, we are the best to decide who should be elevated. Now, this premise is entirely fallacious. Although I personally feel that the collegium system is the right way forward, especially in a country like India, where most of our political parties are embroiled in very, very serious criminal and other cases, that no political party wants an independent judge. But unfortunately, they couldn't have said that in the judgment. The excuse they gave was that we know the lawyers. But what is happening is something which is not at all desirable. When they say we know the lawyers, they obviously mean their personal knowledge of the lawyers whom they know personally. And that to the 3 judges in the collegium of the high courts. What is the basis for them to know a particular lawyer? How do they know somebody so intimately that they feel confident that he'll be a good judge? Invariably, it is done on the basis of, it's saddening to say, but sometimes caste, sometimes relatives, sometimes juniors, and sometimes to oblige somebody. Very rarely you will find a collegium genuinely trying to find out good names. The other day I was having a chat with the CJI and Justice Kaul, and they say, yes, we also see lawyers in court and we realize that this lawyer can be a good judge. That again is a very wrong way to decide. Because the one who is arguing before him is not the target group for elevation. He is the target group for being considered for designation as seniorship, not for elevation. if he is successful as an arguing lawyer, his aspirations are entirely towards becoming a senior lawyer and going in that route. The real person who is most deserving is in a way invisible. The person who's doing the drafting. He probably the ones who are good in drafting, who know good, whose knowledge of law is good, are the ones who would be most willing to become judges. And those are the faceless people in our system who nobody is wanting to notice. And that is in that context I mentioned the law firms. In that context, I mentioned the trial court lawyers. The 3 judges of the collegium may be having a particular roster. One may be doing PIL, the other may be doing tax, the third may be doing criminal law. But there are several other rosters. Some lawyers are good in several other fields. They never come before the collegium. A person who is drafting well doesn't come and argue in front of the collegium or the 3 judges of the collegium. Why should he or she not be considered for elevation? In fact, I drafted a bill to regulate the collegium system. Thank you so much. A bill to regulate the collegium system, and I gave it to Mr. Rijiju, the law minister. And in fact, he mentioned it in Parliament with my name. He said, Mr. Vikas Singh has suggested and given a bill to me. The idea was to bring in transparency. The idea was to ensure that all the eligible people of a particular category are considered. So the highlights of that bill, because I've done a lot of work on this, and this is a subject which really, touches my heart, and I'm so glad that business world has asked me to speak on that. So, for instance, a collegium can decide that the age is 45 to 55. Now, with this information technology, giving us all information at a press of a button, we can find out who all are there in that particular age group, whether it be in law firms, whether it be in trial courts, whether it be high court, or even of that state practicing in Supreme Court. Then you say at least he should have 10 reported judgments, again on fingertip. Different high courts can have a minimum income also. So for a Bombay High Court lawyer, probably income may be 50 lakhs or 1 crore or 5 crore, I don't know, whatever the collegium may decide. Patna High Court may be probably 10 lakhs. Or Orissa may be 15 lakhs. So you say income above this level. Again on the fingertips. Now once you are able to identify this group of who all will fit these 3 or 4 essential parameters, then I have suggested that you should give these names to 2 eminent lawyers, and you decide which 2 eminent lawyers. The collegium decides which 2 eminent, and every high court, every court, Supreme Court, everywhere you've got eminent people. In Supreme Court, you can have people like Mr. Nariman, Fali Nariman, you can have people like Mr. Venugopal, people of impeccable integrity whom nobody will ever doubt. Ask them for their views. They are, or the Bar Association president. They, even if they don't know somebody personally, it is much easier for them to find out whether these names are, worthy of elevation or not. There is a very important integrity check which has to be seen, and any lawyer who's doing, who's into hanky-panky or whose integrity is not above board is known to everybody in the profession. All that screening can be done by some eminent lawyers, and then the names go to the collegium. So the collegium then applies its minds to all the names who fit the bill and then select. So there is an application of mind on all the names, regardless of whether the collegium knows them personally or not. This whole business of the collegium knowing a particular person to consider him for elevation is completely unacceptable. This is where nepotism comes in. This is where the best are not being elevated. This is why the standards are going down. And I'll not name judges, but there are judges where, you feel so, you feel ashamed to argue because they don't know the basics of law. And judges who don't know the basics of law, and if there are two eminent senior advocates arguing on both sides, they just can't decide because they don't know what to decide. I mean, both sides are equally convincing. And hearing goes on and on. If you have a sharp judge, you can't, go on and on because he will know exactly, at least he'll know the basics, he'll know the fundas are clear. Most of these judges that are getting elevated don't have their fundamentals in place. Somebody asked me the other day that why are seniors given a certain amount of, preference, or I would say, why they are able to get the orders and juniors are not. At first blush, one would feel, really speaking, it should not matter. Anybody who speaks sense should get an order. But today, and I'll tell you from personal experience again without naming anybody, judges are afraid of asking a question in a brief to a senior because sometimes they feel that by asking this question, they will be shown in poor light of not knowing the law. And actually it is happening. Even the Chief Justice of India the other day mentioned on the Constitution Day in his speech, he said that especially in Supreme Court, that as lawyers, we may have done a particular branch of law. In High Courts, sometimes we do 3-4 more branches of law. Supreme Court, we start doing everything. Several judges of Supreme Court have told me that there are several times a subject comes to us which they have never dealt before. Never. You get the brief to read for the first time. This branch of law you have never dealt. Now, a senior is well prepared because there are briefing juniors to him, plus his own experiences. And normally people brief seniors only in subject which seniors are proficient in. So when the senior is standing in front of a judge who doesn't know the subject so well, he has difficulty in asking questions. So there is a notice and stay happening for a senior, which may not have happened to a junior, which is unfortunate. And this is very unfortunate. Because anybody who is able to argue well or knows the subject should be able to get the same order, whether it be senior or junior. But this is happening because of the fall in standards of judges. And if this fall in standard is not to be addressed, then our democracy is in danger. Because the judiciary is the last place where a citizen of this country feels that his rights can be established. If he loses that confidence, or if he doesn't get justice, it really speaks volumes about the system, and that faith in the institution goes down. This is my third term as the president of the Supreme Court Bar. There are many things which I am privy of what is happening in the Supreme Court. I take it up with the judges in closed room. I take up all the issues. And as Lalit ji has said, Naina ji has been with me in the committee also last year. I don't mince words. Whether it be a problem of listing, whether it be, rampant corruption going on inside the registry. But when I have to speak in public, I have to be very careful. Because if I start saying what I talk to them inside the closed room in public, the faith of the people of this country in the institution will go down. And that is something which will be the worst thing to happen to the judicial dispensation system. Because even if some judges are corrupt, the general impression of the institution should remain intact. Corruption should be tackled. It's not that corruption should not be tackled. There should be in-house mechanism to do so. But the moment people lose faith in the institution, then justice will be delivered on the streets. Recently in this tussle, and I'm very happy to say that this collegium recommendation being, kept on indefinitely by the court, by the government, is a matter of debate. It has been in the papers for the last couple of weeks, I would say. This matter also is being examined on the judicial side. And as president of the bar, I'm playing some kind of an amicus role in that. I'm not representing any party. One judge, Justice Dipankar Datta from Bombay High Court, his name was pending for more than 2 months now, 2.5 months. And in the hearing on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, or Friday, no, Thursday, I had suggested to the court that what the government is doing, that if you send, supposing, more names for elevation to the Supreme Court, they will notify the later one and keep the earlier one pending. And what happens with that, that firstly you demoralize that man. It happened with Justice K.M. Joseph. And secondly, you are able to make far junior people senior. And in judiciary, seniority matters everything. So I suggested to the court on Thursday that please, by a judicial order, decide that the seniority will go by the date of recommendation and not by the date of notification. And judges framed a question on that. And I'm happy to say that because of that question being framed, that Justice Dipankar Datta has been notified today. Otherwise, there are 6 more vacancies in Supreme Court. If they had made more recommendations, one name would not be notified and the later names would be notified. And that's happening in the high courts as well. And this will have to be done if the collegium system has to survive. Firstly, they need to reinvent themselves. They need to go out of this mindset that they're supposed to know the lawyers. I've been struggling for Supreme Court lawyers to be elevated. And every time I get the stock answer, but they don't appear before the high courts. What to do? The collegium judges don't know them. Some lawyers even, take pro bono matters or sometimes go to the high court just to show their faces to the judges of the high court from Supreme Court. Ultimately, the elevation of a Supreme Court lawyer only happens if the Chief Justice of India or one of the 4 judges, other judges of the collegium who are in charge of elevation to the Supreme Court, make a call to the Chief Justice of the High Court. And that is something which is not acceptable to me. That completely erodes the transparency and the merit criteria. Anybody who's lobbying to become a judge according to me, should be a disqualification. The only way you should be elevated is that you should have some kind of a search committee like the one I suggested, which I've suggested in my bill. And the search committee identifies the names and then let the collegium consider all of them and then make the recommendation. If it is only when this kind of transparency is brought in the system that we will have good people becoming judges. Because the sad part is that the best people who are most suited to be judges are not interested. Some are not interested because they are in that senior designation route. They don't want to become judges. They want to remain as arguing counsel and, make money, as Anurag says. But the ones who are drafting don't go in that league. Plus also they don't get into limelight. They are the ones who typically can be picked up for judges, because if you're good in drafting and if you have good knowledge of law and if you're good in integrity, you will invariably be a very good judge, because as a judge, you don't have to argue. You have to listen to argument. And if you have to only listen to argument, the skills of arguing is not a skill set necessary for becoming a judge. And the moment the collegium system realizes this, and I've been trying this for the last 3 years, I've been saying this in so many public platforms. I had the Chief Justices last year in Supreme Court. Justice Ramanna said that I want the Supreme Court bar to do a tea for them. I said, I'm not going to serve them tea. I'm going to have a proper speech. He said, but there is no convention of having a speech. It's just tea, that you serve them tea. I said, I'm sorry. Not acceptable to me. So I put a dais and I had myself and the Chief Justice on the dais, and all the Chief Justices of the High Court were sitting in front. And this is exactly what I told them. I said, if a Supreme Court lawyer is judge material, then it is your responsibility to find out, because you've taken upon yourself the task of appointing judges. So you have taken a huge responsibility of ensuring that the best people are elevated. And where are the best people is your job. And if you're not doing your job, then you are not doing what you have taken to yourself as a solemn obligation of elevating the best people. So I'm sure in this year's Chief Justices Conference, which just happened 3 days back, and I had a talk with Justice Kaul and Justice Chandrachud and some other judges. They have also, I believe, talked amongst the Chief Justices and taken this point of mine. But probably if the government is unwilling to bring in a law, because the law that I'm suggesting ultimately is not palatable to the government also. Government doesn't want good people to come in. Government wants their own people to come in. They want control. They just want that I will decide. That's all. When the NJSC failed, NJSC had 2 elements. One was to decide who will be appointed a judge, and second was who will appoint them. NJSC failed only on the second part of who will appoint them. There was the first part of deciding the names or the people who would be forming that group of people who would be considered for elevation. There was no comment in the judgment, and that part of NJSC can be again brought back, but nobody is interested in doing that, because the government wants to appoint the people that it wants to appoint, and the collegium says, no, I will appoint, I'm the final arbiter, and we will appoint. But if there is some kind of I would say a hybrid, where government definitely should have a right to suggest who all can be. Anybody should have a right to suggest who would be a good person to be elevated. If that shortlisting is properly done and the collegium is made to look at all the names, I think we will achieve a great milestone in getting good people appointed as judges. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with the same, we are now getting closer and getting started with the much awaited award ceremony. The awards will be presented in an alphabetical order. And to present all the awards for the evening, I would like to request our guest of honor, Mr. Vikas Singh, to kindly join us on the stage. And also requesting Dr. Anurag Batra to kindly join us on the stage to present the awards.
Singh deserves a bigger round of applause. And I said to him that he's not just tall, but he's really tall. You know, I'm sure you get it metaphorically. I just want to say that Business World acquired 9 years back. We built 27 communities. I think it'll take us 3 more years to build what we're trying to build. But I was lucky enough to start a company called Exchange for Media. And I've known you because you commented on things in media and, you know, that I think I have a locus standi to know. So I just want to say that I always thought in media the spine is missing. But I see that, and it is missing. I wish our friends in media had a little more spine, including me. I don't exclude myself, right? But wise people advise me to be honest, but, you know, also look at the environment around you and so on and so forth. So I just want to say that it is refreshing when somebody of his stature, his position, of his eminence says it, and says it with so much passion and conviction. Because if you can address this, then you can address a lot of ills. They'll get, you know, it's like fixing 2 things if you fix in India. You fix the education system and you fix the judiciary. Not fix it, you know. And otherwise, somebody does, Anurag Batra says, fix the judiciary. I mean, fix the broken system, let me say that. So I just want to say that I'm happy. And I also want to use this, Mr. Lalit Bhasin will come back, he'll be with us on stage. I'll just wait for him. But I also want to use this opportunity to call all the jury members for a photo op. I'd like to call Mr. G.V. Rao, Mr. Pramod Dubey, Mr. Srivals Kumar, Ms. Manjari Chaudhary, Mr. Sudhir Mishra, and once Mr. Lalit Bhasin is back in the room, Mr. Bhasin, and Mr. C.V. Raghu is here. Sir, you're just in time. Clearly you work for a Japanese company in past and imbibe the best practices. Attention is a big thing. So I have everyone's attention. I want to say that 4 years back, I was telling somebody who's talking about 1800, Mr. Lalit Bhasin, and I said, don't give me ideas like that. You know, I was born in Haryana. So, you know, I am a Haryanvi in that sense. And my children make fun of that. But that's okay. It doesn't go to, you know, I tell them you only make fun of celebrities, so it's okay. There is a celebrity, you know, that's again in the job. But we started a great India debate, and we did, and I want to request my friend Tarun, and if I hope he listens to me, to do a great India debate on the collegium system and invite Mr. Vikas Singh and the other luminaries who should be on the debate, invite the minister, invite judges, and do a debate which is a real debate, like we did in the Great India Debate, with all the rules of debating and the preparation that we did. It was a curated show and not just somebody coming and saying what they have to say on the forum. So just want to say, yes, take the mic. Mr. Bhasin, we'd want you for a photo.
Just wanted to say, Vikas Singh, sir, I want to remind you something and I want you to tell us about that. More than 10 years back, how the whole country realized your power of your arguments before the Supreme Court when the Forest Advisory Committee issue happened. And you said the sovereignty of the nation is supreme. And that was you were the additional Solicitor General at that time. The cover line for all the newspaper was how Vikas Singh defended the government decision. I just want you to tell this to the young audience.
So, most of the time, this line which is there between what the judiciary can do and what it can't do has been written, in stone, but violated on a daily basis. And why is it violated? Because we, either as government lawyers or as even private lawyers, don't tell the court that, look here, this is beyond what you are supposed to do. And before I come to the FAC, Forest Advisory Committee case, I must give a very small instance of one matter where I was appearing as an additional Solicitor General. I was appearing for the CISF. And the debate was before Justice S.B. Sinha, 3 judges bench. The debate was how the crowd into Taj should be managed. That how people should go and how people should come out and how it should be ensured that the Taj doesn't get, in any manner harmed by the so much of people coming inside and going out. So the Solicitor General, Mr. Ghulam Vahanvati, was appearing for the Archaeological Survey of India. He was the real respondent on this issue. I was a pro forma respondent, as they say in Supreme Court. I had to just, sit there and listen to what was happening. So Mr. Vahanvati suggested, I think my lord should come to Agra and make a personal visit and then decide. And they were about to say yes. And I had no brief to say anything in between. I jumped up, I said, I'm sorry. This is a very specialized job. And Supreme Court judges have no experience of deciding how people should get into a monument and how people should get out of a monument. So since I had jumped in, the judges agreed with me. But if I had not jumped in, there would be a trip happening the next weekend. So we are actually at fault. Similarly, this happened at the Forest Advisory Committee. So it was a bench of Justice Y.K. Sabarwal. He was the Chief Justice of India, and they had fixed that date to give out names for the center to notify. And I must remember the Environment Secretary then who came to brief me the day before at my residence, and I'm forgetting his name, the Bengali Mr. Partho. Pradipto Ghosh. So he told me that, Mr. Singh, this is not correct. They should not do this. I said, of course they should not do this. But he says, can you insure? I said, of course I can insure. But I said, but you don't back out, because ultimately it's your call, not my call. I'm only a lawyer. He says, no, I'll stand by you. You don't worry. So I stood up in court, and the judges gave 3-4 names, and please notify these names as members of the Forest Advisory Committee. I said, I'm sorry. This is not the job of the court. This is the job of the government, and the government has exclusive right to decide whom it will nominate. And actually, the Environment Secretary had serious reservation against some of them, because, sometimes, when you talk of too much of people who are activists, they have they go to extremes. So you have to have a balance in a committee of this kind, because there is a, when you talk of sustainable future, you have to actually also think of industry, and you have to ensure that there is a balance. It just can't be one-sided. So having somebody purely from the activist background can do more harm, because then they are not able to keep that balance. And that was the real objection by the government. So when I objected to Justice Sabarwal, he said, but Mr. Singh, so many attorneys have come, so many solicitors have come. Nobody has told us that we can't decide. I said, but that does not change the letter of the law. You give me time, I'll show you those. I was carrying all those judgments on separation of power. And I said, it may not be written in our constitution, but it has been well laid down by various judgments of the Supreme Court. And please look at these judgments. If you, in spite of these judgments, you still say that you can do it, then please go ahead and do it. But then please decide this point before going into it. So then he realized that, yes, he could not have done it. And then that's how this made news all over the country.
I'd like to request our jury to kindly come a little bit closer and pose for a picture, please. Thank you. Requesting the jury members to be kindly seated and Mr. Singh, Dr. Batra and Dr. Bhasin to kindly join us on the stage to present the awards. And I believe I must request everyone to offer their loudest cheer, their loudest round of applause as we welcome the awardees on the stage. Well, it is a rather different manner that we'd like to showcase the name of the winner. It will be showcased on this big, beautiful screen on the stage. And to co-present the first set of awards, I would also like to invite Mr. Sudhir Mishra, Managing Partner, Trust Legal, on the stage. Round of applause. Perfect. And Ms. Manjari Chaudhary, Executive Director and General Counsel, Maruti Suzuki. And ladies and gentlemen, the first person to join the elite club of BW Legal World 40 under 40 2022 is. Let's give it up for Mr. Abhishek Swaroop, partner, Seraph and Partners Law Offices. Let's give a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to receive this award. And I was a little surprised when the first name got announced was mine only. But that's sometimes advantage or disadvantage of starting with A and then followed by a B in Abhishek. But thank you so much. And this really goes out to my family who have sacrificed a lot in allowing me to pursue this profession to the core. And I would just add to, sir, what you said about the collegium system, and literally you talking about the solicitors getting the bar. This communication was like I was speaking with some judges who are now retired from Supreme Court, and exactly the same thing was being conveyed to us also, that the judges are actually looking into it. So it is something which is actually a matter of reality, and maybe sooner than later we will get to know and come on that side.
Arias, congratulations to you. Well, I must inform all our awardees to make sure that the acceptance speech is about accepting the award only, as we have a networking cocktail and dinner in the later part. So let's take a look at the next person to join the elite club of BW Legal World 40 under 40. Let's give it up for Mr. Adarsh Somani, partner, Economic Laws Practice. Well, this is a superstar moment for every awardee. Ladies and gentlemen, offer a louder round of applause. Come on, everyone.
Extremely delighted about this award, and I think, as you suggested, we'll keep it short and sweet. So thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And quickly taking a look at the next person to join the LA Club of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is. for Mr. Akshay S. Nanda, partner, Siraf and Partners, Law Offices. And at the same time, requesting all the awardees to kindly join us on the left side of the stage for individual portraits as well.
You know, there's no GST on clapping yet. No. And I always say that, you know, when you'll be up on stage, you'll need the applause. So please do it because you need it. Also, can you do it louder for Akshay? And I want to say this because it must be coming in your mind. If there is a jury member who has a conflict of interest when an entry from their sphere of influence was judged, they were not part of the jury. So I know Mohit was part of the jury, but I'm sure with the kind of jury members, jury chairs, co-chairs, I want to say that this year I didn't sit through, I have to say, but I know the process and that I safeguard very intensely. So I just want to say that because it would come to some of your minds. And I want to say that.
Thank you so much. Thank you to BW Legal for organizing this event. Thank you to the jury for this honor. And I'd like to thank especially my team at Saraf and Partners. It's because of their hard work and their efforts that I stand here today. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you, Ms. Mandri. Thank you, Ms. Mandri Chaudhary, for joining us. I'd like to request Mr. Singh, Dr. Bhasin, and Dr. Batra to stay back for the awards. And to present the next set of awards, I'd like to welcome Ms. Neena Gupta, Senior Partner, Bhasin and Company. And ladies and gentlemen, the next person to join the elite list of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is for Mr. Arish Khanna, co-founder and partner, Human Law Offices.
Well, to be awarded amongst the finest 40 lawyers in the country is a massive honor, and it's very humbling, especially getting it from our chief guest, the Honorable President of the SCB. It's a huge honor, sir. I look forward to briefing you tomorrow now. So thank you very much to all the members of the jury. I was very nervous before the interview. I think I had a chat with Pramod sir as well before, it was very, very, nerving, but finally it's nice to have made it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anurag sir. Our coffee or drink at Taj Lands End still remains due. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening. Thank you very much. Thank you, and last but not the least, I'm a little nervous, so pardon me. My mom and my wife, my Masi are on the stage, are in the audience. So they've, thank you very much. This one's for you. Thank you.
Well, certainly, it is important to thank one's family. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the next person in this elite list is Let's give it up for Mr. Ashish Kumar, partner, Practice Law Officers, JPL.
Well, hello. I'd like to thank the BW Legal World for considering me for this prestigious award. And to Mr. Vikas Singh, I mean, it's a great honor to get this from you. So you talked about being the first generation lawyer. I'm the second generation lawyer, and trust me, the struggle is real. For us, it's always been a comparison between your parents who are lawyers or someone from the family and you. So whatever we do, it's still compared. So this, so Mr. Batra, getting this award from you is, it really means a lot to us. In a parting message, I just want to say to everyone in the audience, in a world where we can be anything that we want to be, I think it's very important, especially in today's age, that we be kind and we be humble. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So Ashish mentioned second generation lawyer, and I must say that, and I totally agree with him. I've got two sons who are lawyers. For a second generation lawyer to do well is more difficult because he gets so much on a platter that it is difficult for many a times for them to appreciate that and still do the hard work, because there is no substitute for hard work. And I'm very happy both my sons are doing well, because I firstly never made them work with me, and both of them are on their own and doing great. So I agree with you. It's a second generation lawyer has more difficulty.
Thank you. And congratulations. With the same, I'd like to thank Ms. Gupta for joining us. Thank you very much, Ms. Gupta. Thank you. And to co-present the next set of awards, I'd like to invite Ms. Pooja Sehgal, General Counsel, Asia Service Centers and Company Secretary, ASCI, to kindly join us on the stage. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the lady. And please welcome Mr. Manish Lamba, General Counsel, DLF Cyber City Developers. And the next person to join the elite club of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is let's give it up for must offer my sincerest apologies. Just allow me a minute. I believe there has been a small confusion. I must request you to kindly stay here with us for another 2 minutes, please. Well, I do believe if we cannot find the correct award at this particular moment, can we please at least present the trophy and get the picture? Well, last since, because of my mistake, our confusion, you had to wait, and I think I can wait a couple of more minutes if you wish to say a little acceptance speech.
Thank you so much. Thank you, BW Legal, for this honor. Thank you for organizing everything. Everybody here on the panel, on the stage here, you've been an inspiration to us. Thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, my wife and little one-year-old who fell asleep waiting for me. This is for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next person to join the elite club of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is
Thank you. Thank you to Business World. Thank you for the lovely jury. Thank you to my colleagues, my clients, and my wonderful family that is growing by the day.
Say that we win many awards in juries in various sectors. We try to get to 50% women jury, 50% winners. It doesn't happen. In some one or two, we've done more than 50%. But in this list, we've almost achieved 50%. It's not yet 50. It's almost 50. 50% women, 45% women in the list. So, and it's not done because we have to do 45% women. They just happen to be good. So I just want to say that we try in certain sectors where there are not that many women. There's still many sectors. So I think she's the first lady, and you can clearly see she's in the family way. She's been here since the morning. Please give her a big round of applause.
And the next winner is let's give it up for Mr. Darshan Satish for our partner, Economic Laws Practice.
Thank you to the honorable jury. Thank you to all my mentors, all my colleagues in the firm, all my family members. I take this on their behalf. And thank you, Business World. So while we were discussing, we had a very enriching discussion on the collegium system. So if somebody like me from a small town, first generation lawyer, coming from a business family can stand here, at least this system is working well. I hope the collegium system will also work well very soon. Thank you.
Well, that was daring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly take a look at the next winner's name. And the next person to enter this elite list is... Chityam Agarwal. Let's welcome Mr. Chityam Agarwal, partner, JSA.
you, the jury and the BW world, for bestowing me with this honor. Thank you so much.
Before I sit down, I would like to share some thought with you. 40 under 40. You are no longer a struggling lawyer. I think you are all established lawyers. You have received already recognition. The very fact that there were 150 or 200 contestants here and then 41, it shows that you are already, you see, recognized as experts in your different fields. Therefore, now it is time for you to give it back to the society. In whatever way you can, Mr. Vikas Singh has shown the way of being outspoken, speak out, but that is one part of it. What about the underprivileged people, the poor people, the pro bono work? Create the awareness about the rights which are available to our citizens who are deprived, you see, of access to justice. So do something, giving it back to the society now. You have earned the recognition, but also try to give it back to the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basin. And thank you, Ms. Sehgal and Mr. Lamba. Thank you for joining in. And to co-present the next set of awards, I'd like to request Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and Ms. Roop Lumba, co-founder and managing partners, Lumba Legal Associates, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure everybody has a family WhatsApp group, right? Every then and now on this family WhatsApp group, you must receive a weird picture. For some reason, there is a goat, there is a lamp, and it's a very weird font, and it says Suprabhat. I find it very funny. I said, Mom, why would you send me all these things? But one day, she sent, and it read, कि जीत मिले ना मिले ये अलग बात है, जीत मिले ना मिले ये अलग बात है, पर मैं कोशिश भी ना करूं ये तो गलत बात है। आज की शाम हम उन सभी को सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं। मैं चाहूंगी कि सभी अवार्डीज के लिए आप जोरदार तालियां जरूर बजाएं। And with the same, the next person in the elite club of 40 under 40 is Let's give it up for Ms. Jyoti Dasudar, partner, dispute resolution, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and it's a privilege and honor to be here. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Well, I must say that you look like a vision in white. Very beautiful. And ladies and gentlemen, the next winner, the next person in the elite list of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is... Let's give it up for Sabina Chakrabarti. Sabina Chakrabarti. Well, I believe she's not here with us. Well, heartiest congratulations to them. And quickly moving on to the next winner. The next awardee is... Can we quickly have the AV, please? Let's give it up for Neha Nagpal, founder, NM Law Counsel. You need not run or sprint, Ms. Nagpal. We'll wait for you. We'll wait for you. Thank you to the esteemed jury. Thank you to BW Legal Awards. Thank you to everybody here. And most of all, thank you for reminding me that I'm not 40 yet. Well, heartiest congratulations. And quickly moving on to the next awardee. And the next award goes to... Let's give it up for Mr. Nipun K. Bhatia, President of Legal League Consulting.
Thank you so much. I'm representing a very niche area, which is law firm management, and to see it being represented here along with so many esteemed lawyers, I feel it's a win for the entire community that's dedicated to law firm management. We see it coming in big way. This award is a win for everyone who's working to make legal practice management better, law firm management better. So this win is not mine, this is for the entire community. I have to thank my mentor, Bitika Anand. Without her, I would be nothing. So I think this is her win more than mine. My family, my awesome team, which is some of my colleagues are here, Tejas, Shubham, and those who are not here. Thanks to everyone for making this possible. Thanks to Business World, Anurag sir, Garima, they've been extremely helpful. And thank you so much.
Well, if this is your place when you're accepting an award, I can't imagine what it would be like in the courtroom. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And with the same, I'd like to thank Ms. Lumba and Mr. Dubey for joining us to co-present the award. And to present the next set of awards, I'd like to invite Ms. Payal Khanna, Director, Legal and Compliance, Volvo. Let's give it up for Ms. Khanna. And Mr. Swapnil Verma, Manager, Law, Power Grid. Let's welcome Mr. Pavan Duggal, Advocate, Supreme Court of India. And ladies and gentlemen, the next winner is let's give a huge round of applause to Ms. Pooja Chakrabarti, partner, Argus Partners.
BW Legal World and the esteemed jury panel. I am indeed honored and humbled to receive this. Like Mr. Bhasin mentioned, I hope I can live up to it and give back to the society. Thank you so much.
And the next awardee is and the next winner in this list is Miss Raju Bora, partner JSA. Let's give a huge round of applause.
I want to really thank BW, the esteemed jury, my firm, JSA, my team, my clients, and of course, my family. And I would like to mention my 1-year-old who gives me the fuel and the energy to step out of the house every day. So thank you so much.
Beautiful, beautifully done. Congratulations. And to present the last award in this set of awards, let's quickly take a look. The winner is and let's welcome the winner. Let's give it up for Ms. Rupali Bandyopadhyay, attorney at law.
I'd like to thank BW World and all jury members for allowing me to be part of this elite community. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank our co-presenters. Thank you very much. And would like to thank Mr. Singh for joining us. Thank you very much. Requesting Dr. Batra to stay back to present the next set of awards. Joining in to present the next set of awards, please welcome Mr. Srivals Kumar, Senior Vice President and Head Legal, Suntech Realty Limited. Please welcome Mr. Manish Lamba, General Counsel, DLF Cyber City Developers. And please give it up for Miss Vani Mehta, General Counsel, GE South Asia, GE. वानी जी, आप 2 सेकंड लेट ही आइए, इनकी तालियां तेज लेट शुरू हुई हैं तो हम भी, क्या बात है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत. And quickly moving on to the name of the winner and the next person in the elite club of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is Mr. Sarat Guru, Vice President, Nucleus Office Parks.
evening, everyone. Thank you to the B World Group, the jury here, and everyone present here, and to my family. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
I just wanted to say 40 has a very big significance in all traditions, whether it is Jewish, Islam, or Hinduism. You have that Chalisa concept. And if you look at neither Vivekanand nor Alexander nor Shankaracharya reached 40, but they reached their heights. And all that what Hazrat Muhammad did and became was only after 40. So 40 is very significant.
No wonder the Congress party is around 40 seats. No, I'm just kidding.
I hope they resurrect.
And the next person to join the elite club of BW, Legal World 40 under 40 is Let's give it up for Shivaji Bajaj, co-founding managing partner and head intellectual property.
Thank you, BW. Thank you, Dr. Patra. And congratulations on such a wonderful event. Well, I'll just say that 40 under 40 in a lawyer's journey is maybe a 0 to 1. And this is when you should always remember your constants. For me, it's, being a first generational lawyer, it's been my family and of course the mentors and my co-founder of RSD Bajaj Global, Varun Bajaj, who's also here. So I think, and especially foraying into intellectual property rights and data privacy as a new age kind of practice that we now call it, but I feel has immense potential. So I'm looking forward to good work and contributing more to the profession. Thank you.
Heartiest congratulations. Heartiest congratulations. And the next award goes to Smita Reddy, associate partner, Let's Start Partners.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my wonderful husband who was super excited about coming here. And thank you to my family who's watching in Netherlands. Thank you for all the love and support. Thank you.
Well, with the same, I'd like to thank our co-presenters for this law. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated now. Thank you.
I think I was part of the jury for the first time. But I must say the amount of independence we had in doing it. The jury consisted of 3 types of people. We had senior advocates of the Supreme Court, we had some managing partners of law firms, and we had the in-house people, GCs of various things. The best part was the people came with their own, the data came to us in advance. We had the full written documentation of the people. Thereafter, the guys made or the females made the 2 or 3 minute pitch. And then we had some virtual sessions wherein we had on a virtual leave, we spent 3 days from 11 to 6 with all these people one by one. And we were able to give them their diets. We asked some questions which are pertinent, and then we discussed and did that. And this entire process, I must say, is one of the best I have ever experienced, because this gives a lot of credibility to the institution and the people who own. Apart from that, the other people who didn't make it, You made it to a marquee elite list, but you missed it because there's always a winner and loser. But I think, to me, all the 121 candidates who presented the pitch were winners for us. But I think it was a great journey, and I must compliment the entire BW legal team world. Garima is there, Mr. Batra and the team. The amount of support we got, I think we should appreciate that. Thanks.
You know, I had no voice till Friday for almost 2 weeks. Some people were very happy about it, but I'm back. I was not on the jury, and really, it's Garima and all the hard work, Shirupa, Ashima, KJ, and there have been young colleagues who've done. So really, it's there. So thank you for saying that. And I must say this, I posted it yesterday. I went to the Mount Carmel school with some function and they called me. And I posted, and a lot of people, my friend Venki, I must say it because I've just now said, oh, would you accept an award? And I'm not arrogant. Anybody who knows me, I'm not, right? Even my wife believes I'm not arrogant, so I must not be, right? But I'm very choosy. Let me say there is a thin line between that. So I asked him, first of all, who's giving the award? Then asked him some other question. He just texted me saying no. I asked him, how is the process? Why do I deserve it? So I interrogate before I go. And I go for very few. And I do go for one or two. Because I don't want to be rude. My friends have recommended me, whatever. So, but my journey I tell people, very, very proud that we celebrate people's success. And I agree with the gentleman who was number 2, second generation lawyer. In a world where people are pulling you down, there is stress. If you can make someone happy for the right reasons, in the right process, with the right people, we do that. And I'm not apologetic about our award in any segment. We do it exactly like this in every. They're investing companies of mine. Some win. I shortlist them. That bit I do. Okay. I would say it here and I have no qualms. I invested in them because I felt that's a potential. Okay. But some don't win. I don't push it. I don't push it. Because if I push it, Garima will push 5 other people. KJ will push 3 other more. They know that I asked questions to them. So I'm grateful when he reached out. I couldn't take his call. I told him, I'm on a voice rest. I can't speak. I have no voice. Right? And that's why I missed your conference, sir. But next year, I hope you invite me and I'm able to come. 2 years, I have not been able to come. So, yeah. And so I just want to say that when I was 6 years old, my older sister and my parents, of course, my parents are older to me. No question about that. I share my birthday with my daughter, but of course, she's younger to me, 32 years apart. But it took me for a painting competition that my sister was going for. I grew up in Old Gurgaon. My father was the principal of the government college. My mother was at the SCRT. She then became a deputy director. And I was just there, so I started painting. And my handwriting is not like my mother, which is calligraphic, or like my daughter, which is again calligraphic. But I get by. But I painted and I won some 50 rupee prize. I don't know, 50 or 100. My parents still tell the story. And that encouragement helped me. So really, we are not apologetic about it. We don't sell our awards. There's a lot of things we do as a media company for money. And we do it very openly. There's no sheepishness about that. It's our business. Because if we don't do that, we'll have to be dishonest in our awards. So we are not. You have to make, and Lakshmi or Saraswati ek jagah aati hai. Jab Saraswati ji aa jati hai, wo Lakshmi aa jati hai. And Vikas Singh ji said one thing, which I tell Garima, that while we take these 40, 80, 120 resumes and profiles to them, we should have our own list. We should be knowing who are the best 40. We should be getting them to apply. So I just wanted to say that so that I've been saying it for 3 years, not just leave it to people who apply. So I'm glad you said it because a lot of people call me and say, oh, how come your awards, everyone sells, you don't? I'm offering you 20 lakhs. So I tell them, I know I run a media company, but we don't sell and I don't make comment on others. It's their life. I don't. So I'm grateful when he sent me long text. I showed it to some friends who matter to me and say, this is how we do awards. And I'm very grateful that I don't know him well. I've met him once, twice. He just reached out to me, it gladdened my heart. So that's why this long. And I think that's very important. How we do awards, why we do awards, what is the process, who's in the jury. I remember in the first year, I was in the jury and 2 other jury members said, but you don't know anything about legal, you won't vote. I said, okay, that's okay. I want the process to be honest. I don't have to vote. So I just want to say that each one of you maybe 2, 3 of you know me, but I have had no bearing. I didn't even know your names were there, either in shortlist or in winning. So I just want to emphasize it's an honest process, honest award. You cannot buy our awards. If you have to buy our awards, you'll have to pay me multi-million dollars to buy my company. That maybe after 10 years. Okay. Yes, Mr. Rao. Yes, you can. Yes, quickly. And I upset that friend doesn't talk to me anymore.
Many years ago, Anurag invited me. This is more than about 10 years, around 2008 or something, to be on. By accident, I was on the News Broadcasters Awards jury, and they were all about 16, 17 media muggles. We were in the Oberoi Hotel, and guess what? I fought for 2 people, and the names are. And some men I liked it, but they're eminent guys. They've not looked back. One was Goswami, Arnav Goswami. He was. Arnav Goswami wasn't to be getting that award, and it was Barkha was too, but I said no. Here is a man who's promising. I fought for him, and he has not. Never looked back. Maybe right, maybe wrong. That's
no. Of course, he deserves whatever his success. We can't take that success.
And the other one was Rajat Sharma, again a very eminent figure, and he has not looked back. So I guess I, who was a lawyer and a much less known lawyer 10, 12 years ago or more, fought with 10, 11 years ago, fought with all the media muggles and said, here are the 2 people who are, and that's the standard.
I think Mr. Sorabji was the jury chair.
No, somebody else was there. We don't want to mention that name.
I have forgotten.
Should I say that? Tarun Tejpal was the jury chair.
That's okay.
That's okay.
That's okay. I'm not.
But I was the one who fought for that, and I'm glad it worked out. They agreed to my logic, and that kind of process is continued to be maintained by Mr. Anurag Mitra, my good friend, and it is absolutely without any kind of influence, any kind of interference, and I must congratulate him for that.
I also have to say that the Exchange for Media News Broadcast Awards in the 15th edition, 1st April is the jury meet next year. 15th April are the awards because the scale they've got to. Last year, the jury chair was the Vice Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, Shri Harivansh Singh ji. He doesn't write Singh, but he writes only Harivansh ji, And this year, Shri Sunil Arora is the jury chair because he was the former CEC. And again, it has 60, we get 1,600 entries. And so it has 60 jury members, 20 in different rooms. It takes 2 days of looking. It takes another 15 days for my team, which is 180 people, to look at every entry shortly. Again, that community I know everyone. Some of them, again, in spite of 15 years of my stubbornness, still tell me, how is it not possible?
I think you should tell Mr. Vikas Singh how you do your job. So that he can recommend.
I want to say, a lot of people say, you do a lot of events, you do a lot of awards. I am very proud of that. We had a CFO awards 3 months back. One of the young CFOs, he must be 39, just about to get to 40. And he had won in our earlier some CFO award, but not the main award. And he said after that award, he got a promotion. He was giving us too much credit. I'm Hindu. I believe in Prarabdha, preordained. We're a small part. These 40 guys are good, whether they get an award from us or not. It's just an encouragement. So really, I think I want to emphasize that everything we do, we are not on back foot on that. We're absolutely on the front foot. And people like Mr. Basin, अगर आपने जो बोला to give back, अगर 2 लोगों के दिमाग में रह गया, एक ने तो आपको बोल ही दिया, और उसमें से एक ने भी कर दिया, तो आपने तो पुण्य कमा ही लिया. So thank you, Venki, for saying that, and you are not on that jury accidentally. Okay.
And now to co-present the next set of awards, I'd like to invite Mr. Amar Kumar Sundaram, General Counsel and Senior Vice President, Legal, Chief Compliance Officer, Legal and Compliance. Can we have a round of applause? And please welcome Mr. Shikhar Kapoor from Barclays. Is the gentleman around here with us? Oh, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are left with only a few awards for the evening, I'm sure I must once again request you all to offer your loudest round of applause and requesting, after the winner's name is announced, and requesting all the winners to kindly stay back till the end of the award ceremony for a group picture. And with the same, the next elite newest member of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is Swati Sharma, partner Anand and Anand.
I want to thank the BW team and the jury for this honor. It's a great encouragement for the last 16 years of work. I want to thank my firm for all the opportunities that they've given me so far. And most of all, I want to thank my family for all the love and support. Thank you all so much.
Heartiest congratulations to you. And the next award goes to ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Mr. Tanmay Patnaik, partner General Corporate and Private Client Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. People at the back, ladies and gentlemen, this could be your superstar moment as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the BW Legal team for this, the eminent jury for recognizing for this award. As a private client practitioner, we like to work in the shadows. So this is one spotlight we don't mind. As far as the interview is concerned, a little snippet. I was asked in the interview, where do you find the confidence to go up and speak to a 75-year-old patriarch? In the past, I had my methods. I think going forward, I'm going to look at this night and hopefully feel more confident about my talent because of the company I'm in. So congratulations to all of you. Also like to thank my mentors, Mr. Cyril Shroff and Mrs. Vandana Shroff, without whom I don't think I'd have the opportunities. Have a great evening, everyone, and congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you very much. And with the same, I would like to thank our co-presenters. Thank you very much. You may kindly be seated now. Thank you. And
because we do 300 events, we have patented a technology. Only if you clap, you get drinks at the bar. So please clap for all the winners. Mr. Sundaram is a friend of mine for many years.
So अनुराग आपके लिए एक शेर है. अब हम ड्रिंक्स के लिए जाएंगे इसके बाद.
नहीं, हाँ, उसके बाद मैं नहीं पीता
So
हूं, but
मिलावट है आपके इश्क का. आपके इश्क में मिलावट है. सो मिलावट है आपके इश्क में इत्र और शराब का. कभी हम महक जाते हैं, कभी हम बहक जाते हैं.
क्या बात है. Thank you so much. God bless.
जनाब, वो कहते हैं कि उन्हें फिर से मोहब्बत हुई है अभी. वो कहते हैं कि उन्हें फिर से मोहब्बत हुई है अभी. क्या दूसरी बारिश में भी मिट्टी महकी है कभी?
अजीब रिश्ता है, अजीब रिश्ता है मौत और इश्क का. अजीब रिश्ता है मौत और इश्क का. एक को दिल चाहिए, एक को धड़कन चाहिए.
अनफॉर्चुनेटली मेरी मदर ने इसके बाद मुझे और व्हाट्सएप फॉरवर्ड्स भेजे नहीं थे, तो मेरा स्टॉक इतना ही है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. And ladies and gentlemen, to present the next set of awards, I'd like to welcome Dr. G.V. Rao, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. Let's give a huge round of applause. And please welcome Mr. Vineet Vij, Global General Counsel, Tech Mahindra Limited. And please welcome Mr. Tarun Nangia, Associate Editor, News X. And quickly on to the name of the winner. And the winner is... Dushpat Singhania, Managing Partner, Leagle Eagles.
So my two words, when I started off my journey, I specialize in sports law. So I was asked, what is sports law and what are you going to do? This is way back in 2007. So I thank the BW World and the jury for recognizing the work. And now it's actually become a growing field and a known field. So thank you so much for that. I would like to thank my family. My mom and my wife are here. And clearly they were, as always, my wife was instructing me, stand right. You don't make a mistake. Thank you.
Who would you thank more, your wife or your mom? You may really need the sports law. I have a daughter also, so my thing gets a little complex.
Check.
Okay. So
Dr. Batra is trying to start a war here.
No, that was not a serious question. I thank my wife.
Well, heartiest congratulations to you. And the next member of the elite club of BW, Legal World 40 under 40 is... Let's give it up for Mr. Zain Pandit Partner, JSA.
We're down to Z, that means my speech stands between you and the bar. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And the next awardee is... Let's give it up for Mr. Abhinav Kumar, Partner and Regional Head West, Market Practices, Civil Amarchand Manadas. Unfortunately, well, he's not here with us. Heartiest congratulations to him. With the same, I'd like to thank our co-presenters. You may kindly be seated now, and requesting Dr. Batra to kindly stay back. And let's welcome Mr. C.V. Raghu, Group General Counsel, Motherson Group, and Mr. Mohit Saraf, Managing Partner, Saraf and Partners, to present the next set of awards.
Can I request Ms. Manjari Chaudhary to also come up on stage? She was a co-chair of the jury. She had the role in deciding every jury member had, but really, so.
And as we're headed towards the end of the ceremony, only a few awards left. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly taking a look at the name of the next winner. give it up for Mr. Ankit Bhattacharya, partner, AZB and Partners. Let's welcome Mr. Harsh Vardhan to collect this award on the behalf of the awardee. Well, you have managed to take out time from your schedule to be here to accept this award. I think the gentleman deserves a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And the next awardee is... Give it up for Mumtaz Bhalla, partner, dispute and resolution litigation, economic laws practice. Thank you, BW Legal World and the jury for this honor. Well, getting us closer to the celebration time, and we appreciate that. And the next award goes to... Let's give it up for our next winner, Samantha Fernandez, partner, Link Legal.
A very big thank you to our respected jury members and the BW team. It's a real honor and privilege. So thank you once again, and congratulations to all the awardees here.
And the next award goes to... Let's give it up for Mr. Anuj Bhaspe, partner, Shardul Amarchand, Mangaldas and Company. I believe the gentleman is not here with us. Heartiest congratulations to them anyway. And thank you, co-presenters, for being here with us. Thank you. Last set of awards left. Thank you, co-presenters. Dr. Batra, I must request you to kindly stay back. Yes. And to present the next set of awards, please welcome Mr. Pranav Mehra, Director, Legal Freshworks, and Ms. Vani Mehta, General Counsel, GE South Asia, GE. Well, the lady has left. Please welcome Mr. Samit Gambhir, Vice President, Corp Law and Company Secretary, DCM Sri Ram. And the next award goes to Mr. Shauryendu Ray, founding partner, Nora Chambers, Delhi.
BW Legal. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Garima, for putting this together. Thank you, members of the jury. I'd also like to thank my family, my support system, my wife. She's my co-founder, partner at home as well as at work. She's here. Neelu, my family back home, and my mentors, without whom I wouldn't be here. Mr. Ranjit Kumar, senior advocate, and my partners at Pepper Hamilton, the US firm that I worked at. I thank you all, and congratulations to one and all.
Why did your wife did not apply? Why did you only apply? Next year, okay. So you have a commitment on tape from him, okay?
And the next member in the elite club of BW Legal World 40 under 40 is let's welcome Ms. Shubhima Ahesa, Managing Associate, Intel Associates.
Thank you for BW Legal and the jury for having me. I've been pinching myself since I got the text saying that I've been made part of this elite group. And honestly, the names that have come up here before me, I'm honored, I am humbled, and I'm inspired. Thank you so much for having me here. And I'd like to thank my mom, she's watching online, my family, and of course, my firm, Intel Advocare, without whom this would not be possible. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Quickly taking a look at the name of the next winner. And the winner is Mr. Sumit Roy, founder, Claritas Legal.
Thank you so much. I was waiting and waiting. But this award goes to my family, my parents, my brother, my wife. Thank you so much to the esteemed jury, Dr. Batra, for including me in this elite group. Thank you so much. And to both of us.
Congratulations. And the next winner is well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last award of the evening. And the award goes to Mr. Rahul Kindra, partner JSA. And also to present this award, we'd like to invite Dr. Lalit Bhasin on the stage with us. Considered a good omen. Before you leave, we'd love for you to say a few words, please. Can I help you with that? I would really want to.
Thank you, jury. Thank you, BW World. Thank you, my wife, who's been waiting here for a very long time. Rekita, thank you.
you. Well, friends, you have had lot of words of wisdom in the last couple of hours. At 40, you can afford to be naughty. You see, therefore, don't take your work so seriously. I think the success of a lawyer also depends upon what hobbies you have, give time to your families, have friends, meet them, go out for drinks, and enjoy life as well. That will make you still a better lawyer. Therefore, this is time now for you to enjoy and at the same time do your work in a leisurely manner. Don't have any stress. Stress, you see, will not give you any peace of mind. If there is no peace of mind, you can't work properly. Therefore, have leisure work, get naughty. Thank you.
40 under 40 है, बाकियों के लिए भी है. Okay, so we take your words very seriously, and we shall love to live up to them. But all.
And then 80, you become double naughty.
Well, we here at BW Business World have a tradition where we love to call all the awardees and the jury on the stage for a group picture. So can I please request all the awardees and the jury to kindly join us on the stage for a group picture, and requesting Dr. Basin to kindly stay back with us for the picture. And awardees, please do not forget your awards, not the certificates indeed though, the awards please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request, due to the paucity of time, we'd love to give importance to everyone's time. Can I please request all the awardees, all the winners and the jury to kindly join us on the stage along with their trophies for a group picture. Requesting Ms. Neena Gupta to kindly join us on the stage for the group picture. Requesting Mr. Tarun Nangia to kindly join us on the stage for the group picture as well. And not to forget Miss Garima. Let's welcome Miss Garima. Please welcome Mr. Krishnendra Joshi as well on the stage. And thank you, jury. Now requesting all the awardees to kindly stay back on the stage for a picture.